For thousands of years, nestled in the cradle of civilizations, lies a land of profound history and unmatched significance, ancient Israel. A crossroads of empires, a bedrock of monotheistic religions, and a tapestry of cultures, events, and stories that have shaped much of the world's history and spiritual thought. From its earliest settlements to its grandest kings and monumental conflicts, Israel has been both a witness to and a participant in events that have left indelible marks on the chronicles of humanity. But history, as we've come to understand, is often a product of interpretation. It is a tale told by victors and reshaped by each generation that chooses to remember or forget. The history of ancient Israel is no exception. In this documentary, we will delve deep into the critical history of ancient Israel. We will confront the myths, examine the truths, and journey into a past where legend and reality often intertwine. Join us as we explore the enigmatic, contentious, and awe-inspiring history of a land that continues to captivate the imagination of the world, ancient Israel.
If Genesis were a scholarly tome, the myth of Lot would be a fascinating footnote, a delightful digression from the main narrative, drawing inspiration from the earlier tales of Noah. This narrative offers a fiery reboot, perhaps in response to God's vow to abstain from aquatic annihilation. Could it be that Lot's very existence in this tale serves as an etiological explanation for the origins of the Moabites and Ammonites, nations later portrayed as adversaries of the Israelites? While Abraham heeds God's call to venture into unknown territories, he curiously brings along his nephew Lot. Abraham's journey underscores the virtue of unwavering faith in divine decrees, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds. In this exposition, I aim to elucidate the mythical nature of Lot's tale, which by extension encompasses Abraham, drawing parallels with other ancient myths featuring divine visitations and cataclysmic destructions. I hope to illuminate the allegorical essence of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. By the video's conclusion, I trust you'll appreciate the narrative artistry of this ancient tale. Now let's delve deep into the enigma that is Lot's legacy. Lot's role. The story of Lot, Abraham's nephew, sheds light on Israel's early history. When God calls Abraham to leave his homeland and go to Canaan, Abraham takes Lot along, even though God told Abraham to leave his relatives behind. This hints that Abraham doubts God's promise to give him many descendants, since his wife Sarah is unable to have children. Bringing Lot seems like a backup plan. Once in Canaan, Abraham and Lot become rich, and their herdsmen start fighting over land. Abraham generously lets Lot choose which land he wants. Lot picks the fertile Jordan Valley outside of Canaan. This suggests Lot could be Abraham's heir, but God then promises Abraham the land will go to his offspring, not Lot's. Later, Lot gets captured in a raid on Sodom where he lives. Abraham risks his life to save Lot. This wouldn't have been necessary if Abraham had obeyed God and left Lot behind. Before destroying Sodom for its wickedness, God discusses it with Abraham. Knowing Abraham's nephew lives there, Abraham persuades God not to sweep away the righteous with the wicked, but he can't mention Lot's name without admitting his earlier disobedience. In the end, God spares Lot because of Abraham, not due to Abraham's argument. After Sodom's destruction, Lot's daughters get him drunk and trick him into fathering their children, afraid they are the last survivors. This leads to Israel's enemies, Moab and Ammon, being born. So while Lot was righteous in Sodom, his presence in Canaan, due to Abraham's disobedience, led to future conflict for Abraham's descendants. The story contrasts Abraham's heir coming through God's promise and Lot's heirs coming through deceit. This is a general recap of Lot from the Anchor Bible Dictionary, but what I found missing was the comparative myth of theophany in this scholarly work. What is theophany, you say? Theophany, or theoxenia, is a theme in Greek mythology in which human beings demonstrate their virtue or piety by extending hospitality to a humble stranger, xenos, who turns out to be disguised as a deity, theos, with the capacity to bestow rewards. In the scholarly realm of mythology and ritual, theophany refers to the gracious hosting of deities by mere mortals, often over a sumptuous feast. Homer's epics depict gods mingling at sacrifices, and in the Odyssey, they even traverse the earth incognito, assessing the ethical fiber of humanity. This narrative seed blossoms into the quintessential theophany tale. A deity either welcomed or spurned later reveals their divine identity and bestows blessings or retributions accordingly. The tragic tale of Pentheus exemplifies the consequences of a botched theoxenic encounter, while triumphant instances underpin the origins of numerous cults, notably those of Demeter and Dionysus. Within these tales, the mortal host often ascends to heroic status, having been enlightened by the god and subsequently inaugurating the cult or pioneering innovations like viticulture, which is harvesting and cultivating grapes. The Homeric hymn to Demeter recounts Demeter's reception at Eleusis, a tale tinged with both triumph and tribulation. Yet the most iconic rendition of this motif, likely rooted in local lore, is the poignant tale of Bacchus and Philemon. I see lots of Greek stories using the theophany motif, but a far older account in Mesopotamia with elements of theophany is The Poor Man of Nippur. It's an Akkadian story dating from around 1500 BCE. It is attested by only 3 texts, only one of which is more than a small fragment. What I'm suggesting is that these mythical elements of divine visitors among mortals who treat strangers hospitable or disrespectful spans back to the earliest civilizations with writing. However, none of these extremely ancient narratives looks remotely close to the comparisons made between the Bible and the Greek myths. I want to turn our attention to 2 fascinating myths documented by Ovid. Publius Ovidius Naso, 21st of March 43 BC to AD 17 or 18 is his life. He was a Roman poet who lived during the reign of Caesar Augustus. Let's take a look at these 2 stories written by Ovid, one in his Metamorphosis and the other in his Fasti. Transformations, or Metamorphosis, is a long poem written in 8 CE by the famous Roman writer Ovid. Many consider it his best work. It tells the story of the world from the very beginning to when Julius Caesar became a god, using over 250 legends. It's a big poem with 15 parts and almost 12,000 lines. While it feels like an epic tale, it's unique because it changes its mood and topics a lot. Ovid was inspired by other stories about transformations, but he added his own twist to them. Let's dive into Ovid's stories and the Bible, compare them, and chat about what we find. Bacchus and Philemon. And at this point, the river said no more. This wonderful event astonished all, but one was there, Ixion's haughty son, a known despiser of the living gods, who laughing scorned it as an idle tale. He made a jest of those who heard and said, "A foolish fiction! Iculus, how can such a tale be true? Do you believe a God there is in heaven so powerful, a God to give and take away a form, transform created shapes?" Such impious words found no response in those who heard him speak. Amazed, he could so doubt known truth before them all. uprose to vindicate the gods. The hero Lelix, wise in length of days, the glory of the living gods, he said, is not diminished, nor their power confined, and whatsoever they decree is done. And I have this to tell, for all must know the evil of such words. Upon the hills of Phrygia, I have seen two sacred trees, a lime tree and an oak, so closely grown their branches interlace. A low stone wall is built around to guard them from all harm, and that you may not doubt it, I declare again, I saw the spot for Pythias. There he sent me to attend his father's court. Near by those trees are stagnant pools and fens, where coots and cormorants delight to haunt. But it was not so always. Long ago 'twas visited by mighty Jupiter, together with his nimble-witted son, who first had laid aside his rod and wings. As weary travelers over all the land, they wandered begging for their food and bed. And for 1,000 houses all the doors were bolted, and no word of kindness given. So wicked were the people of that land. At last, by chance, they stopped at a small house, whose humble roof was thatched with reeds and straw, and here a kind old couple greeted them. The good Dame Bacchus seemed about the age of old Philemon, her devoted man. They had been married in their early youth in that same cottage, and had lived in it, and grown together to a good old age, contented with their lot because they knew their property and felt no shame of it. They had no need of servants. The good pair were masters of their home and served themselves. Their own commands they easily obeyed. Now when the two gods Jove and Mercury had reached their cottage, and with bending necks had entered the low door, the old man bade them rest their wearied limbs, and set a bench on which his good wife Bacchus threw a cloth. And then with kindly bustle she stirred up the glowing embers on the hearth, and then laid tender leaves and bark, and bending down breathed on them with her ancient breath, until they kindled into flame. Then from the house she brought a bundle of sticks and small twigs and broken branches, and above them swung a kettle, not too large for simple folk. And all this done, she stripped some cabbage leaves, which her good husband gathered for the meal. Then with a two-pronged fork the man let down a rusty side of bacon from aloft, and cut a little portion from the chine, which had been cherished long. He softened it in boiling water. All the while they tried with cheerful conversation to beguile, so none might notice a brief loss of time. Swung on a peg, they had a beechwood trough, which quickly with warm water filled, was used for comfortable washing, and they fixed up a willow couch, cushioned soft of springy sedge, on which they neatly spread a well-worn cloth preserved so many years. 'Twas only used on rare and festive days, and even it was coarse and very old, though not unfit to match a willow couch. Now as the gods reclined, the good old dame, whose skirts were tucked up, moving carefully, for so she tottered with her many years, fetched a clean table for the ready meal. But one leg of the table was too short, and so she wedged it with a potsherd. So made firm, she cleanly scoured it with fresh mint, and here is set the double-tinted fruit of chaste Minerva, and the tasty dish of corner, autumn picked and pickled. These were served for relish, and the endive green and radishes surrounding a large pot of curdled milk, and eggs not overdone but gently turned in glowing embers, all served up in earthen dishes, then sweet wine served up in clay, so costly, all embossed in cups of beechwood smoothed with yellow wax. So now they had short respite till the fire might yield the heated course. Again they served new wine, but mellow, and a second course, sweet nuts, dried figs, and wrinkled dates and plums, and apples fragrant in wide baskets heaped, and in a wreath of grapes from purple vines, concealed almost, a glistening honeycomb. And all these orchard dainties were enhanced by willing service and congenial smiles. But while they served, the wine bowl often drained, as often was replenished, though unfilled, and Bacchus and Philemon, full of fear, as they observed the wine's spontaneous well increasing when it should diminish, raised their hands in supplication, and implored indulgence for their simple home and fare. And now persuaded by this strange event such visitors were deities unknown, this aged couple, anxious to bestow their most esteemed possession, hastily began to chase the only goose they had, the faithful guardian of their little home, which they would kill and offer to the gods. But swift of wing, at last it wearied them, and fled for refuge to the smiling gods. At once the deities forbade their zeal and said, "A righteous punishment shall fall severe upon this wicked neighborhood. But by the might of our divinity, no evil shall befall this humble home. But you must come and follow as we climb the summit of this mountain." Both obeyed, and leaning on their staves, toiled up the steep, not farther from the summit than the flight. Of one swift arrow from a hunter's howl, they paused to view their little home once more. And as they turned their eyes, they saw the fields around their own engulfed in a morass, although their own remained. And while they wept, bewailing the sad fate of many friends, and wondering at the change, they saw their home, so old and little for their simple need, put on new splendor. And as it increased, it changed into a temple of the gods, where first the frame was fashioned of rude stakes, columns of marble glistened, and the thatch gleamed golden in the sun, and legends carved adorned the doors, and all the ground shone white with marble rich. And after this was done, the son of Saturn said with gentle voice, "Now tell us, good old man, and you his wife, worthy and faithful, what is your desire?" Philemon counseled with old Bacchus first, and then discovered to the listening gods their heart's desire. "We pray you let us have the care of your new temple, and since we have passed so many years in harmony, let us depart this life together. Let the same hour take us both. I would not see the tomb of my dear wife, and let me not be destined to be buried by her hands." At once their wishes were fulfilled. So long as life was granted, they were known to be the temple's trusted keepers. And when age had enervated them with many years, as they were standing by some chance before the sacred steps, and were relating all these things as they had happened, Bacchus saw Philemon, her husband, and he too saw Bacchus, as their bodies put forth leaves. And while the tops of trees grew over them, above their faces, they spoke each to each. As long as they could speak, they said, "Farewell, farewell, my own." And while they said farewell, new leaves and branches covered both at once. The people of Tyana still point out 2 trees which grew there from a double trunk, 2 forms made into one. Old truthful men who have no reason to deceive me told me truly all that I have told you, and I have seen the votive wreaths hung from the branches of the hallowed double tree. And one time, as I hung the fresh garlands there, I said, "Those whom the gods care for are gods, and those who worshipped are now worshipped here." Ovid's Metamorphosis, Book 8, 612. Now we are turning to Ovid's Fasti, which highlights another significant portion to the puzzle of Genesis. The calendar, or Fasti, is a poem by the famous Roman writer Ovid from around 8 AD. It's like a diary that talks about Roman holidays and their stories. Ovid couldn't finish it because he got in trouble with Emperor Augustus and was sent away. In the poem, Ovid acts like a reporter speaking to eyewitnesses who are chatting with Roman gods to find out the cool tales behind the holidays. Sometimes there's more than one story for a holiday. Hyrius and the birth of Orion in May. All the same, these 3 festivals occur about the same time, but not in succession on any intervening day. If in the middle of them you look for Boeotian Orion, you'll get it wrong. I must sing the reason for that constellation. Jupiter and his brother, who is king in the wide ocean, and Mercury, were traveling the roads together. It was the time when upturned plows are brought back by the yoked oxen, and the lamb, head down, drinks the milk of the well-filled ewe. By chance, an old man, Hyrius, farmer of a narrow plot, sees them as he was standing in front of his little cottage. And this is what he said: "The way is long, but there isn't a long time left, and my door is open for strangers." He added a look to his words and asked a second time. They go along with his promises and do not reveal that they are gods. They pass under the old man's roof soiled with black smoke with his breath, and brings out battered torches and chops them up. There are pots standing, the smaller held beans, the other herbs, and each froths, closely covered by its lid. And while they wait, he gives red wine with a trembling hand. The god of ocean receives the first cup. As soon as he drained it, he said, "Now let the next to drink be Jupiter." The old man heard Jupiter and went white. When his wits have returned, he sacrifices the ox that tilled his poor field and roasts it on a great fire. And the wine he had once laid up as a boy in early years he brings out, stored in a smoky jar. No delay, they reclined on couches that concealed river sedge in linen, but were not high even so. The table gleamed, now with a feast, now with Laius set there. The bowl was red earthenware, the cups were beech. Jupiter's words were, "If anything occurs to you, wish for it. You'll gain it all." The mild man's words were, "I had a dear wife, known to me in the spring of first youth. You ask where she is now. The urn covers her. To her I swore an oath, having called you to witness my words. You alone, I said, will be married to me. I said it, and I keep my word. But in fact, I have a different wish. I don't want to be a husband, and I do want to be a father." They had all nodded agreement. They had all stood by the hide of the ox. I'm ashamed to speak further. Then they covered the dripping hide by throwing earth on top. And now 10 months, and a boy had been born. Hyrieus calls him Urian, because that's how he was conceived. The first letter has lost its ancient sound. He had grown immensely. Delia took him as her companion. He was the guard of the goddess. He was her escort. Unthinking words moved the god's anger. "The wild beast I can't overcome," he said, "doesn't exist. Earth sent in a scorpion. Its intent was to bring its crooked barbs against the goddess, mother of twins. Orion stood in its way. Latona added him to the shining stars and said, 'Have the reward of what you deserve.'" Ovid, Fasti, 495 to 540, Oxford World's Classic. Now let's turn to Genesis. See if anything stands out. The three visitors, Genesis 18. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre, while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the earth. He said, "If I have found favor in your eyes, my lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat, so you can be refreshed and then go on your way. Now that you have come to your servant." "Very well," they answered. "Do as you say." So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. "Quick," he said, "get 3 seahs of our finest flour and knead it and bake some bread." Then he ran to the herd and selected a choice, tender calf and gave it to a servant who hurried to prepare it. He then brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set these before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. "Where is your wife Sarah?" they asked him. "There, in the tent," he said. Then one of them said, "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah your wife will have a son." Now, Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent, which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, "After I am worn out and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure?" Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Will I really have a child now that I am old?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son." Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, "I did not laugh." But he said, "Yes, you did laugh." When the men got up to leave, they looked down toward Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all the nations on earth will be blessed through him. For I have chosen him, so that he will direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him." Then the Lord said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great and their sins so grievous that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know." The men turned away and went toward Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, "Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not spare the place for the sake of 50 righteous people in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all the earth do right?" The Lord said, "If I find 50 righteous people in the city of Sodom, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Then Abraham spoke up again, "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, though I am nothing but dust and ashes, what if the number of the righteous is 5 less than 50? Will you destroy the whole city for the lack of 5 people? If I find 45 there," he said, "I will not destroy it." Once again he spoke to him, "What if only 40 are found there?" He said, "For the sake of 40, I will not do it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak. What if only 30 can be found there?" He answered, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." Abraham said, "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, what if only 20 can be found there?" He said, "For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there?" He answered, "For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it." When the Lord had finished speaking with Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home. Two visitors, Genesis 19. The 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. He said, "Please, my lords, turn aside to your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you can rise early and go on your way." They said, "No, we will spend the night in the square." But he urged them strongly, so they turned aside to him and entered his house. And he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Then the men said to Lot, "Have you anyone else here, sons-in-law, sons, daughters, or anyone you have in the city? Bring them out of the place, for we are about to destroy this place, because the outcry against its people has become great before the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and said to his sons-in-laws, who were to marry his daughters, "Up, get out of this place, for the Lord is about to destroy the city." But he seemed to his sons-in-law to be jesting. When morning dawned, and the angels urged Lot, saying, "Get up, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or else you will be consumed in the punishment of the city." But he lingered. So the men seized him and his wife and his 2 daughters by the hand, the Lord being merciful to him, and they brought him out and left him outside the city. When they had brought them outside, they said, "Flee for your life. Do not look back or stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the hills, or else you will be consumed." Genesis 19. The stories are extremely close. 2 angels, Genesis with Lot, or 2 gods, Ovid's Metamorphosis. The 2 were 3 in both previous stories. Abraham's 3 visitors, and Hyrieus, 3 visitors, come to visit a city in the guise of humans, and a pious man offers them hospitality. In Ovid's version, the details of the meal are described. The angels, or gods, reveal themselves and explain how, due to its inhabitants, the city will be destroyed, but that the pious couple will be spared and allowed to flee with them. In Genesis, the inhabitants of Sodom act perversely. They want to, quote, know the guests of Lot, meaning they want to rape them. Here, the descendants of Canaan are accused of inhospitality. Lot is ready to give them his own virgin daughters. We must keep in mind these details of Genesis 19, for they appear again in the story of Gibeah in Judges 19. Lot negotiates with the angels to allow him to find refuge in Zoar. His sons-in-laws from Sodom refuse to follow him. God destroys the city with fire, whereas the Roman story speaks of a flood. Philemon and Bacchus will become the keepers of a temple and eventually end their lives by merging together into a tree. The rest of Genesis 19 shows more parallels with Ovid. For example, Lot and his family are ordered to refrain from looking back at Sodom as they flee, also seen in the well-known story of Orpheus and Eurydice. They took the upward path through the still silence, steep and dark, shadowy with dense fog, drawing near to the threshold of the upper world. Afraid she was no longer there, and eager to see her, the lover turned his eyes. In an instant she dropped back, and he, unhappy man, stretching out his arms to hold her and be held, clutched at nothing but the receding air, dying a second time. Now there was no complaint to her husband. What? then could she complain of, except that she had been loved? She spoke at last, farewell, that now scarcely reached his ears, and turned again towards that same place. Ovid, Metamorphosis, Book 10. Also see Virgil. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven, and he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. But Lot's wife behind him looked back. She became a pillar of salt. Genesis 19. The motif of a woman who is lost because either she or her companion looked back is found in both the Bible and Ovid. The last episode of Lot's story is his act of incest with his two daughters. They made him drunk and slept with him alternatively. The first daughter gave birth to Moab, ancestor of the Moabites. The second daughter gave birth to Ben-Ami, ancestor of the Ammonites, in Genesis 19. A very similar story is again found in Ovid's Metamorphosis. Mira, daughter of King Cinyras of Cyprus, had fallen in love with her father. As she could not repress these feelings, she confessed them to her nurse, and the two of them plotted to inebriate him to the extent that he would not recognize the woman with whom he was going to lie. Mira slept with her father 12 nights in a row. Yet on the last night, he discovered her identity and wanted to kill her. She fled and transformed, had a metamorphosis, into a myrrh tree, later giving birth to the god Adonis. Ovid, Metamorphosis, Book 10. In Ovid's Metamorphosis, Book 10, the tales of Orpheus and Mira are intriguingly sequenced similarly to the biblical counterparts, albeit interspersed with unrelated narratives. In Genesis 18 and 19, while 3 angels are initially mentioned, only 2 venture to Sodom, mirroring Ovid's depiction where, of the 3 gods at Orion's birth, Jupiter, Neptune, and Mercury, only Jupiter and Mercury visit Philemon and Bacchus' city. The narrative of Lot parallels Philemon and Bacchus until their city exit. While the latter duo finds safety, Lot's wife faces a tragic fate reminiscent of Eurydice and Lot's daughter's actions echo Mira's. These parallels suggest a shared origin, possibly from the Hellenistic period. Some posit Ovid's influence might stem from Nicander of Colophon, though his works are lost. Most classicists suggest that Ovid is inspired by the works of Callimachus. I think it's necessary we highlight this man for a moment. Callimachus, circa 310 to 240 BCE, was an ancient Greek poet, scholar, and librarian who was active in Alexandria during the 3rd century BCE. A representative of ancient Greek literature of the Hellenistic period, he wrote over 800 literary works in a wide variety of genres, most of which did not survive. He espoused an aesthetic philosophy known as Callimachianism, which exerted a strong influence on the poets of the Roman Empire, and through them on all subsequent Western literature. He came under the patronage of King Ptolemy II Philadelphus, and was employed at the Library of Alexandria, where he compiled the Pinax, a comprehensive catalog of all Greek literature. He was writing around the same time the Septuagint was created according to the letter of Aristeas to Philocrates, which is a Hellenistic work of the 3rd or early 2nd century BCE, considered by some biblical scholars to be pseudepigraphal. The letter is the earliest text to mention the Library of Alexandria. Josephus, who paraphrases about 2/5 of the letter, ascribes it to Aristeas of Marmara, and to have been written to a certain Philocrates. The letter describes the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible by 72 interpreters sent into Egypt from Jerusalem at the request of the librarian of Alexandria, resulting in the Septuagint translation. Some scholars have since argued that it is fictitious. Could Callimachus or some Greek authors influenced these Bible authors who put final touches on these Genesis narratives? These classicists also recognize that the Philemon and Bacchus story in Ovid reflects elements of the Callimachus narratives of Heckel and Atia. It seems rather obvious that Ovid didn't lift his tales from the Bible, but the overlaps and comparisons are so strikingly similar that one has to wonder, are they working off a common source, or did the Bible authors find inspiration of the stories from the Greeks to craft their Genesis, Abraham and Lot, theoxany and theophany? Some scholars suggest that the Ovid story mentions Phrygia as the location of the Philemon and Bacchus myth. Could it be possible that stories from the Old Testament were familiar in Hellenistic Phrygia and influenced local folktales? Historical records from Josephus indicate that Antiochus III, around 242 to 187 BC, relocated 2,000 Jewish families from Mesopotamia and Babylonia to regions like Lydia and Phrygia. Notably, the tale of Philemon Bacchus is set in Lydia's core region. While some question the authenticity of Antiochus's letter as presented by Josephus, ensuring the Jewish settlers their rights and traditions, it's undeniable that these Jewish communities were established in Lydia and Phrygia during Antiochus's reign. Their significant numbers suggest they were likely influential in their new surroundings. It's also very likely that this Phrygian tale made a big impact on the Jewish communities, and they incorporated it into their Genesis myth. Scholars have largely overlooked the similarities between the Philemon Bacchus narrative and certain Old Testament stories. While Hollis is a particular scholar on this, provides a comprehensive analysis of the Philemon Bacchus background, he briefly touches upon potential Jewish influences on the tale. Galensky vaguely notes the connection between the Philemon Bacchus story and some biblical themes, attributing it to the inherent religious nature of the myth. However, a few have been more direct in their observations. A scholar named H.T. Riley draws a parallel between the fate of Philemon and Bacchus's inhospitable neighbors and the biblical tale of Sodom and Gomorrah's destruction. He also suggests that the hospitality shown by Philemon and Bacchus to Jupiter and Mercury might be inspired by Abraham's reception of the angels. Franz Bohmer hints at possible Jewish influences on the Philemon Bacchus story, but overlooks C.C. Bushnell's article that details the links with Genesis 18 to 19. To summarize, there are notable parallels between the Philemon Bacchus narrative and the story of Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible. Here's a graph that I'm showing you on the screen that it gives a good visual representation of these parallels between Genesis 18 and 19 to Ovid's Metamorphosis and Fasti. First, we have at dusk 2 angels arrive in Sodom. In Ovid, at dusk 2 gods, Jupiter and Mercury, arrive in a region of Phrygia. Lot's home welcomes and offers them sustenance. Bacchus and Philemon's home welcomes and offers them sustenance. Lot washes their feet and they share a meal. Bacchus and Philemon wash their feet and they share a meal. The residents of Sodom demand to confront the visitors. The residents of the region do not welcome the visitors. The angels blind the men of Sodom who surround Lot's house. The wine jug in Bacchus and Philemon's home refills itself. Their identities are revealed as angels. Their identities are revealed as gods, Jupiter and Mercury. Due to the wickedness of Sodom, it is set to be destroyed. Due to the wickedness of the region, it is set to be destroyed. Lot and his family are spared due to his hospitality. Bacchus and Philemon are spared due to their hospitality. Lot and his family are told to flee to the mountains. Bacchus and Philemon are told to flee to nearby mountains. Lot hesitates and the angels have to seize his hand to lead them out. Bacchus and Philemon struggle to reach the safety of the mountain. Sodom and Gomorrah are destroyed by rain of fire and sulfur. Rain of fire and sulfur. The region is destroyed by a flood. Lot's wife looks back at the burning cities. Bacchus and Philemon look back to see their region submerged, but their home is elevated. Only Sodom and Gomorrah, the cities of the plain, are destroyed. Only the specific region around Bacchus and Philemon's home is destroyed. Lot is saved and his lineage continues through his daughters. Bacchus and Philemon are granted a wish and choose to be priests and to die at the same moment. Lot's wife turns into a pillar of salt. Bacchus and Philemon are transformed into trees growing side by side. Here's another parallel chart highlighted in an article called Crime and Punishment in Sodom and Gomorrah by Paul Davidson, who has a YouTube channel you should subscribe to called The Inquisitive Bible Reader. Links are in the description. Look at the graph with me, again paralleling both stories. 3 divine beings, Yahweh and 2 angels traveling through the countryside, arrive at Abraham's tent. 3 divine beings, Jupiter, Neptune, and Mercury, traveling through the countryside, arrive at the cottage of Hyrieus. The place is distinctive for its sacred oak trees. The place is distinctive for its sacred trees, including an oak. The visitors' divine identities are a secret. The visitors' divine identities are a secret. Abraham, an old man, offers them hospitality. Hyrieus, an old man, offers them hospitality. Abraham and Sarah prepare a feast for the visitors, including a slaughtered calf. Hyreus prepares a feast for the visitors, including a slaughtered ox. Yahweh reveals his identity. Jupiter reveals his identity. Abraham and Sarah desire a child, but Sarah is barren and old. Hyreus desires a child, but his wife is deceased. Yahweh promises that Sarah will have a child. Jupiter performs a miracle so that Hyreus will have a child. A set time later, Isaac is born. 10 months later, Orion is born. 2 divine beings, angels, arrive at Sodom. 2 divine beings, Jupiter and Mercury, arrive at a region of Phrygia. Their divine identities are a secret. Their divine identities are a secret. They receive hospitality and shelter only from Lot. They receive hospitality and shelter only from Bacchus and Philemon. Lot prepares a feast for the visitors. Bacchus and Philemon prepare a feast for the visitors. The visitors reveal their supernatural status by performing a miracle causing blindness. The visitors reveal their superhuman status by performing a miracle, replenishing the wine. The visitors pronounce judgment on the rest of Sodom for its wickedness. The visitors pronounce judgment on the rest of the region for its wickedness. Lot and his family are granted immunity. Bacchus and Philemon are granted immunity. Lot and his family are told to flee to the hills or mountain. Bacchus and Philemon are told to flee to a mountain. The plain is destroyed in a natural disaster, a rain of fire. The plain is destroyed in a natural disaster, a flood. Lot's wife looks back to watch. Bacchus and Philemon look back to watch. Lot's wife undergoes a metamorphosis into a pillar of salt. Bacchus and Philemon undergo a metamorphosis into trees. There's a strange story in Judges 19 which carries similarities to Genesis 19 as highlighted by Paul Davidson. Davidson wonders if Genesis 19 combined the Hellenistic theophany concepts, but ultimately sees one of these counts as copying the other. Look at this graph again. Genesis 19 with Sodom, Judges 19 with Gibeah. The visitors to Sodom intend to spend the night in the square. A Levite traveling with his concubine prepares to spend a night in the square in Gibeah. Lot, a foreigner residing in Sodom, puts them up in his house. An old man, a foreigner residing in Gibeah, puts the Levite and his concubine up in his house. A violent mob consisting of all the city's men surrounded the house and demand that the visitors be handed over, so that we might know them. A violent mob of the city's men surrounded the house and demands that the Levite be handed over so that we might know him. Lot offers to hand over his virgin daughters instead. The master of the house offers to hand over his virgin daughter and the Levite's concubine instead. The mob refuses. The mob refuses. There's no parallel to the Genesis account, but the Judges one says the Levite's concubine is handed over to the mob and she's raped and killed. Notice, both the story in Genesis 19 and the tale of Philemon Bacchus share themes of divine judgment, and they both echo ancient flood stories from the Near East. For instance, in the Sodom story from Genesis 19, there are hints that link it to flood tales. Number 1, the word rain is used when describing how God sent down fire and brimstone on Sodom and Gomorrah. 2, people are told to escape to the hills, which makes sense if you're trying to avoid rising waters. Number 3, the city of Sodom and Gomorrah are said to be near the Dead Sea, a significant body of water. So these stories aren't just about punishment. They're also connected to ancient tales of massive floods. Many cultures have tales of massive floods. In the Bible, there's Noah's Ark. And in the Greek stories, there's the tale of Deucalion and Pyrrha. Interestingly, the famous ancient Greek writer Hesiod didn't mention the flood story. Some think he might have not even known about it, while others believe he chose to leave it out. M.L. West suggests that this flood story actually came from the East and was adapted to fit the Greek setting. So just like the story of Noah was reimagined in Greece with Deucalion as the central figure, the tale of Philemon and Bacchus in Phrygia could have borrowed elements from the biblical story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Both these tales talk about localized floods, making them a sort of spin-off from the bigger, more universal flood stories like Noah's and Deucalion's. I want to highlight that Ovid's major flood narrative is the Deucalion and Pyrrha stories in Book 1 of Ovid. In this cataclysmic flood account, these husband and wife recount that if one of them were to be swallowed up by the flood waters, the other would follow them to death. How would you feel now, poor soul, if the fates had willed you to be saved but not me? How could you endure your fear alone? Who would comfort your tears? Believe me, dear wife, if the sea had you, I would follow you, and the sea would have me too. Ovid's Metamorphoses, Book 1. It's a love story inside of the flood myth, similar to the story of Philemon and Bacchus. Both stories highlight a temple or sanctuaries post-deluge. Ovid's Greek Genesis has Apollo chase Daphne in love with her, but she is transformed into a tree. Help me, Father. If your streams have divine powers, change me. Destroy this beauty that pleases too well. Her prayer was scarcely done when a heavy numbness seized her limbs. Then bark closed over her breasts. Her hair turned into leaves, her arms into branches. Her feet, so swift a moment ago, stuck fast in slow-growing roots. Her face was lost in the canopy. Only her shining beauty was left. Ovid's Metamorphoses, Book 1. The same way one would expect the major Deucalion story, Ovid's Metamorphoses, Book 1, to be connected to the Philemon and Bacchus flood story in Book 8 of Ovid, I suggest the flood of Noah in Genesis 6 through 9 is connected to the rain of fire catastrophe in Lot, Genesis 18 and 19. H.T. Riley pointed out some interesting similarities between two stories. One where Philemon and Bacchus host gods Jupiter and Mercury, and another where Abraham and Sarah welcome 3 angels, as told in Genesis 18. In both tales, a kind-hearted couple welcomes mysterious, powerful guests, setting the stage for later events where the wicked face consequences and the good-hearted are saved. Here's what the two stories have in common. 1. A loving couple, not realizing who their guests truly are, offers them a warm welcome. 2. Both couples are older and don't have kids. 3. Together, the husband and wife whip up a hearty meal for their guests. 4. Both stories have a touch of humor. There's laughter in the Genesis tale, while in the other, there's a funny scene with a goose. 5. Sacred trees play a role in both stories. In Genesis, the couple meets their guest by some special trees. And in the other story, the couple turned into sacred trees at the end. Both the story in Genesis 18 and the tale of Bacchus and Philemon have shared elements, like washing the guest's feet and offering a meal, but there are 5 unique similarities between the two stories that suggest the Philemon and Bacchus tale might have been influenced by the Genesis account, though it could have been the other way around. Elements from the story in Genesis 18, where an elderly couple is visited by mysterious guest and promised a child, also appear in another tale called Hyreus Episode. In this story, an old man named Hyreus is also visited by a special guest and is miraculously promised a son, Orion. This tale of Orion's birth has been around for a long time. It can be traced back through Nicander's poetic predecessor, Antimachus of Colophon, around 425 BCE. It's unclear when or how the story of Isaac's miraculous birth from Genesis or the miraculous birth of Orion influenced the other tale, but it's interesting to see these similarities. Dr. Philip Wagenbaum, in his book Argonauts of the Desert, says it's improbable that Ovid drew from the Bible given its shift away from mythological themes. Conversely, the idea of the Bible adopting and then sanitizing Greek tales to align with Platonic ideals seems more plausible. This adaptation, however, seems limited to divine portrayals, as the Bible doesn't shy away from human-centric tales, even if they're violent or shocking. His entire book is a collection of ideas which highlight several parallels to the Greek world from the Bible. Also, Russell Gamirkin may echo much of this sentiment of the biblical myths being inspired by the Greeks, as well as several Near Eastern myths. As far as parallels go with the Genesis account in Ovid, no such parallels are this close from any other theophany or theodicy, meaning we have no other accounts in any written myth that come close to these stories as listed before. We can speculate on sources or speculate on which one was influenced by the other for whatever reasons one lists. It should be apparent that the Genesis stories are in the same category of genre as these other Greek and Roman sources. These are not history, but clever stories or myths. Those who try to act like Genesis is giving us history are completely blind to the realisms of these other myths. It's safe to say much of these Greek, biblical, and Roman myth of theophany and theodicy are influenced by Homer's Odyssey and Iliad. This is not to say other influences were not at play. In the New Testament, I see strange eclectic borrowing from the Septuagint or LXX scriptures and Greek and Roman ideas in Jesus' transfiguration scene. As mentioned in the Philemon and Bacchus story, they end up on a mountain before the god Jupiter, Zeus, granted them a wish. That wish was that they would serve the gods forever and not see their loved one's death. This wish was granted. The New Testament apostles expected immortality from Jesus, and the soon apocalyptic end by fire mentioned by Jesus and other authors have connections to this transfiguration scene, which is a preview of Jesus' apotheosis, it seems. Peter speaks out of the three mortals on that high mountain about building tabernacles for these three, Jesus, Moses, and Elijah. It's clear that the author's modeling the scene off of the Moses story, but Jesus' clothes experience a metamorphosis. The other scene I find interesting was when Jupiter, in disguise, kept replenishing the wine so that they never ran out. While Dionysus is universally known to have transformed milk into wine and understood as the god of wine and drunkenness, this miracle in Ovid's story was the sign Bacchus and Philemon knew they were entertaining gods. Hopefully this will give you some context for why Jesus transformed water into wine per the Gospels. They want you to see him as a god. This one might be going out on a limb, but I noticed in the Noah and Lot catastrophes, both stories highlight how the survivor gets drunk off wine, and some weird family sexual act takes place while they are intoxicated. I'm reminded of Dionysus in these narratives, though a demythologized version of a Greek myth. This characteristic of the mundane, almost euhemerist angle. Euhemerism is the theory that gods arose out of the deification of historical heroes. This idea became very influential by Euhemerus, who lived in the late 4th century BCE, though the attempt to rationalize mythology in historical terms does have pedigree further back in history by Sanchoniathon, Xenophanes, Herodotus, Hecataeus of Abdera, and Euphoros of Simi. The only remaining evidence of anything related to Sanchoniathon, who wrote around 1200 BCE, is preserved in Eusebius, who is using Philo-Biblos as his source. Most scholars suggest that Philo-Biblos is Hellenizing his sources into Greek, giving them a rationalizing and euhemeristic slant. It seems the rationalizing of myths started with the Greeks, as far as we can assess on the evidence. This gives scholars who think the Bible borrowed from the Greeks good reason to think these Genesis narratives are rationalizing and bringing their highly mythological sources, Gilgamesh epic, Enuma Elish, Egyptian mythologies, Odyssey, Iliad, Herodotus, and other sources down to earth in a way that gives it a more believable slant, unlike the Greek and Roman counterparts. It was Greek philosophers who rationalized their own myths, and maybe they brushed shoulders with the biblical authors. Of course, there are several other reasons why these Genesis authors may have borrowed from the Greeks instead of the other way around, but that will need to be tackled another day. Luke 24, a god in disguise. Let's turn to a few interesting observations that I've made about Ovid's stories, Genesis, and the Gospels. Recent studies suggest that the authors of the Gospels, the books in the Bible that tell the story of Jesus, might have started with his sayings and then created stories around them. They could have pulled inspiration from many places, but not many people think they looked at ancient Greek stories, even though these were super popular at the time. However, the Gospel of Luke seems to be trying to appeal to a wider audience that would be familiar with these Greek tales. Some experts, like Bonds, think Luke's story have a lot in common with Greek epic poems. Early Christians even saw similarities between their stories and Greek myths. For example, in one part of the Bible, Paul visits Athens and talks about these connections. He talks about even your own poets have said in Acts 17. I believe that one part of Luke, which tells a post-resurrection story of Jesus, is actually inspired by the Greek epic, the Odyssey. The story has elements of gods visiting humans and moments of realization, which are common common in Greek tales. It's interesting to note that stories about what happened after Jesus' resurrection seem to vary a lot. The earliest account by Paul has details that aren't in the later Gospels. Luke's version is unique and focuses more on Jesus' followers. It paints Jesus as a kind of philosopher whose teachings live on through his students. But there's a twist in Luke's story. A disciple named Cleopas, who doesn't appear anywhere else in the New Testament, plays a big role. He misunderstands Jesus' teachings and needs to be set straight. This is similar to a theme in Greek stories where a god in disguise corrects a human about divine matters. Again, theophany is a type of ancient story where a god disguises themselves as a stranger to see how they're treated by humans. It's a test of kindness and respect. There are two main types of these stories. In one, the guests are rude and end up angering the god, leading to some kind of disaster. In the other, everyone is nice and things go well. A famous example of the positive type is the ancient Greek story, the Odyssey. In it, a character named Nestor and his family are nice to a guest who turns out to be the goddess Athena in disguise. However, there's a twist in the Bible's version of this story in Luke 24. Here, Jesus appears to his followers. They don't recognize him. They just can't see him for who he is. This is a bit different from the usual theophany, stories where the god changes their appearance. Almost most of these stories start with the guest arriving at someone's home. But in Luke, the story follows a pattern similar to another part of the Odyssey. In the Odyssey, a character named Telemachus realizes he had a god as a guest the day before. He prays to this god, and then the goddess Athena shows up, this time looking like someone else. She offers to help him on his journey. When they arrive at a place called Pylos, they're warmly welcomed by Nestor. Even though he's in the middle of a big ceremony for another god, he's a great host. Interestingly, he asks his guest who he thinks is just a regular person, but is actually Athena in disguise, to say a prayer. So in this story, a god ends up praying to another god. After a big ceremony, Nestor chats with his guests. In these types of stories, there's often a funny twist, where the audience knows a character is a god in disguise, but the other characters in the story don't. Nestor gives some advice to Telemachus, saying that since the goddess Athena helped his dad in the past, she might help him too. The funny part? Nestor doesn't realize that one of his guests is actually Athena in disguise. Telemachus, not knowing Athena is right next to him, doubts that the gods would help. Athena, not letting this slide, makes a playful joke using Telemachus's name, reminding him that gods can help from afar. Now, let's think about another common theme in the Odyssey. A lot of the story is about waiting for someone to come home after a long time away. When they finally reunite, it's super emotional. Before the big reunion, there are moments where people talk about the missing person, not realizing he's right there with them. This leads to some touching scenes where they finally recognize him. The cool thing about the Odyssey is that the main character, Odysseus, often hides his identity on purpose to see if people are loyal to him. It's like a surprise test. In Luke 24, there's a cool twist similar to some moments in the Odyssey. Two disciples, Cleopas and another unnamed one, are walking and chatting about recent events. Suddenly, Jesus, who has just been resurrected, joins them. But here's the twist. They don't recognize him. When Jesus asks what they're talking about, Cleopas is surprised, saying, "You must be the only person in Jerusalem who hasn't heard about what's happened recently." It's pretty funny, because Jesus is actually the main character in those events. It's like when someone talks about a celebrity, not realizing that celebrity is right next to them in disguise. Now, who's this Cleopas guy? Some people try to find a real-life person he might be based on, but that might be missing the point. His name gives us a hint. Cleopas is a shorter version of a common Greek name, Cleopatras. This name has parts that mean fame or glory and father. So Cleopas' name might mean the father's glory. It's like when characters in stories have names that hint at their role or personality. And just like in those stories, everyone in this one probably knows what Cleopas's name means. Later on, Jesus uses a word that means glory in a conversation, tying it all together. Cleopas was chatting with Jesus, though he didn't recognize him, and mentioned how he had hoped Jesus would have been the one to save Israel. He knew about some claims that Jesus had been seen after his death, but he wasn't entirely convinced. This situation is a bit like a scene from the Odyssey. Just as a character named Telemachus was doubtful about the gods' power and got corrected by Athena, Jesus now sets Cleopas straight. And just like Athena made a playful comment about Telemachus' name, Jesus does something similar with Cleopas. Jesus points out that it was essential for him to suffer before achieving glory. It's like he's saying, "Hey, Mr. Glory of the Father, I had to go through all that to reach my true glory." This kind of scene, where a divine guest corrects someone who doesn't recognize them, is also in Genesis 18, where Sarah overhears a stranger saying she'll have a son within a year. She laughs because she's way past the age of having kids, but the stranger, who's actually divine, hears her and asks why she laughed, reminding her that nothing's impossible for God. When she does have a son, he's named Isaac, which sounds like the Hebrew word for laugh. But the writer of Luke might not have known this detail since it's not in the Greek version of the story. Jesus in the story emphasizes that the Messiah, as savior figure, had to go through tough times. This idea wasn't common in old religious texts, but interestingly there's a similar theme in the ancient Greek epic, the Odyssey. The hero Odysseus is told by the goddess Athena that he'll face many challenges. The way Jesus and Odysseus are described is strikingly similar, hinting that the writers might have been inspired by the same themes. Fast forward in the story, when Jesus and his two friends reach a place called Emmaus, they ask him to stay with them. This is where things get interesting. They offer him food, a classic move in ancient stories when a mysterious guest, often a god in disguise, shows up. This kind of story is so common that it has its own name, theophany. And just like in many of these stories, Jesus, even though they don't know he's divine, takes the lead. He says a blessing and breaks the bread for them. This moment is a lot like a scene in the Odyssey where Athena, in disguise, says a prayer during a big feast. The similarities between these two stories are hard to miss. In the story, there's a moment when the friends suddenly realize who their guest really is. It's Jesus. But the story doesn't go into detail about how they figured it out. It's more about them believing than actually seeing. This twist in the story is similar to a classic move in the ancient Greek epic, the Odyssey. The hero Odysseus hides his true identity from even his closest friends and family to test their loyalty. It's like when someone wears a disguise in a movie and their best friend can't recognize them. The Odyssey has many moments like this. For instance, when Odysseus is with a group called the Phaeacians, a singer sings songs about Odysseus' adventures, but no one realizes he's right there in the room. Then, just as they figure out it's Jesus, he vanishes out of thin air. This sudden disappearance is also a classic move from ancient stories. In the Odyssey, the goddess Athena does the same thing. She'll be talking to someone and then poof, she's gone. And all that's left is a bird flying away. It's like a magical exit. This kind of dramatic exit is used in the story to leave the audience in awe and wonder. In closing, the narratives parallels between Genesis and ancient Greek myths are truly fascinating, while the direction of influence remains debated. These literary overlaps illuminate the shared storytelling heritage of the ancient Mediterranean world. By analyzing Ovidian episodes like Philemon and Bacchus and the Hyrieus myth alongside the biblical accounts of Lot and Abraham, we gain insight into the literary tropes and folkloric motifs captivated ancient audiences. The prevalence of theophanic tales underscores the value placed on hospitality in antiquity, and the transformation motifs reveal a poetic flair for surprise twists. While some staunchly defend the originality of biblical texts, I believe we do the authors a disservice by ignoring the wider literary context. These stories didn't emerge in a vacuum. As people of faith, acknowledging the human hand in compiling holy scriptures need not undermine their power, but failing to recognize the humanity embedded in our religious heritage breeds rigidity and stagnation. My hope is that analyzing myths across cultures enriches our understanding of shared hopes, fears, and curiosities that have gripped the human imagination for millennia. Our distant ancestors spun wondrous stories by firelight, imagining gods wandering among mortals. And we in turn pick up these myths, tracing the threads between civilizations, realizing anew our common humanity across the ages. Therein lies the real magic. Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell. Comment your favorite part of this video, like the video, and join our Patreon and YouTube membership to be part of the family and access exclusive content. Never forget, we are MythVision. There's this very strange story in Genesis 38 which sticks out like a sore thumb. It honestly feels more like a Game of Thrones episode, but it's my opinion that if we actually portrayed much of these biblical stories as they get described in the Bible, it would make an amazing Netflix series. Right in the middle of the story of Joseph being sold into slavery, this chapter about his brother Judah appears, and boy, does it get juicy. If we've been paying attention, it becomes pretty obvious that the author or authors of Genesis have a mind that is constantly on incest and sexual acts. Genesis literally starts off with a bang. The curse from God relates to sex, leading to pain in childbirth, Genesis 3. Then we see gods coming down and having sex with beautiful women, producing giants and men of renown, Genesis 6. We see inspiration in the mythical tales of Enoch. The flood hero Noah's son Ham sees his father's nakedness, which has clear sexual implications, and causes Noah to curse Ham's offspring, Genesis 9. Abraham has to pawn his wife off as his sister because he was afraid that they may kill him for her, and Pharaoh took her for his wife, till Yahweh inflicted diseases on Pharaoh's household. Abraham was treated well on behalf of her, as though he was pimping her out. When children aren't born by Sarah, she makes Abraham sleep with her slave Hagar, which ends pretty badly between Sarah and Hagar, Genesis 16. God makes a covenant with Abraham, which is enacted by circumcising the foreskin of the penis, Genesis 17. God promises to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, where two divine angels visit Lot and are rushed by crowds of men who want to have sex with them. This treatment of strangers is the ultimate sin. So the angels blind the crowds and save Lot and his family. Though Lot's wife looked back, turning into a pillar of salt, later in that same story, Lot's daughters get their father drunk and have sex with him, getting pregnant, Genesis 19. Sounds like Abraham played the she's my sister card again by trying to pimp his wife Sarah to King Abimelech in the next scene, but God saves him from sleeping with her, Genesis 20. Abraham sent his servant to find his son Isaac a wife from among Abraham's family, not from the Canaanites, Genesis 24. Sarah died at 127 years of age, and Abraham was 10 years older than Sarah. Abraham took another wife and had several more kids after Sarah with a woman named Keturah, till he dies at age 175, Genesis 25. Looks like Isaac picked up his pimp tricks from his father by claiming Rebekah was his sister to the same King Abimelech of the Philistines. He was afraid for his life because she was beautiful, and of course, the language of her possibly having slept with other men is mentioned in Genesis 26. There is this code, or should I say law, through the thread of Genesis thus far. Avoid marrying Canaanite women, Genesis 28. Quote, "So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him. Then he commanded him, 'Do not marry a Canaanite woman.'" End quote. Jacob falls in love with a beautiful girl named Rachel and gets tricked by her dad into sleeping with her older sister, Leah. These stories are really wild, Genesis 29. Now Jacob has two sister wives and some of their slaves as wives as well to produce offspring. Rachel was not able to have kids and took a magical mandrake plant as an aphrodisiac. Next thing you know, she's pregnant with Joseph, Genesis 30. Jacob's daughter Dinah was raped by Prince of Shechem, and he loved her, so their tribe made a pact to circumcise. But little did they know Dinah's brothers were planning to wipe them out, and so they did just that. Genesis 34. The next scene takes place with Judah in Genesis 38 and God killing 2 of his sons for not doing right in the eyes of God. Keep in mind, Genesis continues this theme with Joseph having to run from Potiphar's wife in Egypt. But let's take a closer look at the wild stuff in Genesis 38 with Judah, Judah's family, and Tamar's plan. At that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. He married her and made love to her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son who was named Er. She conceived again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kezib that she gave birth to him. Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Then Judah said to Onan, "Sleep with your brother's wife, and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise up offspring for your brother." But Onan knew that the child would not be his, so whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from providing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight. So the Lord put him to death also. Judah then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, "Live as a widow in your father's household until my son Shelah grows up." For he thought he may die too, just like his brothers. So Tamar went to live in her father's household. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnah, to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hira, the Abdullamite, went with him. When Tamar was told, "Your father-in-law is on his way to Timnah to shear his sheep," she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disguise herself, and then sat down at the entrance in Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah. For she saw that though Shelah had now grown up, she had not been given him as wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face, not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law. He went over to her by the roadside and said, "Come now, let me sleep with you." "And what will you give me to sleep with you?" she asked. "I'll send you a young goat from my flock," he said. "Will you give me something as a pledge until you send it?" she asked. He said, "What pledge should I give you?" "Your sill and its cord and the staff in your hand," she answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. After she left, she took off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend the Abdullamite in order to get his pledge back from the woman, but he did not find her. He asked the men who lived there, "Where is the shrine prostitute who was beside the road at Enaim?" "There hasn't been any shrine prostitute here," they said. So he went back to Judah and said, "I didn't find her." Besides, the men who lived there said, "There hasn't been any shrine prostitute here." Then Judah said, "Let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughing stock. After all, I did send her this young goat, but you didn't find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar is guilty of prostitution, and as a result, she is now pregnant." Judah said, "Bring her out and have her burned to death." As she was being brought out, she sent a message to her father-in-law. "I am pregnant by the man who owns these," she said. And she added, "See if you recognize whose sill and cord and staff these are." Judah recognized them and said, "She is more righteous than I, since I wouldn't give her to my son Shelah." And he did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there was twin boys in her womb. As she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand. So the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it on his wrist and said, "This one came out first." But when he drew back his hand, his brother came out, and she said, "So this is how you have broken out." And he was named Perez. Then his brother, who had the scarlet thread on his wrist, came out, and he was named Zerah, connecting the lustful dots inspired by Dr. Kip Davis. Dr. Kip Davis recorded a session on MythVision before about this strange chapter on Judah and his household, expressing that it is far too many parallels to David's stories. Our goal will be to show you there is a narrative connection between Genesis 38 and David. We won't be getting bogged down into the historicity so much or dating of the stories. Dr. Davis does think there may be a historical memory to the David saga and his household, though what we have may be polished or propagandistic. However, he is completely open to these narratives being completely ahistorical. Let's investigate the possible literary interdependence by matching parallels or contrasting elements to see if a pattern emerges. It's important to note that in Genesis 49, 8 through 12, we see hints that King David would rule as a descendant of Judah when Jacob prophesied over his sons. Connecting Judah and David is significant. The Davidic story also describes a struggle between the northern and southern kingdoms, which Judah, the south, just so happens to carry the name of this patriarch. We have shown that individuals often in Genesis represent nations or even tribes. Judah may ultimately represent the southern kingdom, and his story may have been penned by scribes from the southern kingdom as an etiological myth. The documentary hypothesis and other hypotheses describe northern stories or scribes from the north, which may be the Samaritans if one's thinking that these were written later, and southern Judahite scribes. It's important to note that Judah and Joseph are the only two sons of Jacob to get their own stories in Genesis. Remember in our last installment, we were making connections between Jacob and David. Well, we're going to be doing something like that here today as well. Judah got his firstborn heir a wife named Tamar, which was a child of a Canaanite, and we see another story later with David's son Amnon, who fell in love with his sister Tamar, eventually raping her, 2 Samuel 13, 1 through 33. The chapters before this one in 2 Samuel describe David killing Uriah the Hittite and taking Bathsheba for a wife, having a child which God would kill because of his father's sins. This chapter in 2 Samuel takes place with David's firstborn son, Amnon, and his sister, David's daughter, Tamar. Let's read this passage to grasp the context of the narrative. Amnon and Tamar. In the course of time, Amnon, son of David, fell in love with Tamar, the beautiful sister of Absalom, son of David. Amnon became so obsessed with his sister Tamar that he made himself ill. She was a virgin, and it seemed impossible for him to do anything to her. Now Amnon had an advisor named Jonadab, son of Shemaiah, David's brother. Jonadab was a very shrewd man. He asked Amnon, "Why do you, the king's son, look so skinny, haggard, morning after morning? Won't you tell me?" Amnon said to him, "I'm in love with Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister." "Go to bed and pretend to be ill," Jonadab said. "When your father comes to see you, say to him, 'I would like my sister Tamar to come and give me something to eat. Let her prepare the food in my sight, so I may watch her and then eat it from her hand.'" So Amnon laid down and pretended to be ill. When the king came to see him, Amnon said to him, "I would like my sister Tamar to come and make me some special bread in my sight, so I may eat from her hand." David sent word to Tamar at the palace, "Go to the house of your brother Amnon and prepare some food for him." So Tamar went to the house of her brother Amnon, who was laying down. She took some dough, kneaded it, and made the bread in his sight and baked it. Then she took the pan and served him the bread, but he refused to eat. "Send everyone out of here," Amnon said. So everyone left him. Then Amnon said to Tamar, "Bring the food here into my bedroom, so I may eat it from your hand." And Tamar took the bread she had prepared and brought it to her brother Amnon in his bedroom. But when she took it to him to eat, he grabbed her and said, "Come to bed with me, my sister." "No, my brother," she said to him. "Don't force me. Such a thing should not be done in Israel. Don't do this wicked thing. What about me? Where could I get rid of my disgrace? And what about you? You would be like one of the wicked fools in Israel. Please speak to the king. He will not keep me from being married to you." But he refused to listen to her, and since he was stronger than she, he raped her. Then Amnon hated her with intense hatred. In fact, he hated her more than he had loved her. Amnon said to her, "Get up and get out." "No," she said to him, "sending me away would be a greater wrong than what you have already done to me." But he refused to listen to her. He called his personal servant and said, "Get this woman out of my sight and bolt the door after her." So his servant put her out and bolted the door after her. She was wearing an ornate robe, coat of many colors, for this was the kind of garment of virgin daughters of the king wore. Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the ornate robe she was wearing. She put her hands on her head and went away, weeping aloud as she went. Her brother Absalom said to her, "Has that Amnon, your brother, been with you? Be quiet for now, my sister. He is your brother. Don't take this thing to heart." And Tamar lived in her brother Absalom's house, a desolate woman. When King David heard all this, he was furious, and Absalom never said a word to Amnon, either good or bad. He hated Amnon because he had disgraced his sister Tamar. A few verses later, Absalom kills Amnon 2 years after the scene. 2 Samuel 11 through 1 Kings 2, succession narrative. The sons of David making attempts to take over the throne of their father, having sex, is like marking your authority and territory. Sex is a sign of authority, of kingship. The story of Amnon is ultimately a theme of succession to the throne. Professor Don C. Benjamin makes this case. Dr. Kip Davis supposes that this narrative could be a critique of the Davidic and Solomon political kingship by writing this criticism of the story. If there was a historical David, and he rallied these groups into his rulership, these authors could very well be people who were pro-kingship, but their guy didn't get the job. Or these people were against the ruling of a king. Judges 9:6-15 seems to be a critique of kingship. Is the story of David's succession narratives being constructed during David and Solomon's lifetime, if one supposes they existed? If this is a southern Judahite story, then it's a critique of the house of David, which is against the institution. If this is a northern story, then this is a critique of the Davidic line and the critique of Hiram from Tyre, who furnished the resources to building the Solomon temple. This could be in line with the anti-Mesopotamian trope, because you have a guy from Tyre who furnished the resources for the temple. All the major craftsmen of this temple are from Tyre. In the narrative, we see Amnon being fed by his sister, which could be a euphemism for a sexual act. Sometimes the Hebrew Bible associates eating food with sex. We also notice a key Hebrew word mentioned in both 2 Samuel 13:8 and Genesis 37:3 with the coat of many colors worn by Tamar and Joseph. This Hebrew word pasim, I may be mispronouncing it, but you see it on the screen, is only used in these two places biblically, strengthening the connection between the Joseph and Judah narratives and David's succession narratives. One of the major points of the succession narrative is to eventually set up the throne for the youngest brother Solomon with King David. It appears the case may be similar with the Judah and Joseph narratives for setting up Joseph as the favored, though there is a nod to Judah in Genesis 49. These pieces of evidence may be evidence of a northern scribe or that northern traditions came down to the south in Judah. I highly recommend watching the stream with Dr. Davis on MythVision, which will be in the description of this video, as well as subscribe to his YouTube channel for further information. Dr. Davis, as well as Dr. Craig Y.S. Ho, both play a significant role in connecting these stories. Let it begin. In the audacious Game of Thrones of yore, Absalom wasn't one to play by the rules or care for niceties. This renegade prince, in a bold move to dethrone and humiliate his father, took liberties with 10 of David's concubines. You see, in those times, a king's harem wasn't just about romance. It was a symbol of his political clout and dominion. So by claiming the king's harem, one essentially claimed his crown. And here's the poetic irony. The very rooftop where David's scandal with Bathsheba unfolded became the stage for Absalom's audacious act of raping his father's 10 concubines. 2 Samuel 16:22. Check out these parallels in the Genesis 38 narrative and David's story. You have Judah equaling David, if you're comparing these narratives. Hiram equals Hiram. Bathsheba equals Bathsheba. equals the deceased firstborn son of David and Bathsheba, which God killed, just like he killed in Genesis 38. Onan equals Amnon. Shelah equals Solomon, who are the youngest sons. Shelah the youngest of Judah, Solomon the youngest of David, and Tamar equals Tamar. Judah and David's stories are like two sides of a coin, or perhaps a plot twist in a riveting drama series. For Judah, it's a tale of tragedy, first with the demise of his sons and Onan, followed by a spicy scandal with his daughter-in-law. David, on the other hand, flips the script. His steamy affair sets the stage, leading to the tragic end of his sons, Amnon and Absalom. It's like watching a movie in reverse. And just when you thought the parallels ended, enter Adonijah, who whose lustful misadventures and eventual downfall echo the schemes of these tales. Meanwhile, Judah's son Shelah dodges the tragic fate of his brothers, but only to serve the plot twist where Tamar seeks her revenge. So if you're ever in a biblical book club, here's a fun observation. Reading Judah's story is like rewinding David's, and vice versa. Problems in the family. The narratives of Judah and the David-Bathsheba affair, referenced in 2 Samuel 11, share striking parallels. Here's a breakdown. Both tales revolve around a forbidden romance that results in a child. Following these affairs, there's a distinct period of silence. For Judah, it's 3 months, while David's duration remains unspecified. It's evident that during this time, Judah wishes for the event's memory to fade, whereas David seeks to conceal his actions. Interestingly, when confronted with others' transgressions, both men exhibit strong moral outrage. Judah proclaims, "Take her out and let her be burned," while David declares, "The man who has done this deserves to die," as per 2 Samuel 12:5. An intriguing similarity is the names of their wives, Bathshua and Bathsheba. Additionally, it's noteworthy that neither woman was originally an Israelite, sending words to Judah. David. In both Genesis 38:25 and 2 Samuel 11:5, there's a compelling similarity in how the news of pregnancy is conveyed. Genesis 38:25, the message is sent to the father-in-law, stating, "By the man whom these things belong, I am with child." 2 Samuel 11:5, Bathsheba sends a message to David, simply stating, "I am with child." This parallelism has previously been highlighted as pregnancy narratives, emphasizing that such stories typically revolve around the birth of significant children. What makes this parallel particularly intriguing is its rarity. The act of sending a message to announce a pregnancy, coupled with the phrase, "I am with child," is exclusive to these two narratives in the entire Hebrew Bible. This presents a remarkable thematic and linguistic symmetry, further exemplified by the mirrored phrasing, lustful men, seductive women. The narratives of Judah and Tamar and David and Bathsheba both pivot on the theme of female-initiated seduction. Intriguingly, both women are of foreign origin. Tamar adopts the guise of a shrine prostitute, while Bathsheba opts for a more audacious display of nudity. Bathsheba's role is more complex than a cursory reading might suggest. Some scholars think Bathsheba willingly took the risk of being observed bathing on the rooftop, but Dr. Kip Davis thinks Bathsheba would have no ultimate say in this matter against the lustful king, if this is a reality. It's noteworthy that both Judah and David are portrayed in moments of ethical vulnerability as they embark on these affairs. Furthermore, each woman plays a pivotal role in the lineage of their respective families. Domestic displacement, from father's house to brother's house. In Genesis 38:11, we observe Tamar retreating to her father's house, while in 2 Samuel 13:20, another Tamar, same name, finds refuge in her brother Absalom's house. After a traumatic event, this juxtaposition has intrigued scholars who discern it as a manifestation of the reoccurring motif, a foreign woman entwined with death. In the narrative involving Judah's daughter-in-law, Tamar is directed to her father's abode following the demise of Onan, who shirks his duty to her after Er's death. Conversely, David's daughter Tamar is compelled to abandon her paternal home due to a grievous violation by her half-brother. The parallels, both thematic and linguistic, are palpable. Name association. Both aggrieved parties share the name Tamar. Sexual transgressions. Each Tamar faces a sexual affront by a male relative. One is neglected, the other violated. Domestic dislocation. Both women are necessitated to relocate from their usual residences to another familial home. Vindication at a festival. Intriguingly, both narratives converge at a sheep shearing festival where vindication unfolds. This quadruple alignment is not merely coincidental, but serves as a unique and profound exploration of familial dynamics and gendered transgressions in biblical texts. Evil in the sight of Yahweh. Genesis 38, 7, 10. 2 Samuel 12, 9. This very unique literary situation appears in both accounts, from widow's garment to a torn robe. In one ancient story, Tamar switches out of her widow's outfit to confront Judah, signaling she's ready to stand up for herself. In another tale, Absalom's sister, also named Tamar, tears her special robe after a tragic event with Amnon. This robe was a symbol of her purity, and tearing it showed the world her pain. Interestingly, while Judah's daughter-in-law acts quickly after her wardrobe change, Absalom takes 2 years to respond to his sister's ordeal. Yet, in the story, Tamar's act of tearing her robe and what follows happen in quick succession, emphasizing the urgency of her situation. In both stories, a change in clothing isn't just about fashion. It's a powerful statement about their life-changing moments. Sheep shearing festivals, a tale of 2 Tamars. Here's something interesting. Both stories of Tamar, from different parts of the ancient texts, have a unique twist. Each Tamar gets her moment of justice during a sheep shearing festival. Now, what's fascinating is that there's no other story in the Hebrew Bible where a woman who's been wronged in such a way gets her justice during this kind of event. This isn't just a random similarity. It's so specific that it makes you wonder if the writer of one story might have known about the other. It's like finding 2 different books with a super unique plot twist and thinking, did one author get inspired by the other? And of course, I think it's clear that one is looking at the other. Obsessed with sex. In Genesis 38:18, the narrative describes an intimate encounter resulting in Tamar conceiving Perez and Zerah. Notably, Perez becomes a forebear of David. Similarly, in 2 Samuel 12:24, David's union with Bathsheba leads to the birth of Solomon, who succeeds David. This presents a symmetrical lineage. Perez leads to David, and David leads to Solomon. The narrative of Genesis 38, despite its brevity, employs a specific phrasal verb related to sexual activity 6 times. While such repetition might seem superfluous, it underscores a thematic emphasis. The story of Judah revolves around unconventional sexual relations and their ramifications. Intriguingly, the Davidic narrative also employs analogous phrasal verbs, further highlighting the thematic parallels between the 2 accounts. Widow's garments to mourning attire. In the narratives under consideration, deception emerges as a central motif. Both principal characters, Judah and David, find themselves deceived. Judah by Tamar and David by the astute woman of Tekoa, acting under Joab's guidance. A pivotal element in these acts of deception is the transformation of attire. For both Tamar and the woman of Tekoa, clothing isn't merely functional but instrumental, serving as a critical prop in their orchestrated performances. Sexual restraint and lessons learned. Upon recognizing Tamar's true identity, Judah ceases his intimate relationship with her. David's situation, however, is more nuanced. It remains uncertain whether age has diminished his sexual vigor, as seen with Abishag, or if the tumultuous events of his life and the perils of illicit affairs have made him more circumspect in his later years. His attendants, perhaps with well-meaning intentions, propose that the company of a young maiden might rejuvenate him. Yet the narrative subtly distinguishes between capability and choice. It doesn't state that David couldn't engage with Abishag, but rather that he chose not to. In this light, Abishag emerges as a Bathsheba redux, but with David now embodying wisdom and restraint. Both narratives underscore a transformative journey for the protagonist, with the sexual connotation of to know serving as a poignant linguistic parallel in both accounts. Perez and Solomon, ancestral echoes and unexpected legacies. Drawing parallels between Perez and Solomon offers a study in unexpected lineages. Perez emerges as an unforeseen descendant of Judah, especially from the patriarch's perspective. Notably, none of Judah's 3 sons directly linked to David's lineage. In a parallel vein, Solomon's ascension to the throne is equally unanticipated. Despite being younger than his brothers, Amnon, Absalom, and Adonijah, who theoretically held stronger claims to the throne. Solomon emerges as David's successor. Each of these elder siblings meets untimely demises, preventing their potential reigns. This triad of thwarted heirs in David's lineage mirrors the trio of Judah's unsuccessful sons. Perez and Solomon then serve as narrative counterparts. Both are born to astute and resolute mothers, and both emerge as unexpected torchbearers of their respective lineages. While Solomon's eventual succession resolves the lingering question of Davidic succession, Perez's birth in the succinct narrative of Genesis 38 similarly quells uncertainties surrounding the continuation of Judah's line. There are identical names, thematic similarities, genealogical connections, and verbal phrases unique to these two sections of the biblical narrative exclusively. The conclusion we should draw is that Genesis 38 is fiction based off of the David narrative. We are not interested in this video into diving in whether or not David's narrative is historical or not. But for all of our purposes today, it's obvious the Genesis narrative is imitating David's succession story, fiction or history. We have a really good hunch of Genesis 38 being a fiction based off of David's story. For those who are desperate in assuming both stories are historical, see Dr. Craig Wyas Ho's paper, The Stories of the Family Troubles of Judah and David, a study of their literary links. However, if the Judah story and the David story were originally two independent traditions, there are just too many coincidences to be explained away. To put it differently, the story of Judah and Tamar very probably has no prior traditio historical existence before being written. It was derived from the David story. This conclusion, whether we want to draw it or not, and however radical it may be, is inescapable. What if the Genesis story is a fiction which highlights both the David story and potentially reflects other historical ideas found in Herodotus? Would this pique your interest? Some of these elements I'm going to bring up do not have literary parallels as far as I can see to the David succession narrative. I will be using Dr. Philip Wagenbaum's examples from Herodotus in his book Argonauts of the Desert. Genesis 38 provides a detailed account of Judah's lineage. Judah fathers 3 sons with a Canaanite woman, Er, Onan, and Shelah. Er's marriage to Tamar is short-lived due to his untimely death. Following the Levirate law referenced in Genesis 38:8 and Deuteronomy 25:5-10, Onan is instructed to wed Tamar. However, Onan, reluctant to father children with Tamar, practices coitus interruptus, leading to divine retribution and his death. Seeking to protect his remaining son, Judah hesitates to arrange another marriage with Tamar. In a twist, Tamar disguises herself as a prostitute and seduces Judah. This union results in her pregnancy. As evidence of Judah's paternity, she secures his signet, cord, and staff. Remember these. Genesis 38:18. It's worth noting that such a relationship between a father-in-law and daughter-in-law is forbidden as per Leviticus 18:15. In a broader cultural context, Herodotus posts the Tower of Babylon account sheds light on Babylonian customs, including ritual prostitution practices and the traditional attire of Babylonian men. These elements are completely absent from the David story, which Genesis 38 is modeled after. Their boats, then, are like that, and they wear clothing like this, a linen tunic that reaches the foot, then over it another tunic of wool one puts on. A small white cloak wraps around and wears native sandals, pretty near to the Boeotian slippers. Moreover, since they grow their hair long, they bind up their heads with turbans, and they're anointed over their whole body. Each has a signet ring and a handmade staff, and on top of each staff is fashioned either an apple or a rose or a lily or an eagle or something else, because their law is not to have a staff without a device. Quite the most shameful of the Babylonians' laws is this: every native woman must sit in the shrine of Aphrodite once in her life and have intercourse with a foreign man. Many thinking unbefitting themselves to be mixed with all others, inasmuch as they are high-minded because of wealth, on chariots and covered carriages, drive to the shrine and stand, and a large retinue follows them behind, while the greater number act this way. In Aphrodite's precinct, many women sit down with a wreath of string around their heads. Some go forward and some go back, and straight as a line, ways that go through to the women extend every direction along the roads, through which the foreigners go and make their selection. Whenever a woman sits there, she departs to her house, not before one of the foreigners should throw silver onto her knees and have intercourse with her outside the shrine. And with this, throwing it on her, he has to say this much: I invoke over you the goddess Mylitta. The Assyrians call Aphrodite Mylitta. Herodotus 1, 195-199. In the concluding sections of Histories, Herodotus narrates an episode where Xerxes becomes entangled in a romantic liaison with his daughter-in-law. Their clandestine affairs unveiled when she is found in possession of an item that unmistakably belongs to Xerxes. That time indeed, while he was in Sardis, he was in love with a woman of Maciestes, and that while she was there, so when in respect to him, while he kept sending messages forth, she had the power not to be worked on utterly, and he would not bring violence forth out of respect for his brother Maciestes. And the same thing was holding for his woman also, for she well knew that she would not obtain violence thereupon. Indeed, Xerxes, keeping himself from all else, was bringing about that following marriage for his son Darius, of the daughter of that woman and Maciestes, because he thought that he would take hold of her more if he did that. So having betrothed and performed the deeds that were used according to law, he was driving off to Susa. Then, when he had come thither and brought for himself into his own place for Darius, thus indeed, as he seized for himself from the woman of Maciestes, so he, after having changed himself, was in love and obtaining the woman of Darius, Maciestes' daughter, and that woman's name was Artanate. So time going forth, it became thoroughly known by inquiry in a manner like this: Amystrius, Xerxes' woman, completely wove a robe, large and embroidered, as well as worth beholding, and gave it to Xerxes. And he, having taken pleasure in it, cast it around himself and went to Artanate's side. Then, having taken pleasure in that one, also he bade her ask for whatever she wanted to become hers in return for services rendered to him, for she would obtain, if she asked. So, because for it had to come out badly for her, with her whole house thereupon, she said to Xerxes, "Will you give me whatever I ask from you?" And he, thinking that she would ask for herself anything rather, promised and swore. Then she, when he had sworn without fear, asked for the robe, and Xerxes was coming to be of every kind, because he wanted not to make the gift in accordance with nothing else, but out of fear of Amystrius, lest by her, who even previously was guessing what was being done, to be found out to be doing thus. And rather he was offering cities and abundant gold, as well as an army, which no one was to rule other than that one, and the armies a very Persian gift. Yet since he could not produce persuasion, he gave the robe, and she, who was greatly rejoicing at the gift, was wearing and glorifying in it. Herodotus 9, 108-10. According to Dr. Philip Wagenbaum, in these narratives, there's a reoccurring motif. A father selects a bride for his son, but ends up having an affair with her. The relationship is later exposed when she presents an item belonging to the man. In Genesis, Judah's signet and staff take the place of Xerxes' robe. As mentioned in Herodotus' account of Babylonian traditions, it appears the biblical author blended elements from both the Babylonian ritual prostitution tale and the story of Xerxes' infatuation with his daughter-in-law. Whether this account was drawn from Herodotus or is just a common motif from Babylonian tradition that found its way into the biblical stories in Genesis, I'm not certain. But I find this source very interesting to ponder. Ancient Near Eastern conclusion. The story of Judah and Tamar is a particularly intriguing episode in the book of Genesis 38. In this narrative, Tamar, the widow of two of Judah's sons, disguises herself as a prostitute to seduce Judah. her father-in-law, in order to ensure her lineage after her husband died without leaving her any children. There are several mythical and cultural antecedents and parallels that might have influenced or share similarities with this narrative. Sacred prostitution. In some ancient Near Eastern cultures, there was a practice of sacred prostitution associated with fertility cults. While the Bible does not depict Tamar's actions as a religious rite, the themes of fertility and lineage are central to the story. Levirate marriage. As mentioned earlier, the practice of levirate marriage, where a man was expected to marry his deceased brother's widows if the brother died without offspring, was prevalent in several ancient cultures. The story of Judah and Tamar can be seen as a critique or exploration of this practice, especially when the expected social norms are not followed. Disguise and deception. Themes of disguise and deception are common in ancient myths. For instance, in Mesopotamian myths, the goddess Ishtar descends to the underworld by disguising herself. Similarly, in Greek mythology, Zeus often took on different forms to approach mortals. Tamar's use of disguise to achieve her ends echoes such themes. Justice and retribution. The story can also be seen in light of ancient themes of justice and retribution. Tamar is vindicated when Judah acknowledges his wrongdoing, and this theme of the marginalized securing justice is recurrent in many ancient myths. Ancestor narratives. In various cultures, stories about the ancestors of a tribe or nation often contain elements of intrigue, conflict, and resolution, which serve to explain the origins and characteristics of that group. The story of Judah and Tamar, which culminates in the birth of Perez, an ancestor of King David, and according to the New Testament, Jesus Christ, fits this mold. Divine intervention and fate. While not overtly stated, there's an underlying theme in the story that suggests a larger divine plan or fate at work. This is a common motif in ancient myths, where gods or fate intervene in human affairs to ensure a particular outcome. Dream on. In conclusion, we see clearly how the author of Genesis was imitating the David succession narrative, and some might even posit the author is the same. This evidence suggests fiction for the Genesis 38 narrative. But if there is any historical realities mentioned, could it be that Herodotus plays a significant role in giving the details of Babylonian prostitutes with that wild Xerxes story? Next up is Joseph the Dreamer, and one who wore the coat of many colors. We will try to unravel his mythical antecedents from the ancient world. Please subscribe, like, comment, and join our family by becoming a patron of MythVision and a YouTube member. Until next time, we are MythVision. Inanna and Dumuzi. How Dumuzi became the dying and rising god. Greetings, viewers. Today we'll be exploring some ancient Sumerian myths centering around two important deities, the goddess Inanna and the god Dumuzi. These stories date back over 4,000 years to ancient Mesopotamia, but they contain timeless themes that still resonate today. The main myth we'll be looking at is called Inanna's Descent to the Netherworld. This epic tale depicts Inanna's journey to the underworld and how it led to the death and rebirth of her husband, Dumuzi. We'll also touch on two other myths, Dumuzi and Geshtiana, and Dumuzi's Dream, which further detail how Dumuzi was captured by demons and brought to the Netherworld. These stories illuminate the Sumerian worldview and provide insight into their mythology and religious beliefs. The changing seasons, agriculture, love, death, loyalty, dreams, all play integral roles. We'll discuss the major themes and symbolism at work in these myths and what they reveal about the Mesopotamian culture. Inanna stands out as a rare example of a powerful goddess figure in ancient mythology. The love between Inanna and Dumuzi provides a more human, relatable side to the deities. and Dumuzi's eventual death and resurrection foreshadows later dying and rising god archetypes who profoundly influenced many cultures. I hope this overview provides useful context for the analysis of the myths themselves. Let's dive into the incredible world of Inanna, Dumuzi, and ancient Sumer. Please subscribe and stay tuned for more mythological explorations. Inanna's descent to the netherworld.
From the great heaven, Inanna set her mind to the great below. My mistress abandoned heaven, abandoned earth, and descended to the netherworld.
In ancient Sumerian mythology, Inanna stands out as a powerful, sexual, warlike goddess. Several stories describe her descent to the netherworld and how it ultimately affected her husband, the shepherd, Dumuzi. In one of the most famous myths about Inanna, she travels to the other side, descending into the depths of the netherworld. We will join the goddess as she journeys to the land of no return and find out if she is able to make it back alive. As with many Sumerian myths, Inanna's descent to the netherworld goes all the way back to around 2000 BCE and contains over 400 lines of texts. Cuneiform tablets that contain the story have been found in different Sumerian cities, including the famous cities of and Nippur. The story opens with Inanna setting her mind to go down to the netherworld. Although she has many cities and temples under her care, she abandons them all and prepares to make her way to the land of no return.
She took the 7 divine powers. She collected the divine powers and grasped them in her hand. With the good divine powers, she went on her way.
Her minister, Ninshubur, began the journey with her, but was quickly sent on an important mission.
On this day, I will descend to the underworld. When I have arrived in the underworld, make a lament for me on the ruined mounds. Beat the drum for me in the sanctuary. Make the rounds of the houses of the gods for me.
Inanna instructs Ninshubur to perform mourning rituals for the goddess, just as one would do for the dead. They are then to go and petition the various gods on Inanna's behalf.
Like a pauper, clothe yourself in a single garment and all alone set your foot in the Acre, the house of Enlil. When you have entered the Acre, the house of Enlil, lament before Enlil. Father Enlil, don't let anyone kill your daughter in the underworld. Don't let your precious metal be alloyed there with the dirt of the underworld. Don't let your precious lapis lazuli be split there with the mason's stone. Don't let your boxwood be chopped up there with the carpenter's wood. Don't let young Lady Inanna be killed in the underworld.
But perhaps the god Enlil would not respond. If Ninshubur's pleas were ignored, they were to travel to the temple of the god Nanna in the city of and plead Inanna's case. If Nanna would not respond, Ninshubur was to travel to Eridu and see Enki and beg for help. It seems that Inanna knows that neither Enlil nor Nanna will respond, as she tells Ninshubur,
Father Enki, the Lord of great wisdom, knows about the life-giving plant and the life-giving water. He is the one who will restore me to life.
Plant and water of life? Sound familiar? Having instructed her minister, Inanna ventures to the netherworld, to the gates of the palace Ganzer.
Open up, doorman, open up. Open up, Nettie, open up. I am all alone, and I want to come in.
Nettie, confused by Inanna's arrival, asks why she has made this journey.
Because Lord Gudgalana, the husband of my elder sister, Holy Ereshkigal, has died. In order to have his funeral rites observed, she offers generous libations at his wake. That is the reason.
Unsure of what to do, Nettie, the doorkeeper of the netherworld, goes to Ereshkigal, the queen of the netherworld, to ask what should be done.
My mistress, there is a lone girl outside. It is Inanna, your sister, and she has arrived at the palace Ganzer. She pushed aggressively on the door of the underworld. She shouted aggressively at the gate of the underworld. She has abandoned Eanna and has descended to the underworld.
Ereshkigal instructs Nettie to allow Inanna to enter, but to disarm her of her powers as she enters the netherworld.
Nettie, the chief doorman of the underworld, paid attention to the instructions of his mistress. He bolted the 7 gates of the underworld. Then he opened each of the doors of the palace Ganza separately. He said to holy Inanna, "Come on, Inanna, and enter."
As she passes through each gate, however, she is required to remove an article of clothing as part of the rites of the underworld.
After she had crouched down and had her clothes removed, they were carried away. Then she made her sister Ereshkigal rise from her throne, and instead she sat on her throne. The Inanna, the 7 judges, rendered their decision against her. They looked at her. It was the look of death. They spoke to her. It was the speech of anger. They shouted at her. It was the shout of heavy guilt. The afflicted woman was turned into a corpse, and the corpse was hung on a hook.
That's right. Inanna was killed for her actions, but it appears, as we saw earlier, that Inanna knew that she was likely to die in her journey to the netherworld. Her body was hung on a hook.
After 3 days and 3 nights had passed, her minister Ninshubur carried out the instructions of her mistress.
After 3 days and nights, Ninshubur sprang into action. They brought the message to Enlil, then to Nana, and finally to Enki.
Father Enki answered Ninshubur, "What has my daughter done? She has me worried. What has Inanna done? She has me worried." He removed some dirt from the tip of his fingernail and created the Kugara. He removed some dirt from the tip of his other fingernail and created the Galatora. To the Kugara, he gave the life-giving plant. To the Galatora, he gave the life-giving water.
Enki then instructs his 2 creations, the Kugara and the Galatura, to go and rescue Inanna.
Flit past the door like flies, slip through the door like phantoms. The mother who gave birth, Ereshkigal, on account of her children, is lying there. When she says, "Oh, my heart," you are troubled, our mistress, oh, your heart. When she says, "Oh, my body," you are to say, "You are troubled, our mistress, oh, your body." She will then ask, "Who are you? If you are gods, let me talk with you. If you are mortals, may a destiny be decreed for you."
As we saw in the myth about Adapa and the South Wind, Enki again warns his creations against accepting food and drink gifts.
They will offer you a river full of water. Don't accept it. They will offer you a field with its grain. Don't accept it. But say to her, "Whether it is that of our king, whether it is that of our queen, give it to us." She will give you the corpse hanging on the hook. One of you sprinkle on it the life-giving plant, and the other the life-giving water. Thus let Inanna arise.
The 2 creatures precisely obey Enki's instructions and apply the plant and water of life.
And thus Inanna arose.
Having been brought back to life, Inanna attempted to flee the netherworld.
But as Inanna was about to descend from the underworld, the Inanna seized her. Who has ever ascended from the underworld has ascended unscathed from the underworld. If Inanna is to ascend from the underworld, let her provide a substitute for herself.
Inanna could not simply leave the land of no return. She could only depart if she provided someone to remain in her place. Inanna is then escorted out of the netherworld under close guard by demons.
Those who accompanied her, those who accompanied Inanna, know no food, know no drink, eat no flour offering, and drink no libation. They accept no pleasant gifts. They never enjoy the pleasures of the marital embrace, never any sweet children to kiss. They tear away the wife from a man's embrace. They snatch the son from a man's knee. They make the bride leave the house of her father-in-law.
Holy Inanna first approaches her faithful minister Ninshubur, who throws herself on the ground in front of Inanna.
She had sat in the dust and clothed herself in a filthy garment.
While dead, Ninshubur had mourned her mistress and had done everything to bring her back. The demons suggest that Inanna continue on to her city and allow them to take Ninshubur back in Inanna's place.
Holy Inanna answered the demons, "This is my minister of fair words, my escort of trustworthy words. She did not forget my instructions. She did not neglect the orders I gave her. She made a lament for me on the ruined mounds. She beat the drum for me in the sanctuaries. She made the rounds of the gods' houses for me. She lacerated her eyes for me, lacerated her nose for me. In private, she lacerated her buttocks for me. Like a pauper, she clothed herself in a single garment. She brought me back to life. How could I turn her over to you? Let us go on.
Because of her faithfulness and her mourning, Inanna refuses to provide Ninshubur as a substitute and presses on to the city of Umma. There they approach the god Shara.
Shara, in his own city, threw himself at her feet. He had sat in the dust and dressed himself in a filthy garment.
The demons suggest Shara to be her substitute, but Inanna refuses, as Shara had mourned for her. They move on to the city of Bad Tibira, where Lulaw does the same and is spared as well. They finally reach Inanna's city, where she sees her husband, the shepherd, Dumuzi.
There was Dumuzi, clothed in a magnificent garment and seated magnificently on a throne.
Oops, he was not mourning the loss of the goddess, and it cost him.
She looked at him. It was the look of death. She spoke to him. It was the speech of anger. She shouted at him. It was the shout of heavy guilt. How much longer? Take him away. Holy Inanna gave Dumuzi the shepherd into their hands.
Dumuzi cries out to the sun god Utu, who aids him in his escape, but only temporarily. Dumuzi is ultimately caught by the demons and taken to the netherworld. Inanna wails for her husband, but it is of little use. Dumuzi's sister, Geshtiana, ultimately acts as a partial substitute for her brother.
You, Dumuzi, for half the year, and your sister for half the year. When you are demanded, on that day you will stay. When your sister is demanded, on that day you will be released.
As the story closes, we see that Dumuzi is condemned to be a substitute for Inanna, remaining in the netherworld for half of the year, while his sister, Geshtiana, is to remain for the other half of the year. However, the process by which Dumuzi was brought to the land of no return is only briefly described in Inanna's descent. Another myth, known as Dumuzi and Geshtiana, describes in greater detail the journey that Dumuzi himself took to the netherworld. Dumuzi and Geshtiana. The story opens with a conversation being held by two demons.
Come on, let's go to the lap of Holy Inanna.
They capture her and attempt to bring her to the netherworld. However, Inanna gives them Dumuzi as her substitute.
As for the lad, we will put his feet in footstocks. As for the lad, we will put his hands in handstocks. We will put his neck in neckstocks.
They tie his hands and pull his clothing over his head. As in the end of the previous story, Dumuzi cries out to Utu for help.
Oh Utu, I am your friend. I am a youth. Do you recognize me? Your sister, whom I married, descended to the underworld. Because she descended to the underworld, it was me that she was to hand over to the underworld as a substitute. O Utu, you are a just judge. Don't disappoint me. Change my hands, alter my appearance, so that I might escape the clutches of my demons. Don't let them seize me. Like a Sankal snake that slithers across the meadows and mountains, let me escape alive to the dwelling of my sister Geshtinana.
The sun god Utu hears his prayer.
He changed his hands. He altered his appearance.
Dumuzi escapes the grasp of the demons and makes it to his sister's house. Seeing her brother, she cries out in lament.
Oh my brother, lad who has not fulfilled those days. Oh my brother, shepherd Ama Ushungalana, lad who has not fulfilled those days and years. Oh my brother, lad who has no wife, who has no children. Oh my brother, lad who has no friend, who has no companion. Oh my brother, the lad who is not a comfort to his mother.
Meanwhile, the demons have been searching everywhere for Dumuzi. Eventually, they surmise that they might be able to deduce where Dumuzi is hiding.
The small demons say to the big demons, demons have no mother. They have no father or mother, sister or brother, wife or children. When we're established on heaven and earth, you demons were there at a man's side like a reed enclosure. Demons are never kind. They do not know good from evil. Who has ever seen a man without a family, all alone, escape with his life? We shall go neither to the dwelling of his friends nor to the dwelling of his in-laws. Rather, for the shepherd, let us go to the dwelling of Geshtinana.
The demons realize that Dumuzi will naturally seek out his sister. Rather than going to his friends or in-laws, they quickly make their way to the home of Geshtiana. and demand that she reveal where she is hiding him.
"Show us where your brother is," they said to her, but she spoke not a word to them. They scratched her face, but she spoke not a word to them. They poured tar in her lap, but she spoke not a word to them. So they could not find Dumuzi at the house of Inanna.
Undeterred, the demons realized that Dumuzi would likely go back to the place where he is most comfortable.
The small demons said to the big demons, "Come on, let's go to the holy sheepfold." There at the holy sheepfold, they caught Dumuzi.
They showed him no mercy.
The axe was wielded against the lad who had no family. They sharpened their daggers. They smashed his hut.
As Dumuzi was taken away, his sister wailed for her brother, wandering around mourning his loss. Dumuzi's dream. The final Sumerian story that describes the capture of Dumuzi and his descent into the netherworld is Dumuzi's dream. The story opens with Dumuzi roaming the countryside, sobbing uncontrollably.
"Grieve, grieve, O countryside, grieve. O countryside, grieve. O marshes, cry out. O crabs of the river, grieve. O frogs of the river, cry out. My mother will call to me. My mother, my tutor, will call to me. My mother will call to me for 5 things. My mother will call to me for 10 things. If she does not know the day when I am dead, you, O countryside, can inform my mother who bore me. Like my little sister, may you weep for me."
As was common during this time, people would receive information about the future from the gods through dreams. Dumuzi was no exception.
When in ancient times the shepherd lay down, he lay down to a dream. He woke up, it was a dream. He shivered, it was sleep. He rubbed his eyes, he was terrified.
He called for his sister, Inanna, to come and interpret the dream for him. When she arrived, Dumuzi recounted in great detail the terrifying dream that he had dreamt.
"A dream, my sister, a dream. In my dream, rushes were rising up for me. Rushes kept growing for me. A single reed was shaking its head at me. Twin reeds, one was being separated from me. Tall trees in the forest were rising up together over me. Water was poured over my holy coals for me. The cover of my holy churn was removed. My holy drinking cup was torn down from the peg where it hung. My shepherd's stick disappeared from me. An owl took a lamb from the sheep house. A falcon caught a sparrow on the reed fence. My male goats were dragging their dark beards in the dust for me. My rams were scratching the earth with their thick legs for me. The churns were lying on their sides. No milk was being poured. The drinking cups were lying on their sides. Dumuzi was dead. The sheepfold was haunted."
Let's break down this dream so that we can have a good understanding of the images that Dumuzi is describing. 1. He sees rushes growing, quote, for him. 2. A single reed shaking its head at him. 3. Twin reeds being separated from one another. 4. Tall trees rising up over him. 5. Water being poured out on his coals. 6. The cover of his butter churn being removed. 7. His drinking cup pulled off of the peg in the wall where it normally was hung. 8. His shepherd's stick gone missing. 9. An owl taking a lamb from the sheepfold. 10. A falcon catching a sparrow on the reed fence. 11. Male goats dragging their beards in the dust. 12. Rams scratching the ground. 13. His butter churns lying on their sides with no milk in them. 14. The drinking cups empty on their sides. 15. Dumuzi dead. 16. His sheepfold empty. As you can imagine, none of this bodes well for Dumuzi. Inanna interprets the dream for him.
"My brother, your dream is not favorable. Don't tell me any more of it. Dumuzi, your dream is not favorable. Don't tell me any more of it. The rushes rising up for you, which kept growing for you, are bandits rising against you from their ambush. The single reed shaking its head at you is your mother who bore you, shaking her head for you. The twin reeds of which one was being separated from you is you and I. One will be separated from you. The tall trees in the forest rising up together over you are the evil men catching you within the walls. That water was poured over your holy coals means the sheepfold will become a house of silence. That the cover of your holy churn was removed for you means the evil man will bring it inside in his hands. Your holy drinking cup, torn down from the peg where it hung, is you falling off the lap of the mother who bore you. That your shepherd's stick disappeared from you means the demons will set fire to it. The owl taking a lamb from the sheep house is the evil man who will hit you on the cheek. The falcon catching a sparrow on the reed fence is the big demon coming down from the sheep house. That the churns were lying on their sides, no milk was being poured, the drinking cups were lying on their sides. That Dumuzi was dead and the sheepfold was haunted means your hands will be bound in handcuffs, your arms will be bound in fetters. That your male goats were dragging their dark beards in the dust for you means that my hair will whirl around in the air like a hurricane for you. That your rams were scratching the earth with their thick legs for you means that I shall lacerate my cheeks with my fingernails for you, as if with a boxwood needle.
It was absolutely an ominous dream. Dumuzi's sacred place, the sheepfold, where he cared for his flock and churned butter and provided milk, was to be deserted. Dumuzi was going to be bound and taken to the netherworld by the demons that were going to rise up against him. As soon as Geshtiana finished relaying the bad news, Dumuzi begs her to go up to a high spot and do two things for him. First, he wants her to mourn for him.
Sister, when you go up onto the mound, do not go up onto the mound like an ordinary person, but lacerate your heart and your liver, lacerate your clothes and your crotch, sister, and then go up onto the mound.
Second, he instructs her to be a lookout for him, as he knew the demons were coming for him.
Amma Geshtinana went up onto the mound and looked around. Geshtinana craned her neck. Her girlfriend Geshtindudu advised her. The big men who bind the neck are already coming for him. They are coming for him.
Geshtiana warns her brother.
My brother, your demons are coming for you. Duck down your head in the grass.
Dumuzi runs to hide in the grass and begs his sister not to reveal his hiding place to the demons. He then turns to his friend and similarly begs them not to tell the demons where he is. Both agree to keep the secret.
Those who come for the king are a motley crew, who know not food, who know not drink, who eat no sprinkled flour, who drink no poured water, who accept no pleasant gifts, who do not enjoy a wife's embraces, who never kiss dear little children, who never chew sharp-tasting garlic, who eat no fish, who eat no leeks.
The demons then arrive and demand to know where Dumuzi is hiding. They first interrogate his sister.
They caught Geshtinana at the sheepfold and cowpen. They offered her a river of water, but she wouldn't accept it. They offered her a field of grain, but she wouldn't accept it.
As in the other stories, Geshtiana wasn't going to turn on her brother. Realizing this, the demons then turn to the friend.
Who, since the most ancient times, has ever known a sister to reveal her brother's whereabouts? Come, let us go to his friend. Then they offered his friend a river of water, and he accepted it. They offered him a field of grain, and he accepted it. My friend ducked down his head in the grass, because I don't know his whereabouts.
Dumuzi had been betrayed.
They caught Dumuzi in the ditches of Arali. Dumuzi began to weep and was tear-stricken. In the city my sister saved my life, but my friend caused my death. His hands were bound in handcuffs, his arms were bound in fetters. The lad raised his hands heavenward to Utu. Utu, you are my brother-in-law. I am your sister's husband. I am he who carries food to Ayana. I am he who brought the wedding gifts to Uruk. I am he who kisses the holy lips. I am he who dances on the holy knees, the knees of Inanna. Please change my hands into gazelle hands. Change my feet into gazelle feet, so I can evade my demons.
Utu answers his prayer, changing Dumuzi, and he is able to escape. After chasing and catching him again, Utu aids his escape once more. Dumuzi then flees to the home of old woman Belili.
Old woman, I am not just a man. I am the husband of a goddess. Would you pour water, please, so I can drink water? Would you sprinkle flour, please, so I can eat flour?
She feeds Dumuzi and leaves the house where the demons spot her. Her fear tips them off that she knows where Dumuzi is hiding, and they again capture him in Belili's house. Once again, Utu aids his escape, and he makes it to his sister's sheepfold.
When the first demon entered the sheepfold and cowpen, he set fire to the bolt. When the second entered the sheepfold and cowpen, he set fire to the shepherd's stick. When the third entered the sheepfold and cowpen, he removed the cover of the holy churn. When the fourth entered the sheepfold and cowpen, he tore down the drinking cup from the peg where it hung. When the fifth entered the sheepfold and cowpen, the churns lay on their sides. No milk was poured. The drinking cups lay on their sides. Dumuzi was dead. The sheepfold haunted.
The demons had accomplished their mission, bringing to pass all that Dumuzi had dreamed. And that wraps up our look at the pivotal Sumerian myths of Inanna and Dumuzi. These stories give us a fascinating glimpse into the beliefs and perspectives of the ancient Sumerians. Inanna's journey to the underworld shows her power and cunning as she cleverly maneuvers to return from the land of the dead. The tragic tale of Dumuzi reveals a more human side to the gods, centered around love, loss, and loyalty, and Dumuzi's eventual rebirth prefigures later dying and rising deity cults. The themes and symbolism in these myths would go on to influence cultures across the Middle East and Mediterranean for millennia. We see echoes of Inanna and Dumuzi in the later myths of Ishtar and Tammuz, Aphrodite and Adonis, Cybele and Attis. The archetypes of the fertile goddess and her doomed consort appear again and again. I hope this overview has provided insights into these seminal tales and the rich mythology of ancient Sumer. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see more analysis of ancient myths and legends from around the world. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more explorations of mythology and religion. Thanks so much for watching, and never forget, we are MythVision. The myth of Moses. In the vast landscapes of ancient Egypt, where pyramids kissed the sky and the Nile River flowed with life, a tale began that would shape the destiny of a nation and influence three of the world's major religions. Amid political tension, the reigning pharaoh felt threatened by the ever-growing population of the Israelites. What was his drastic solution? All newborn Hebrew boys were to be cast into the Nile. Moses' mother, unwilling to lose her son, crafted a clever plan. She placed Moses in a basket and hid it among the river reeds. Fate, or divine intervention, led Pharaoh's daughter to this very spot. Moved by the infant's cries, she decided to adopt him. And so, Moses, a Hebrew by birth, grew up in the opulence of Pharaoh's palace. As Moses matured, he became increasingly aware of the harsh treatment his Hebrew kin endured. When he intervened in a violent dispute, it resulted in the death of an Egyptian, forcing Moses to flee Egypt for the rugged terrains of Midian. In the solitude of Midian, while shepherding flocks, Moses stumbled upon an unusual sight, a bush engulfed in flames, yet remained unscathed. This burning bush became the conduit for God's message. Moses was chosen to liberate the Israelites from Egyptian bondage. Armed with divine purpose, when stuttering Moses and his brother Aaron first approached Pharaoh to request the release of the Israelites, a display of divine power was in order. In a dramatic showdown in Pharaoh's court, Aaron cast down Moses' staff and it miraculously transformed into a serpent. Not to be outdone, Pharaoh's magicians, using their own secret arts, replicated the feat, turning their staffs into snakes as well. However, the serpent born of Moses' staff, swiftly devoured those of the magicians, a symbolic victory that showcased the superior power of the God of Israel. The Pharaoh was stubborn, leading to a series of devastating plagues, 10 to be precise, ranging from the Nile turning to blood to the death of the firstborns. Eventually, Pharaoh relented and the Exodus commenced. Pursued by the regretful Pharaoh and his army, the Israelites faced the seemingly insurmountable barrier of the Red Sea, but with a divine gesture from Moses, the waters parted. They walked on dry land, only for the waters to return, thwarting the pursuing Egyptian forces. In the Sinai desert, Moses received the 10 Commandments atop Mount Sinai, a moral code that would shape the ethical foundation for generations. This mountaintop experience was transformative, in that Moses' face would shine like the sun. However, the journey was riddled with challenges, including the people's occasional lapses into idolatry, like with the infamous golden calf. While the Israelites were wandering in the desert, they encountered snakes, but these snakes put them in a much more distressing scenario. The Israelites, in a moment of frustration and impatience, spoke against God and Moses. In response, God sent venomous serpents among the people, resulting in many deaths. Recognizing their transgression, the Israelites repented and pleaded with Moses to intercede on their behalf. Instructed by God, Moses crafted a bronze serpent and mounted it on a pole. Those bitten had but to gaze upon this bronze serpent to be healed, a symbol of God's mercy and the power of divine intervention. Despite his leadership, due to certain transgressions, Moses was informed he wouldn't enter the promised land. As the Israelites approached their destination, Moses climbed Mount Nebo after passing off the leadership to Joshua. From its peak, he gazed upon the land he'd never set foot in, and then, surrounded by clouds of mystery, Moses departed from the world. Why is Moses important? The purpose of this documentary. Moses is not just an incredibly important biblical figure in terms of theology and the biblical narrative. He is arguably the keystone that holds the Bible together. We're told that Jesus came to fulfill every jot and tittle of the Mosaic law, the 10 Commandments, and other rules that came from the Exodus accounts. The author of the Gospel of Matthew saw Jesus as the new Moses. Before Jesus, Moses was arguably the most important biblical figure. Jesus had to be bigger and better than Moses, and to emulate his story. Moses and the supposed events of Exodus from Egypt were the foundations upon which the rest of the Bible and Christianity were built. But what if Moses was largely or entirely a myth? One could say that this realization would cause the edifice of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam to crumble to rubble like the walls of Jericho. Without Moses, what are the Abrahamic faiths but a castle in the air devoid of a solid base? Another myth of Moses. When we talk about the myth of Moses, we're not being merely provocative, but expressing a reality about how Moses has functioned through the ages for many cultures. And to understand how his myth has influenced Judaism and its descendant traditions, we must look at another story, one you won't find in your Bible. The oldest story of Moses that we can positively identify its place and date of creation comes not from the Holy Land, but from the alleged birthplace of the great man. The Nile River Delta is fertile ground for both the seeds of plants and the seeds of stories. It was in a folk tradition emerging after the conquest of Alexander the Great that gives us another tale of Moses and his arrival in Palestine. This story was almost lost if it were not preserved by Hecataeus of Abdera and paraphrased in Diodorus Siculus' Library of History 43.
And the most outstanding and active among them banded together and journeyed to Greece and certain other regions. Their leaders were notable men, chief among them Danius, but the greater number settled in what is now called Judea, which is not far distant from Egypt and was in that time utterly desolate. The colony was headed by a man named Moses, outstanding both in his wisdom and courage. On taking possession of the land he founded, besides other cities, one that is now the most renowned of all, called Jerusalem. In addition, he established the temple that they hold in chief veneration, instituted their form of worship and ritual, drew up the laws related to other political institutions, and ordered them. He also divided the peoples into 12 tribes, since this is regarded as the most perfect number and corresponds to the number of months that make up a year. He picked out the men of most refinement and with the greatest ability to head the entire nation, and appointed them priests. And he ordained that they should occupy themselves with the temple and the honor and sacrifice offered to their God. These same men he appointed to be judges in all major disputes and entrusted to them the guardianship of laws and custom. Their lawgiver was careful also to make provisions for warfare, and required the young men to cultivate manliness, steadfastness, and generally the endurance of every hardship. He led out military expeditions against the neighboring tribe, and after annexing much land appointed to them, assigned equal allotments to private citizens and greater ones to the priests, in order that they, by virtue of receiving more ample revenue, might be undistracted and apply themselves continually to the worship of God. The most common people were forbidden to sell their individual plots, lest there be some who for their own advantage should buy them up, and by oppressing the poorer classes, bring them on a scarcity of manpower. He required those that dwelt in the land to rear children, and since their offspring could be cared for at little cost, the Jews were from the start a populous nation. Such is the account of Hecataeus of Miletus, actually Abdera, in regard to the Jews.
There are some familiar elements here. There is the mention of the 12 tribes of Israel, Moses as lawgiver, and the conquest of the land. But that is where the similarities end. This Moses was not a Jew himself, but a full-blooded Egyptian, and he is leaving Egypt to found a new colony, not because he is forced out or trying to escape. This is not an exodus and a freedom from slavery from Egyptian power, but the expansion of it into a desolate land. It was not the arrival into a promised land of milk and honey. There is here no suffering in the wilderness, no plagues upon the land, no parting of the waters. And here, Moses is not some criminal who killed a fellow Egyptian, but a noble and courageous leader. His priesthood is based on a merit rather than his brother getting a piece of the pie when it comes to a new theocratic order. And let's not forget, this Egyptian Moses enters into Palestine, founds its capital city, and builds its temple. He was the one that established the tribal system, rather than saving those tribes from bondage. This isn't the only such colonization story the Egyptians were telling, as they also claim to have founded the major cities in Greece and Babylon. In other words, these are stories of supposed Egyptian greatness, and they seem to be completely ignorant of the Exodus tradition from Israel, let alone the particular version of the story found in the Bible. What is fascinating about this story is that it's independent of the story in the Tanakh. It doesn't even seem to know the Jews had a tradition. They were escaped slaves from Egypt. So where did this story come from? Well, it looks like another case of influence by the Greeks in the wake of the armies of Alexander. The model of colonizers leaving the motherland was a common trope in Hellenic and Hellenistic stories of the origins of peoples. Numerous towns and territories were founded by the children of Hercules, and their names were given over to the regions where they otherwise had some other etiological function. These stories were created to explain observations of the world, even if they were grounded in the imagination. How the Egyptians imagined the past was also influenced by their history, and there is yet another myth of Moses within Egyptian folklore. According to one Egyptian priest named Manetho, there was a great trauma in his country's past, and Moses was a key figure in that history. Here is what Manetho had to say, as quoted by the Jewish historian Josephus.
This writer, who has undertaken to translate the history of Egypt from the sacred book, began by stating that our ancestors came against Egypt with many tens of thousands and gained the mastery over the inhabitants. And then he himself admitted that by a later date again, they were driven out of the country, occupying what is now Judea, founded Jerusalem, and built the temple. Up to this point, he followed the Chronicles. Thereafter, by offering to record the legends and current talk about the Jews, he took the liberty of interpolating improbable tales in his desire to confuse us with a crowd of Egyptians who for leprosy and other maladies had been condemned, he said, for banishment from Egypt. Amenophis conceived and desired to behold the god as Or, one of the predecessors on the throne, had done, and he communicated his desire of his namesake Amenophis, Papias' son, who in virtue of his wisdom and knowledge of the future was reputed to be a partaker of the divine nature. His namesake then replied that he would be able to see the gods if he cleansed the whole land of lepers and other polluted persons. The king was delighted and assembled all of those in Egypt whose bodies were wasted by disease. They numbered 80,000 persons. These he cast into the stone quarries in the east of the Nile, there to work segregated from the rest of the Egyptian. Among them, Manetho adds, there were some of the learned priests who had been attacked by leprosy. Then this wise seer Amenophis was filled with dread of divine wrath against him and the king if the outrage done to these people should be discovered, and he added a prediction that certain allies would join the polluted people and would take possession of Egypt for 13 years. Not venturing to make this prophecy himself to the king, he left a full account of his writings and then took his own life. The king was filled with despondency. Then Manetho continues as follows. I quote his account verbatim. When the men in the stone quarries had suffered hardship for a considerable time, they begged the king to assign to them a dwelling place and a refuge, the deserted city of the shepherds, Avar, and he consented. According to religious tradition, this city was from earliest time dedicated to Typhon. Occupying this city and using the region as a base for revolt, they appointed as their leader one of the priests of Hierapolis called Osarsephet, and took an oath of obedience to him in everything. First of all, he made it a law that they should neither worship the gods nor refrain from any of the animals prescribed as especially sacred to Egypt, but should sacrifice and consume all alike, and that they should have intercourse with none save those of their own confederacy. After framing a great number of laws like these, completely opposite to Egyptian custom, he ordered them that their multitude of hands to repair the walls of the city and make ready of war against King Amenophis. Then, acting in concert with certain other priests and polluted persons like himself, he sent an embassy to the shepherds who had been expelled by Thutmoses in the city called Jerusalem, and setting forth the circumstances of himself and his companions in distress, he begged them to unite wholeheartedly in an attack upon Egypt. He offered to conduct them first to their ancestral home of Avaris, to provide their hosts with lavish supplies, to fight on their behalf whenever need arose, and to bring Egypt without difficulty under their sway. Overjoyed at this proposal, all the shepherds, in the number of 200,000, eagerly set out, and before long came to Avar. When Amenophis, king of Egypt, learned of their invasion, he was sorely troubled, for he recalled the prediction of Amenophis, son of Pappus. First, he gathered a multitude of Egyptians, and having taken counsel of the leading men among them, he summoned to their presence the sacred animals, which were held in greatest reverence in the temple, and gave instructions to each group of priests to conceal the images of the gods as securely as possible. And for his 5-year-old son, Rapses, he sent him away safely to his friend. He then crossed the Nile with many as 300,000 of the previous warriors of Egypt and met the enemy. But instead of joining battle, he decided that he must not fight against the gods and made a hasty retreat to Memphis. There he took into his charge Apis and the other sacred animals which he had summoned to that place, and forthwith he sent off for Ethiopia with the whole army at the hosts of the Egyptians. The Ethiopian king, who in gratitude for his service had become his subject, welcomed him, maintained the whole multitude with such products of the country as were fit for human consumption, assigned to them cities and villages sufficient for the destined period of 13 years banishment from the realm, and especially stationed an Ethiopian army on the frontiers of Egypt to guard King Amenophis and his followers. Meanwhile, the Solomonites, or dwellers in Jerusalem, made a descent among the polluted Egyptians and treated the people so impiously and savagely that the domination of the shepherds seemed like a golden age to those who witnessed the present enormities. For not only did they set towns and villages on fire, pillaging the temples and mutilating images of the gods without restraint, but they also made a practice of using the sanctuaries as kitchens to roast the sacred animals which people worship. And they would compel the priests and prophets to sacrifice and butcher the beasts, afterwards casting the men forth naked. It is said the priests who framed their constitution and their laws was a native of Heliopolis named Osarseph, and after the god Osiris, worshipped at Heliopolis. But when he joined the people, he changed his name and was called Moses. 13 years later, this being the destined time of exile, Amenophis, according to Manetho, advanced from Ethiopia with a large army and joined battle against the shepherds and the polluted people. He defeated them, killing many and pursuing them to the frontiers of Syria.
This is certainly not the story of Moses you heard in Sunday school. In this tale, which Josephus said was a modern folklore, a priest named Osarseph was the leader of an enslaved leper colony. He was himself an Egyptian, but he invited the shepherds from Jerusalem to come and invade. These shepherds were the Hyksos, an earlier Semitic group that had ruled Egypt for about a century, and according to Manetho, they had already been kicked out before the rise of Osarseph. In other words, this story is not about the Bible or the Jews. Where did this tale of lepers ruling Egypt come from? Why was it said to have lasted 13 years? According to Egyptologist Jan Assmann, the stories about the religious reforms of Akhenaten, the pharaoh who pioneered something much like monotheism, establishing a new city, Amarna. In this city, he promoted his new cult to the Aten, the sun disk. Akhenaten reduced the funding of the traditional priesthood, and the pharaoh was reviled for his new religious movement. On top of that, a terrible epidemic came through, which was called the Canaanite disease, adding proof to the average Egyptian that the gods did not favor these religious reforms. No wonder then that the statues of Akhenaten were destroyed, his name etched out from inscriptions, and his sarcophagus desecrated. Egypt tried to forget him, but the trauma of his reforms lived on. Take a look at this stele that was erected not long after, trying to restore the greatness of the past and speaking of the bad times as the land being filled with surpassing suffering or grave disease.
The temples were desolated. Their holy places were on the verge of disintegration. They had become piles of rubble, overgrown with thistles. Their chapels were as if they had never been. Their temples precinct were trodden roads. The land was in grave ailment. The gods had turned their back on this land. If one sent soldiers to Syria to extend the frontiers of Egypt, they had no success. If one appealed to the gods for succor, they did not come. If one besought a goddess likewise, she came not. Their hearts had grown weak in their bodies, for they had destroyed what had been created.
These are the words of Akhenaten's own son, King Tut, and he describes his father's reign in terms of trauma. Look again at the story of Osarseph. He also instituted a new religious order focused on one god and not to worship any others. This sounds like an echo of the reforms of Akhenaten. And how long did Akhenaten rule in Amarna? About 13 years, just like in the story. But what about the lepers? Well, leprosy was treated in the same sort by the Egyptians as did the Jews. According to Leviticus 13-14, a leper was an unclean person separate from the divine. So having an entire kingdom of lepers would be a sure way to say it was a godless society. The tale of Osarseph looks much more like the story of an Egyptian pharaoh who was reviled and whose memory was left to rot in the imagination of the Egyptian people. And then somehow he became known as Moses. Why? There is nothing in the story told by Manetho that made Moses a Jew. Quite the opposite. He was an Egyptian priest and named after the god Osiris. Only Semitic people in the story were the shepherds, that is the Hyksos. These were not Jews, even though they were said to have moved to and then invaded from Palestine. In fact, the name of Moses seems to be a gloss onto the original Osarseph tale. Manetho is trying to connect this folktale to another folk figure in Egyptian imagination, and Hecataeus already told us about that Moses. It seems Manetho is conflating together the brave colonist, Moses, and the leper king Osarseph, because they both involved Egyptian colonization, the land of Palestine, and the key figures were leaders and lawgivers. In other words, there is nothing to do with the Exodus story of the Bible. The only commonality is the name of Moses. But we already saw the Moses described by Hecataeus has nothing to do with the Moses within the pages of the Bible. Stepping back, one has to wonder, where did Moses come from? The Moses of Hecataeus and the Moses of Exodus are so different. Can they even be the same person? Do they at least have the same mother? Who is your daddy? And what does he do? Let's actually look at the birth of Moses again, and let's see the legendary layers unfold. Birth story of Moses. All right, tell me you've heard this story before.
My mother was a high priestess. My father I knew not. My high priestess mother conceived me. In secret she bore me. She set me in a basket of rushes. With bitumen she sealed my lid. She cast me into the river which rose over me. The river bore me up and carried me to Aki, the water drawer. Aki, the water drawer, took me as his son and reared me.
Seems like the same basic outline of the Moses story. But the author of this was not Moses. Oh no, dear viewer. This comes from the autobiographic inscriptions of Sargon of Akkad, who ruled almost a millennium before the Exodus allegedly took place. The fragments of this story exist in inscriptions older than any manuscript of the Moses story. It looks like Sargon might have had company while floating down the river, because other heroic figures were also basket cases. As far away as India in the famous epic of Mahabharata, the demigod Karna was abandoned in a little ark that is drawn out of the Ganges River by the wife of a charioteer. Closer to Judea, the twin founders of Rome, Romulus and Remus, placed in a trough and left to float in the Tiber River, saved by landing in the branches of a fig tree and eventually rescued by friendly animals and then later by swineherd. How many baby heroes were getting their swimming lessons this way? Was it really the best way to save a baby, by having them float away to unknown places? If you think these are plausible biographies, then you might not be fit to be a parent. However, if you're like me and you see them as tropes in mythical stories, then you have to ask yourself, how is Moses any different? What could make the story of Moses' birth even more mythical? How about this? Moses was rescued by an Egyptian goddess. In the fan fiction written after Exodus, the gaps in the story are filled in. And one detail that had to be filled was the name of Pharaoh's daughter. Who was this woman who found and drew Moses out of the Nile? In the tradition preserved by Josephus, and in the Book of Jubilees, a book found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, her name was Thermuthis. That name is a form of the name of the snake deity Renunutet, often depicted sitting on a throne. She was a protector of the pharaoh from birth to death. Her name perhaps gives away her function, as the name Renunutet or Thermuthis comes from the verb that means to nurse. Perhaps then, no wonder the goddess of nursing would save and nurse the infant Moses. Oh, but the detail-minded among you will point out that in Exodus 2:7-9, it is not Pharaoh's daughter who nurses the child, but amazingly, Moses' own mother. The same is true in Jubilees 47. And even this detail can be understood when looking at Egyptian religion at the time of composition. In that time, the cult of Thermuthis was combining with that of the goddess Isis, perhaps the most important goddess in Egyptian religion. In iconography, far more often is it Isis that nurses a child, and in those depictions of Isis nursing a babe, often the child is found on or in a basket. It seems then we might not have one, but two goddesses brought into the story of Moses' birth. Two goddesses that the Egyptians themselves had paired up. Jewish interpreters of Isis would say she was actually Eve, the mother of all living. So if Isis was associated with anything in Judaism, it was motherhood. And if one goddess was going to help rescue and take care of baby Moses, why not another and have that goddess be the quintessential mother goddess of the Pharaoh himself? The Isis and Thermuthis goddess pairing also had one other function: saving the god Osiris. In the ancient myth of the death and resurrection of Osiris, his body was placed in a wooden box and thrown into the Nile. A body in a box floating down the Nile River? That is starting to sound familiar. And in depictions of that box, it is covered in growing planets, while Isis and Thermuthis work together to pull the box onto the land. This is a striking parallel to the floating basket of Moses, caught up in the reeds of the Nile, and then pulled out by the the woman named Thermuthis. According to David Flusser and Shua Amorai Stark,
the identification of Moses' foster mother with an Egyptian goddess is but a small part of a much larger picture. It is an instructive expression of one of the characteristic traits of Hellenistic Jewry, especially in that of Egypt, and of its national self-awareness. The need to survive as Jews in such a surrounding resulted in the development of specific Jewish Hellenistic apologetics. Thus, the identification of an Egyptian goddess with our Pharaoh's daughter belonging to the specific Jewish Hellenistic branch of apologetics, this type of reaction arose from the clash between two cultures and civilization.
You might be saying, but that's not in the Bible, so it doesn't matter. Ah, look at what this text does mean. The person who wrote the book of Jubilees must have not only known the Exodus story, but he must have known about Egyptian religious practices so well that he could mimic and subvert them. If some Jews knew the myths of other people and incorporated them into the stories of their sacred figures, then the claim that the Jews who wrote the Torah could not do that, that's proof that denial isn't just a river in Egypt. Leaving aside the Judeo-Christian biases to make the Exodus story history, we have to admit the tale looks much more like a legendary embellishment than a historical account. Indeed, upon closer inspection, there are more strange details. According to Exodus 2, 5-10, the daughter of the Pharaoh found the child in the Nile River, and drawing him out, gave him the name Moses. Why that name? Because there's a Hebrew verb, masha, that means to draw out. So the baby was called Moshe. This is a form of the verb, specifically the active participle, and that is strange for two reasons. First, why is an Egyptian princess giving a baby a Hebrew name based on the meaning of the word in Hebrew? The expected name of the baby should have been something in Egyptian, but even the Hebrew doesn't make sense. Here's a little bit of grammar to consider. Was the child in the Nile the one doing the drawing out, or was he the one drawn out? If it were the former case, then the child was the one doing the action. If the latter, then it is something done to the child. In the first case, that would be the active voice. The person does the action. In the second case, that would be the passive voice. The action is done to the person. In this story, it is clearly the case that the action is done to the child. The child is drawn out of the water. So why is he given a name based on the active instead of the passive voice? Instead of being called Moshe, he should have been called Mashwe. There is indeed something strange with Moses' name. Scholars and commentators have noticed this for at least a millennium. We will come back to this later, but for now, we will pause to say that the story as presented does not make sense as history, and it has a strange plot hole. We will dive into that plot hole. But let's look at more of the story of Moses and see what else looks more like a legend than a sober account of history. Moses and the Hellenic hero. When it comes to what is historically likely, we already have good reason to doubt the story of Moses' birth, but it isn't like the Moses of the Bible was anything less than legendary. The outline of his story is in fact so standard, there's a name for it, the mythic hero archetype, or hero pattern. The most famous version of the hero pattern was published in the early 20th century by Fitzroy Richard Somerset, better known as Lord Raglan. He based his model first on the story of a famous drama of a Greek king of Thebes, the mother-loving Oedipus. Like other legends, the story of Oedipus also involves a birth under unusual circumstances, with the infant nearly put to death, but saved by chance or destiny, and reared by adoptive parents. He then returns to his kingdom, defeats a terrible monster, rules for a time, and then loses favor with the gods and his subjects, and finally dies a mysterious death in a faraway land. In fact, the gods personally see to his burial in a hidden place. Look at the hero pattern and how well Moses matches up. If you notice a green check on the right, then it matches in some way. And many green checks means without a doubt, this is the main focus. Sometimes there's an X, which means we haven't found a match. On the left is the pattern element. The hero's mother is a royal virgin. His father is a king, often a near relative of his mother. Circumstances of his conception are unusual. He is reputed to be the son of a god. At birth, an attempt is made to kill him. He is spirited away, reared by foster parents in a far country. We are told nothing of his childhood. On reaching manhood, he returns or goes to his future kingdom after a victory over the king and or a giant dragon or wild beast. He marries a princess, often the daughter of his predecessor, becomes a king. For a time he reigns uneventfully, prescribed laws, of course. Later he loses favor with the gods and or his subjects. is driven from the throne and city. He meets with a mysterious death, often at the top of a hill. His children, if any, do not succeed him. His body is not buried. He has one or more holy scepters. As you can see, Moses fits the pattern almost perfectly, getting 20 of the 22 possible points. And that is only with the biblical account. The expansion of his story by Josephus and others makes him fit these points multiple times. If we compare this to other legendary figures, Moses is one of the highest scoring people in all of ancient literature. Oedipus fit 21 of the 22 criteria. The hero Theseus earned 20. The god Dionysus had 19. Romulus and Perseus both had 18. Heracles earned 17. Bellerophon had 16, while Jason and Zeus had 15. Yes, this means Moses' story even more slavishly follows legendary tropes than that of Hercules. When we apply the same scale to other biblical figures, there is no comparison. According to Raglan, Elijah could only have been said to have earned 9 points, while Joseph earned 12. As for historical people, even with wild legends attached to them, they do not score so high. Alexander the Great, who had fantastical novels devoted to him, only scored 7 points, as Raglan counted. It's almost like real people don't have stories with so many of these elements in their biography. Taking another dive into these heroic criteria, it is almost as if the writers of Exodus were trying to make Moses fit the pattern on purpose. Take his lineage. Moses' father, Amram, is a descendant of Levi, the founding father of the tribe of Levi. According to Exodus 6:16-20, Amram is the grandchild of Levi, but according to Numbers 26:59, Moses' mother, Jochebed, was the daughter of Levi himself. Okay, maybe the family tree of Moses is a little too similar to that in the Game of Thrones. However, let's step past the cringiness of this marriage. Whoever wrote this story also likely had the same sort of reaction as you did, and in the Greek translation of Exodus 6:20, Jochebed is made to be a cousin instead of an aunt of Amram, and yet the older Hebrew author wanted to tell the story that way. It's almost as if they knew that a hero needed to have such a strange family. Take, for example, King Oedipus, his mother Jocasta, and his father Laius, both descendants of the founder of Thebes, Cadmus. In this case, Laius was the great-grandson of Cadmus, while Jocasta was the great-great-granddaughter, as Oedipus would later marry his own mother and have children. There, you are looking at a tight-knit family tree. To mimic such an unusual genealogy in the case of Moses, with an even shorter number of branches between Moses' parents than in the case of Oedipus, and you have to think this was a conscious decision on the part of the writer, or else there were some decisions by the Levite family members that we might want to question, to put it mildly. We can also compare the death of Oedipus and that of Moses. Neither go down without a long series of speeches. In the play Oedipus at Colonus, written by Sophocles and performed in 401 BCE, the blind king comes to a small town outside of Athens to finally die. He makes several speeches and prophecies, sees signs from Zeus that the time has come, and then the hero, Theseus, personally leads him to a secret place to be buried, such that no one else would know where Oedipus's body was, and thus provides supernatural protection to Athens. Now look at Moses. In his dying days is told by God that he would not enter the promised land and would soon die. Moses then gives a long closing speech, the Song of Moses in Deuteronomy 32, makes a final set of prophecies, and then dies in a hidden place under divine supervision. There seems to be a template followed between these death scenes, but we shouldn't claim to see genetic connections. Thematic connections, definitely. Structural similarities, sure. History? Let's back up a bit and look again at the larger pattern and some trends. What is telling here is that the hero pattern of Raglan is a better fit to mythical figures in Greece and Roman stories than those from Egypt or the Middle East. Southwest Asian figures like Gilgamesh do not score so high as Moses. For example, this hero archetype is especially Hellenistic. Even other biblical figures are not so like these Greek heroes as Moses. Is it just a coincidence that Moses is portrayed like a Hellenic hero? The numbers suggest a big no. Now, the parts of the pattern above are so widely applied in Western myths and legends that we cannot use it for genetic connection between Moses and any one such Greek figure. So if we want to get to the core of what the tales of Moses are about and where they come from, we must excavate even more. In the legendary DNA of this man, we can find a lineage of lore. Primary source for Exodus myth. A further indication that the story of Moses leading the Hebrews out of Egypt is a myth concerns the 40 years spent in the desert of Kadesh Barnea. According to the Bible, some 2 million people are able to wander around the desert for 40 years without finding their way out, and without starving or dying of thirst. They are provided with a magical substance called manna, itself a mythical trope, divine elixirs and golden apples, nectar of the gods, and peaches of immortality. Magical foodstuffs play important roles in mythology. It doesn't get any easier for someone seeking credibility in this extraordinary tale. We have archaeological evidence of Bedouin tribes at the time in Kadesh Barnea creating tent settlements and using a few tools and making fires. But we don't have any evidence of an entire population of Hebrews living and working as slaves in Egypt for all those years, breaking out whilst doing a whole host of miracles, all while there were 10 plagues ravaging the land, crossing the Red Sea, and the sea miraculously parting and destroying the Egyptian army following along. And then we have absolutely no evidence of perhaps 2 million people wandering around the desert with all their animals, tents, and supplies for 40 years. We have evidence of a few Bedouin tribes people, but no evidence of 2 million former slaves. Literally none. Zip. Zero. Nada. And yet, there is still scope for more mythological traits besides a baby in a basket. The Hebrews were supposed to have been wandering around for 40 years. 40 is a very significant and symbolic number within the Bible. Burning bush appeared to Moses after he had spent 40 years in Midian. Moses stayed up on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights in receiving God's laws during his time in the desert. Heavy rains fell for 40 days and 40 nights to fill the earth with water to the highest mountains. Saul, David, and Solomon were each said to have ruled for 40 years. In the story of David and Goliath in 1 Samuel 17, we see Goliath taunting the Israelites for 40 days. And in the emulation of Moses and the Hebrews being in the wilderness for 40 years, we have Jesus spending 40 days in his own wilderness. While it might just be that all of these events took exactly that amount of time, in some strange twist of fate, or under the guidance of God who really liked the number 40, it is much more likely that this is symbology applied to a tall tale by a creative narrator wanting his audience to make links. The use of this number talks more of myth than of history, symbolism than literalism. The wilderness desert wandering from Egypt with well over literally 2 million people is completely absent from any archaeological evidence, so several biblical defenders will find ways to save the text from this fatal issue of historical validity. Some ways they do this is to assume the numbers reflect a later period of Israel's population. The numbers are symbolic, it's hyperbole, or it was a mistranslation. Why do they do this? Because it's not only absurd, lacking any evidence to support the literal reading of this massive group from leaving Egypt, but it also is logistically impossible. Imagine a line of people stretching for 200 miles. That's like walking from New York City to Boston. Now, a fit person might walk 20 miles in a day, maybe even 23 if they're in a hurry, but add families, kids, grandparents, and some animals, that pace slows down to about 6 miles a day. So by the time the front of the line is making its way across the sea, the back of the line might still be weeks away. The biblical text says they did this in one night. Some folks have done the math to see if it's possible. There are a lot of things that just don't add up about the story being a real historical event. Since the idea of the Exodus, as described by the Bible, is fatally flawed, other academics have different approaches to solving this enigma. Some scholars suggest that we know of accounts where a few runaway slaves have fled Egypt and think it's possible this story grew over time into a much bigger legend. Let me give you an example. While fishing, some of my friends would catch a decent-sized fish on the river. Later on, when retelling their experience, the fish just so happened to be twice the size of the actual fish they originally caught. People tell stories, and they grow larger over time, like a snowball rolling downhill, picking up more snow along the way. Some academics suggest the Exodus narrative was inspired by the Hyksos expulsion. Josephus, a historical writer, and many other old-timey authors thought that a group called the Hyksos were actually the same as the Jews. Using stories from another writer named Manetho, Josephus suggests that after the Hyksos were kicked out of Egypt, they started the city of Jerusalem. Now, there's a bit of a debate here, as the original writings of Manetho didn't specifically call the Hyksos Jews or Hebrews. Things get a bit twisty when Josephus tells another story, which we quoted earlier. He claims that about 200 years after the Hyksos were sent away from Egypt, a bunch of sick people, led by a guy named Osarseph, were also expelled. These sick folks joined up with the Hyksos, took over Egypt for a little over a decade, and were pretty mean rulers. They even wrecked some temples. After all, this drama, this Osarseph guy changes his name to, wait for it, Moses. Some researchers think this wild story mixes up different parts of history, and the whole Moses name drop might have been added later. Some even doubt that Manetho wrote that second story at all. It's like ancient historical gossip, and figuring out the truth is a real puzzle. Most modern experts think the Egyptian stories in the Bible can't be proven with historical methods. However, some have tried to link the stories from the Hyksos era to the Bible's Exodus story. For example, scholars like Jan Assmann and Donald Redford think the biblical escape from Egypt might have been influenced by when the Hyksos were kicked out of Egypt. This idea isn't too far off from the Bible's timeline, and the Hyksos' exit is the only big-time event we know where a group from Asia was forced out of Egypt. But other experts, like Manfred Bitak, have issues with this idea. They highlight the differences, like how the Hyksos were powerful traders and sailors in Egypt, while the Bible depicts the Israelites as being treated poorly. It's like trying to match two puzzle pieces that just don't fit perfectly. Did the authors of the Exodus tradition find inspiration from some Hyksos event? It appears that the expulsion of the Hyksos was circulating into the Christian era, so it's easy to see why. The idea of an Exodus happening as described by the Bible is just off the table, as well as the conquest, but that will need to be unraveled in a future documentary. Professor Hebrew Bible and Jewish Studies Ronald Hindle and Egyptologist Jan Assmann suggest cultural memory as a solution to the Moses enigma. Assmann aims to account for the complexities of the foundational event through which monotheism was established. His book, Moses the Egyptian, goes back to the short-lived monotheistic revolution of the Egyptian king Akhenaten, 1360 to 1340 BCE. I want us to think of the story of Moses as a patchwork quilt of various sources. The person of Moses evolves over time. From our earliest mentions of him in any sources, Egyptian, Manetho, Jewish, Demetrius the chronographer, Greek, Hecataeus of Abdera, and later Christians. It's pretty obvious that Egyptian sources would be at play since the entire story happens to take place in Egypt, and we have non-biblical sources that also mention Moses as an Egyptian priest. However, the narrative structure of making an inventive history, founding a nation with 12 tribes, and forming a constitution for these people has no closer parallels in this world than with the Greeks. Several scholars like Bruce Loudon, Thomas L. Thompson, Jan Vim Vasilius, John Van Cedars, Yakov Kupitz, Russell Gamirkin, Philip Agenbaum, etc., think the closest comparisons to the Bible's inventive histories is the Greek writings. John Van Cedars wrote a well-known book called In Search of History. In it, he talks about how the historical writings from ancient Israel compare with other old stories from places like the Middle East and Greece. People have given his book a lot of praise for bringing new ideas to the table. Van Cedars points out that even though we have many old stories from the Middle East, only the ones from Greek writers are somewhat similar to the biblical stories in terms of how they talk about the past. He also thinks that the first 5 books of the Bible, often called the books of Moses, shouldn't be compared too closely with these other stories. Why? Because a lot of what's in those books might not be directly reflecting actual historical events. However, Sarah Mandel and David Noel Friedman wrote a book comparing the primary history, which is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings, and the histories by an ancient writer named Herodotus. Herodotus was a writer from a place called Halicarnassus, who lived around 490 to 430 BCE. He wrote a big 9-part book named Histories, which means investigation. In this book, he talked about battles between Greeks and Persians during the time 2 Persian kings, Darius and Xerxes, ruled around 492 to 479 BCE. But he didn't just write about the battles. He also dug deep into the history of Greece and nearby regions over the past 200 years to explain why these fights started in the first place. Their book mainly looks at how these stories were put together and edited, but they also discuss the writing style and content. They found some interesting similarities between the two. For example, both works are split into 9 parts, and interestingly, in both the 8th and 9th sections, there's a break right in the middle of a story. In Herodotus, it's about a general named Mardonius, and in the Bible, it's a detailed story that stretches from 2 Samuel 9 to 1 Kings 2, known as King David's succession. Cool, right? If these scholars, along with Jan Wim Vasilius, are correct, then the authors of the history of Israel, from creation, writing sometime after the exile, may have created a 9-piece composition with several sources helping them to create their history of how their nation came to be. Jan Wim Vasilius compares the historical narratives of the Hebrew Bible and Herodotus' histories, focusing on parallels between the stories of Joseph and Cyrus, as well as Moses and Xerxes. He argues that the accounts of Joseph and Cyrus, which come at similar points in the first halves of each work, have striking similarities that suggest some influence or shared source. Both Joseph and Cyrus have dreams foretelling their eventual power, narrowly avoid death due to the intervention of relatives, go into obscurity for years before re-emerging, and gain power in nations from which future conquests are launched. He also sees parallels between Moses and Xerxes, the leader of massive campaigns 2 generations after Joseph and Cyrus, respectively. Both reluctantly take on divine mandates to invade distant lands, miraculously cross bodies of water with huge armies that meet tragic fates, face doubts about their missions, and participate in archetypal battles from vantage points. The author argues that the Exodus narrative broadly mirrors Xerxes' invasion of Greece. Overall, he contends that the extensive parallels in content and narrative position between figures and events in the Hebrew Bible and Herodotus' histories point to some influence of the latter on the former. He suggests that seeing primary history in light of Herodotus can aid in properly understanding it as an ancient Jewish work, responding to contemporary ideas and texts rather than a direct record of Israelite history. While acknowledging that some parallels may be coincidental, he argues that their cumulative weight makes his thesis plausible. Here's an image from Dr. Vasilius' book, Origin of the History of Israel, Herodotus' Histories as Blueprint for the First Books of the Bible, comparing the accounts of Herodotus to the patriarchs in the Bible. If you look at the image, he'll show you where Cyrus, Joseph, and Levi, there's the end of the first book. There's where that break happens, and he compares both histories. We might suggest that when the first stories about Moses, from his birth to leaving Egypt, were written, the Jewish people had good memories of King Cyrus. The writer, maybe a Yahwist, probably knew about stories by Herodotus about Cyrus and the kings that followed him. Some parts of those stories sound similar to Moses' story, maybe on purpose, or maybe just because they were familiar. I don't believe the Jewish writers made up this grand Moses story completely from scratch. They might have taken inspiration from other stories, like those of Herodotus. In some ways, Cyrus is just like Moses. He was a Messiah to save Israel and helped get the Israelites into the promised land after being in Babylon, which could be seen as a version of Egypt. Scattering the Israelites among the nations was a form of wilderness experience, as explicitly compared by the prophet Ezekiel. The authors living either in the Persian period or Hellenistic are anachronistically creating a history from creation down to their day, with several flags signaling what appears to be their experience with the nations of Babylon, Persia, Egypt, and Greece. For a modern analogy, the superhero film genre owes a great debt to movies like Superman 1978 and Batman 1989. Nowadays, it's hard to watch a superhero film without noticing elements or ideas that were popularized by these pioneering movies. Taking one last look at the works of Vasilius, he argues that there are notable parallels between the accounts of Xerxes' expedition against Greece in Herodotus' histories and the Exodus narrative about Moses in the Hebrew Bible. Both Xerxes and Moses are initially reluctant leaders who undertake campaigns at divine urging. The promised lands of Greece and Canaan are depicted as rich and fertile. Before their expeditions, both rulers experienced portents like darkness and death of firstborn sons. The mustering of their armies is also described. The crossing of the Hellespont by Xerxes' army and the crossing of the Red Sea by the Israelites occur via miraculous dividing of the waters. Afterwards, the divinity is directly addressed. In the campaigns, Xerxes and Moses receive warnings about the difficulties ahead. There are parallels between the complaints of the Israelites and advice given to Xerxes. Provisioning the multitudes is a logistical challenge in both accounts. The Battle of Thermopylae corresponds to the battle with Amalek. The leaders observe from vantage points and are aided by relatives. Advice after Thermopylae may parallel Jethro's counsel to Moses on governance. Overall, he argues for literary connections between Herodotus' histories and the Pentateuch. With Xerxes' campaign structurally paralleling the Exodus narrative, he presents a detailed analysis of the correspondence. The cattle to the sun god. Turning now to Dr. Bruce Loudon, who received his PhD from the University of California at Berkeley. He was super interested in ancient stories and myths from places like Greece and the Near East, as well as classic works from Shakespeare, Milton, and even some from India. He's passed away, but his ideas are still with us. He wrote a wonderful book called Homer's Odyssey in the Near East, which echoes much of what Dr. Philip Wagenbaum says about the Greek connections to the Bible. He highlights the significance of the 3 occurrences in the Bible of women at the well being betrothed, which includes Moses meeting Zipporah, and how this has parallel significance to Homer's Odyssey. Loudon highlights the mythological genre within these stories very well. He says myths are like stories, ancient stories, that use classic elements we see over and over, like scenes in a courtroom of gods or stories where someone unexpectedly hosts a very special guest. They also have common characters like heroes, gods, or wise old figures, just like we have different genres of movies today, like action, drama, or comedy. Myths also have genres or categories. When people hear a myth, they kind of know the general plot because they're familiar with the genre, but there are always little changes or local touches that make each one unique. Now we're going to show all the genre markers and parallel the myth of Moses and Odysseus from Homer's Odyssey. The comparisons are actually very shocking. Whether the Bible borrowed directly from the Odyssey to craft its Moses myth, some common source, or the elements are known to be floating in the air among people of the time, I don't know. I find the last one extremely unlikely, but you will see why in the end of this study. The comparisons are undeniable. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Let's begin. Imagine a captivating adventure where a leader with a strong connection to a god is guiding his people home. Along the way, his followers grow impatient, and while he's away, they break a major rule set by the god. When they're caught, Now you might be thinking of the famous tale from ancient Greece, where the hero Odysseus and his crew face numerous challenges on their journey home. Or you might be thinking of the story of Moses from the Old Testament, leading the Israelites from Egypt. Interestingly, in Odysseus' tale, his crew rebels while on an island called Thrinakia, with cattle to the sun god Apollo, leading to a major disaster. This event is quite similar to when the Israelites, in Moses' absence, create and worship a golden calf, angering their god, Yahweh. Both leaders, Moses and Odysseus, have a very close relationship with the deity and play no part in their followers' rebellious acts. Yet, while the disobedient followers face divine wrath, the leaders are spared. However, there are important differences too. For instance, while Moses' people are traveling to a new home, Odysseus and his crew are trying to return to their old home. Moses is seen as a prophet, whereas Odysseus is a warrior and hero. Despite these differences, both stories touch on religious themes. They highlight the dangers of disrespecting gods and the consequences of breaking divine rules. The tales remind us of ancient beliefs about the power of gods and how they must be respected. What's fascinating is that by comparing these two tales, we can better understand each story and the cultures they come from. There's also a historical connection. Then Moses led his people away from Egypt around the same time the Greeks believed they had defeated Troy. In both stories, leaders, Odysseus and Moses, are shown to have a unique and close bond with the gods, unlike their followers who don't share this same connection. In the tale of Odysseus, even though some parts of the story show him tackling challenges alone, he's frequently guided and helped by the gods. For instance, Zeus, the top god, makes a notable mention about him, and Athena, a powerful goddess, often steps in to assist him. He even gets a direct visit and guidance from the god Hermes. All these events highlight how Odysseus is different from his crewmates, who don't have such divine interactions. Sticking to this theme, Odysseus often follows the gods' advice. Whether it's Hermes guiding him on how to deal with Circe, or Circe directing him on his journey to the underworld, he listens. So when he's told not to harm the sacred cattle of the sun god Helios, it's in line with his character to obey. With Moses, it's clear he has a unique bond with God known as Yahweh. Right from when he hears God's voice from a burning bush to the numerous times God guides him on handling the Pharaoh, their special connection stands out. For instance, when Moses is unsure about speaking to his people, God reassures him, promising to guide his words. Interestingly, a similar theme pops up in the tale of Odysseus. Here, it's not Odysseus, but his son Telemachus, who's hesitant to speak before an elder, Nestor. Athena, a goddess, steps in to comfort and guide Telemachus, just like she does for his father throughout their journey. Going back to Moses, the difference between his close relationship with God and the more distant one the Israelites share with him becomes even more obvious. At one point, God asks Moses to come up a mountain alone to receive special teachings, making it clear others can't join. Moses does so, disappearing into a cloud, leaving everyone else behind. In both cases, there's a forced pause in the journey, which makes the travelers restless. This pause becomes crucial because both groups, the crew with Odysseus and the Israelites with Moses, had already shown some rebellious tendencies. This stop only heightens the tension they feel towards their leaders. What's more, even though their actual destinations aren't that far away, it takes them years to get there. This delay becomes a small reflection of the bigger challenges they face on their journeys. Interestingly, the time they're stuck is about the same for both. A month for Odysseus' crew and 40 days for the Israelites. Both these time frames are symbolic and often come up in their respective myths. It won't be a shock that in the Exodus and Odyssey, we see strange weather patterns, believed to be caused by the gods, play a significant role in delaying the travelers. In the Odyssey, after Odysseus and his crew reached Thrinakia, strong winds stopped them from leaving. Similarly, Menelaus finds himself stuck on an island called Pharos when there's no wind at all. He's trapped there 20 days, runs out of food, and his men become desperate with hunger. Back on Thrinakia, once the crew arrives and settles down for dinner, a huge storm breaks out. This storm is described in a way that's reminiscent of an earlier storm in their journey. These two storms are interconnected in the narrative. The first storm hints that the journey home won't be easy, while the last one foreshadows a tragic end, as many of the crew members never make it home. These fierce winds continue for a month, and just like with Menelaus, Odysseus's crew runs out of food and becomes very hungry. With the Exodus story, dramatic weather events believed to be acts of gods are frequently depicted. Examples include a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night guiding the Israelites, and the heavy cloud, thunder, and lightning that surround God's appearance on Mount Sinai. Just before a key moment of rebellion, the Israelites see Moses as he's called by God from a cloud on a mountain. After this, Moses disappears into this cloud, remaining hidden for 40 days. In the expansive Exodus narrative, there's a noticeable trend among followers to distance themselves from their deity. This distancing foreshadows their eventual revolt against the deity and mirrors their inclination to challenge their respective leaders. Both narratives have earlier instances of such defiance, setting the stage for pivotal moments in Odyssey 12 and Odysseus's crew right from the prologue, stressing that they meet their doom due to their own recklessness, even as Odysseus endeavors to rescue them. The fable of the Odyssey illustrates the crew's rebellious nature in 3 distinct episodes, which culminate in a full-blown mutiny in Thrinakia. The stop at Ismaros acts as a microcosm of the crew's predisposition towards revolt, setting the scene for the events at Thrinakia. Here, after they have plundered the city of the Cicones, Odysseus urges them to depart, yet they remain defiant, choosing to feast by killing numerous sheep and cattle. This decision allows the Cicones to gather reinforcements and launch a retaliatory attack, which claims the lives of 72 crew members. Their demise is a direct consequence of their disregard for Odysseus's instructions, combined with their impulsive choice to feast in a potentially hazardous environment. This act of overindulgence and lack of restraint foreshadows their later actions on Thrinakia. During their voyage away from Aeolus Island, when they are within sight of Ithaca, a crew member without any solid proof convinces his peers that Odysseus is secretly keeping treasures from them. While Odysseus is asleep, this crew member opens the bag given by Aeolus, releasing stormy winds and sending them back to the island. Much like in Thrinakia, a single crew member instigates a rebellion against Odysseus, resulting in the loss of their chance to return home. This rebellion is notably executed while Odysseus is resting, a circumstance that recurs in Thrinakia. In another foreshadowing instance, Eurylochus tries to discourage the crew from accompanying Odysseus back to Circe. Even though he's unsuccessful here, Eurylochus positions himself as a representative of dissent, embodying the voice of those who will later rebel in Thrinakia. The next significant act of insubordination happens as the crew lands on Thrinakia, drawing them closer to Helios's sacred cattle. Both Tiresias and Circe had cautioned Odysseus against harming these cattle. Some scholars critique the repetitiveness of these warnings, yet few ponder its intentional impact. When Circe echoes Tiresias's warning, the prohibition against harming the cattle elevates to a divine edict, akin to the biblical command in Genesis forbidding the consumption from the tree of knowledge. Infringing upon such a divine command usually leads to grave penalties, often death, as exemplified by Lot's wife in the narrative of Sodom and Gomorrah. Aware of these consequences, Odysseus advises against docking at Thrinakia. However, Eurylochus, disregarding the cautions, contends they should eat on the island, given their fatigue. Acknowledging the impending mutiny, Odysseus makes the crew swear they won't harm Helios's cattle. In the Exodus narrative, there are previous instances where the Israelites challenge Moses, foreshadowing their major uprising in Exodus 32:11. Initially, when Moses approaches Pharaoh to request permission for the Israelites to engage in their religious ceremony, Pharaoh retaliates by increasing their workload. Interestingly, the Israelites lay the blame on Moses, not Pharaoh, for their augmented troubles. This marks the inaugural questioning of Moses' leadership, which is a crisis that develops around the challenge to Moses' leadership in Exodus 5:20-21. When Pharaoh later chases the Israelites to the Red Sea, they again reproach Moses, expressing regret and wishing they had perished in Egypt instead. Upon their arrival at Marah, faced with only bitter waters, their grievances are once more directed at Moses. Notably, while journeying through the wilderness of Sin, merely 2 months after their Egyptian exodus, their hunger evokes complaints reminiscent of the crew's unrest in Thrinakia. They lament,
"If only we had died at the Lord's hand in Egypt, where he sat by the flesh pots and had plenty of bread. But you have brought us into this wilderness to let this whole assembly starve to death." Exodus 16:3.
Each grievance of the Israelites is reminiscent of the complaints voiced by Odysseus' crew on Thrinakia, particularly their fear of impending starvation. This mirrors Eurylochus' bleak perspective, where he states that perishing from hunger is the worst kind of death. Subsequent to these events, when the Israelites set up camp at Rephidim and are unable to find water, a fresh conflict emerges between them and Moses concerning their thirst. Moses perceives their defiance against him as tantamount to rebelling against God, posing the question, "Why do you dispute with me? Why do you challenge the Lord?" In several narratives, the absence of a leader plays a pivotal role in the ensuing insurrection. This is evident in the tale where, unable to depart from Thrinakia for a span of 30 days, Odysseus isolates himself from his crew to seek divine intervention. Such a circumstance offers an opportune moment for the crew to defy his instructions, seeking to further their own interests. However, it would be incorrect to suggest that Odysseus bears the blame for their mutiny. As some scholars occasionally assert, this perspective seemingly overlooks Zeus's fundamental proclamation on the liability of mortals. Additionally, it fails to recognize the thematic likenesses the Odyssey draws between the crew and the suitors, especially their engagement in rash deeds pinpointed by Zeus. Both entities exhibit a thematic lack of restraint, which will be further elaborated upon. Conversely, the absence of Odysseus provides insights into his character and how he stands apart from his crew. Modern readers might be taken aback by these traits, but Odysseus' pursuit of divine guidance reflects his moral compass and leadership's wisdom, emphasizing the captain's devotion and virtuous aspirations. Further, as Stanford remarks,
The choice of Odysseus to commune with the deities in seclusion mirrors the tendencies of a Hebrew prophet more so than the collective and ritualistic spiritual practices of the Homeric hero.
in Exodus 32, the prolonged absence of Moses is what agitates the Israelites, a scenario reminiscent of Thrinakia, where the crew's restlessness precedes Odysseus' solitary quest for prayer due to the winds. The correlation between Moses' absence and the Israelites' subsequent defiance is delineated more overtly than in the Odyssey, as illustrated by the phrase, "The people saw that Moses was so long in coming down from the mountain." Moses' absence spans 40 days, and within this time frame in Exodus 24, when he departs to converse with Yahweh until his return in chapter 32, the Old Testament authors interpose an episode which doesn't directly pertain to the insurrection. The narrative of Moses' divine engagement atop the mountain, as captured between Exodus 25 to 31, synthesizes two mythological structures, Anabasis and the visionary experience. Moses' ascent, or going up, referred to as an anabasis in the Septuagint, is analogous to a celestial journey. As Moses scales the peak, he metaphorically nears the heavens. Here, he is endowed with a modified visionary experience, with Yahweh serving as his otherworldly mentor. In both tales, the leader's absence stems from their engagement or attempt to communicate with the divine, as seen with Moses and Odysseus, while the respective followers act in defiance of their deity's intent. In moments of exacerbated impatience, people often seek alternative leaders who, in the absence of a direct connection to the divine, tend to oppose sacred edicts to fulfill the demands of the disappointed. Eurylochos exhibits such tendencies on numerous occasions. He is believed to be the unidentified crew member who tempts fate by opening Aeolus's bag, a transgression that notably occurs during Odysseus' slumber. Eurylochos directly confronts Odysseus on Aiaia and plays a pivotal role in the decision to dock at Thrinakia. In Exodus 32, Aaron, Moses' sibling, and the high priest tasked with leading sacrificial rites, steps into this surrogate leadership role. It's essential to note that Aaron was not originally a frontrunner amongst the disgruntled. In previous narratives, he was in fact a target of their rage. The Israelites fault him and Moses for their predicaments with Pharaoh and for their tribulations en route to Canaan. However, it's during their prolonged stay at Mount Sinai's base and the protracted absence of Moses that Aaron rises as the leader of the dissenting group. The disparity in behavior, Eurylochos' recurrent confrontations with Odysseus in contrast to Aaron's loyalty to Moses up until Exodus 32, becomes more pronounced when assessing their eventual destinies in the culmination of their respective myths. Both protagonists in the narrative share the trait of having a relative in a secondary leadership role. Eurylochus shares family ties with Odysseus, being connected through marriage as highlighted in Odysseus' recounting. This bond becomes particularly significant when Odysseus contemplates retribution against Eurylochus for attempting to deter the crew from journeying to Circe's abode. Despite the degree of kinship not being as close as that of Aaron and Moses, the fundamental sentiment remains consistent. It is unexpected for a relative to exhibit disloyalty to the main leader. Aaron's introduction into Moses' overarching narrative comes notably late. His emergence is only recorded post Moses' marriage and extended tenure with the Midianites. Specifically, it's upon the conclusion of the burning bush episode where Yahweh designates Aaron as Moses' spokesperson. Interestingly, while Moses' sister gets a mention, albeit without a name, in the primary narrative, Aaron's conspicuous absence, despite his significant involvement later on, is intriguing. Some scholars underscore this delayed introduction, remarking on the absence of prior mention of Aaron, saying no previous report of Aaron's existence had been made. The apparent contradictions in Aaron's portrayal, ranging from being a leader of the dissenters to the progenitor of the priestly lineage, could likely be attributed to the merging of disparate narratives, resulting in certain incongruities. Prior to significant divergencies in their narratives, both Eurylochus and Aaron are portrayed as collaborators with the primary protagonists. Eurylochus, although frequently portrayed as confronting or opposing Odysseus, also aids him on several occasions, especially in religious rituals. In the realm of Hades, Eurylochus, along with another crew member, Paramedes, helps with the sacrifice of 2 rams in line with Circe's guidance. Following her previous directions, when they later confront the Sirens, it is Circe's explicit instructions that save them, detailing how Odysseus can listen to their song yet remain unscathed, emphasizing that should he request to be released, his bindings should instead be tightened. When the song's allure proves irresistible to Odysseus, it is Paramedes and Eurylochus who enforce his bindings, following Circe's divine commands, evoking the ritualistic nature of the event akin to the Hades sacrifice. In the same vein, Aaron, in relation to Moses, echoes Eurylochus' relationship with Odysseus. Though he later spearheads the rebellion in Exodus 32, Aaron's earlier representations depict him harmoniously collaborating with Moses. His inaugural mention in Exodus reveals Yahweh's intention for the brothers to act in concert, with Aaron as Moses' mouthpiece. Throughout Moses' engagements with Pharaoh, Aaron consistently partners with him, showcasing their collaborative spirit. As the inaugural high priest of Israel, Aaron's intimate involvement in sacrificial rites is evident. Their collaborative endeavors peak when they jointly petition Pharaoh for permission to conduct a sacrifice to Yahweh. When Pharaoh's subsequent denial, Aaron's capacities are highlighted as he executes a series of miraculous acts, including transforming the Nile's waters to blood. These acts intriguingly foreshadow his capability to fashion the golden calf later on. Disrespecting the divine. In his desire to avoid death by starvation, considered the most tragic demise, Eurylochus suggests slaughtering the prime cattle of Helios as an offering to the gods of Olympus. He then proposes to perform rites in honor of Helios once they return home. The transgression is artfully concealed within the framework of ritual practices, with Odysseus away in slumber. Eurylochus and the rest of the crew proceed to seize several of Helios's cattle. They offer prayers before slaughtering, skinning, and roasting the animals, committing a profound sacrilege. In a parallel narrative, certain Israelites resembling the most unnamed crew members of Odysseus, save for Paramedes, approach Aaron with a request to create and venerate idols not dedicated to Yahweh. Heeding their wishes, Aaron collects their gold earrings and crafts the golden calf, even constructing an altar to worship it. This act of using gold jewelry can be traced back to an earlier episode in Egypt where the Israelites had acquired gold and silver ornaments from their neighbors. Although Exodus 32, 2-3 specifically cites the nose rings as the source for the golden calf, there's a possibility that it indirectly alludes to the jewelry mentioned in Exodus 11:2. In both Greek and Old Testament narratives, divine prohibitions play a recurrent and crucial role. A comparison can be drawn between Adam and Eve's violation of the ban against consuming from the tree of knowledge and the Greek myths wherein Epimetheus is warned not to receive gifts from Zeus and Pandora is cautioned against opening the urn, as recorded in Works and Days. These stories symbolize the initial pairs in both Israelite and Greek mythologies. A reoccurring theme in these tales is the failure of humans, early humans, to honor agreements with deities, especially in heeding divine prohibitions. In the biblical story of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, an angel instructs Lot and his family not to glance back while escaping. The dire consequence of ignoring the divine command is vividly illustrated when Lot's wife, defying the command, transformed into a pillar of salt. In Homer's Odyssey, Circe reiterates Tiresias' warnings to avoid harming Helios' cattle, elevating a seer's warning to the stature of a divine command. Central to the Exodus narrative, the Decalogue is comprised solely of divine prohibitions. By crafting the idol and participating in the ritual, Aaron and the dissenting Israelites breach 3 of these decrees.
You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven, above or on earth, beneath or in the waters below. You should not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who hate me. Exodus 20:3-5.
Subsequent to this initial version of the Decalogue, Yahweh expressly instructs Moses,
You must not make gods of silver to be worshipped beside me, nor may you make yourselves gods of gold.
This additional divine prohibition is also infringed upon by Aaron and the defiant Israelites. A striking similarity in both myths is the direct conveyance of divine prohibitions by the deities, Circe and Yahweh, to the pivotal figures, Odysseus and Moses, respectively. Both myths depict the rebels' rituals as a skewed imitation of authentic ceremonies. In the Odyssey, Eurylochus and his team are primarily driven by hunger, with the sacrifice to Helios serving merely as a cover. The genuineness of their sacrifice is further brought into question by their use of unsuitable substitutes. In place of barley, they scatter oat leaves, and without wine, they offer water as libations. The legitimacy of their ceremony is questionable, disregarding the divine prohibitions surrounding the cattle. Their subsequent banquet spans 6 days and is punctuated by eerie omens, including moving cattle hides and sound of mooing from the meat being roasted. As some scholars have pointed out, this last feast with its unsettling omens bears thematic similarities to the final meal of the suitors in the Odyssey and Theoclymenus' foreboding vision of a palace drenched in blood, haunted by ghostly apparitions. A comparable narrative emerges with Aaron and the Israelites. Their creation of the golden calf defies divine mandates. The following events are marked by a day-long feast where they sat down to eat and drink and later engaged in festivity. Scholars draw attention to the disparity between this ritualistic behavior and their subsequent hedonism, highlighting that
the people's actions mimic the covenant's formulation in chapter 24, which also encompass sacrifice and a holy meal in the presence of a discernible deity.
In both myths, there's an association with the same animal type, whether it's a cow, bull, or a calf. While these animals are commonly used in sacrificial rites and represented as divine symbols, this similarity, albeit broad, provides yet another parallel. In Exodus 32, the bovine representation of the idol adds a layer of mockery. Having encountered Yahweh, the Israelites revert to venerating a deity linked to an animal form. This serves as a reflection of the shared sacrificial traditions between the Greeks and Israelites, evident throughout the Mosaic text. We must emphasize that the dissenters are actually conscious of the transgressions they are undertaking. Tiresias forewarns of the crew's doom if they harm Helios's cattle. Notably, both Eurylochus and Paramedes are present during this prophecy alongside Odysseus. Later, as they sail past Thrinacia, Odysseus conveys the essence of Tiresias' warning to the entire crew, eliciting from them an oath to refrain from killing any ox or sheep, which they duly swear. The gravity of infringing upon Helios' cattle is not lost on them. Eurylochus' own words, when advocating for the consumption of the cattle, attest to his comprehension of the peril. Despite being fully apprised of the consequences, they consciously decide they'd prefer perishing at sea over succumbing to hunger on Thrinacia, and their wish is tragically granted. In the context of the Old Testament, given the relentless critiques against venerating any deity other than Yahweh, the Israelites would undoubtedly recognize, even if subconsciously, that they're partaking in apostasy. This apostate act is thematically known to elicit Yahweh's anger, as particularly emphasized in Exodus 25. Both myths incorporate discussions regarding temple construction. In the Odyssey, while persuading the crew to sacrifice some of Helios' cattle, Eurylochus promises to construct a temple in honor of the god upon their safe arrival. Such a subject is infrequently broached in Homeric epics. Alfred Hubeck elaborates. Mentions of dedicating temples are especially noteworthy in Homer, considering there are hardly any mentions of Greek temples, save for one, the Temple of Athena at Athens, and another at Troy. And among the Phoenicians, historically, Dark Age Greeks began constructing temples relatively later, perhaps influenced by external cultures. Eurylochus' commitment, juxtaposed with his urging to harm the god's sacred livestock, exudes a sense of thoughtless contradiction. Meanwhile, the Exodus narrative in the chapters preceding 32 extensively details the blueprint of the tabernacle and its associated offerings. Though presented distinctively, this is another shared motif between the myths, strategically positioned in their respective narratives. Eurylochus' envisioned temple is opulent, filled with agomata, or offerings pleasing to the gods. These could be sacrifices, artifacts, or even idols. The Septuagint's translation also utilizes agomata in similar contexts. The terms inaugural mentioned in the Odyssey sheds light on its versatility. Agistos, drawing parallels to the suitors and the crew, post-sacrificing animals presents agomata, comprising gold and woven artifacts, as tokens of appreciation for winning Clytemnestra's affection. Like Eurylochus, Aegisthus offers agomata, subsequent to deeds frowned upon by the gods, as emphasized by Zeus. When Nestor identifies Athena's prior presence, he pledges a gilded horned yearling cow as a sacrifice to her. This offering, later meticulously detailed, is identified as an agomata for Athena, echoing the gilded calf idol in Exodus 32. The Odyssey's sole portrayal of the Trojan horse from the Trojans' viewpoint offers intriguing parallels. The Trojans, after some contemplation, consider the wooden horse a divine agomata and usher it into their city, mirroring the Israelites in Exodus 32. The Trojans, in linking this wooden representation to deities, inadvertently seal their fate. Odysseus and Moses discern the indiscretions of their people from afar upon their return. As Odysseus wakes up and makes his way back to the ship, he detects the aroma of roasting meat even before reaching his crew. Similarly, as Moses descends the mountain with the tablets crafted by Yahweh, Joshua assumes the noises are from a battle. However, Moses more accurately discerns.
It is not the sound of victory or the sound of defeat. It's the sound of singing that I hear. Exodus 32.
The Septuagint further expresses joyfulness among the Israelites, which closely aligns with the atmosphere in Odyssey 12, where the celebratory feast continues for 6 days. The text states,
I hear their voice, led by wine. Exodus 32.
Total destruction by wrathful gods. In a celestial assembly, Helios, consumed by rage over an affront, warns Zeus that he may refrain from illuminating the earth, saying,
If they fail to offer me fair compensation for my cattle, I will descend to Hades and light up the realm of the deceased.
As Professor Loudon references in his book, in Chapter 1, this represents a distinct variant of celestial assembly, wherein the supreme sky deity, such as Zeus, arbitrates with an angered god who issues threats of widespread devastation. A parallel can be seen in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where an enraged Ishtar confronts Anu, proclaiming,
I shall direct myself to the netherworld and awaken the deceased, causing them to consume the living, outnumbering them.
Should Helios decide to cast his light solely in the underworld, it would inevitably result in a cataclysmic event, extinguishing all life on Earth. Yet Zeus adeptly pacifies Helios, convincing him to limit his retribution solely to those humans who harmed his cattle. Upon learning of an insurrection, Yahweh's reaction mirrors that of Helios. He is so deeply aggrieved by their act that he contemplates annihilating all Israelites. Beyond just the culprits of the indiscretion, however, Moses intervenes, similarly to how Zeus pacified Helios. As highlighted in Professor Loudon's Chapter 1 of his book, Moses' conversation with Yahweh can be viewed as a type of celestial assembly, reminiscent of the Zeus-Helios exchange. This assembly is groundbreaking for two reasons. It involves discourse between a deity and a mortal, and it portrays Moses in a role customarily associated with a supreme deity. Several scholars have observed that in various episodes of Exodus, Moses assumes responsibilities typically ascribed to a deity. In this distinct scenario, Moses, much like Zeus or Anu, negotiates with the wrathful god, Yahweh, akin to Helios or Ishtar. Moses succeeds in moderating Yahweh's fury, convincing him to reduce the scale of punishment from a potential annihilation of the entire Israelite population to the demise of a mere 3,000 individuals. There are broader thematic resemblances between the narratives of Poseidon in Homeric literature and Yahweh in the Old Testament episodes. Both deities voice grievances about perceived disrespect, as demonstrated by Poseidon at Odyssey 13 and Iliad 7. Despite this being a prevalent motif, considering the parallels identified between Yahweh and Poseidon in Chapter 7 of Loudon's book, these deities appear to share significant similarities. A speculative hypothesis proposed by E.L. Brown suggests that the daon in Poseidon, or Poseidon, as referenced in Homer, might be etymologically linked to Dagon, a primary deity of the Philistines in the Old Testament tales. Given that numerous archaeologists now link the Philistines with the Mycenaean Greek culture, the plausibility of an etymology connection between these names is conceivable. Both Odysseus from the Odyssey and Moses from the book of Exodus are portrayed as figures set apart from their respective companions due to their principled actions and avoidance of transgressions. In the case of Odysseus, during the episode where his crew sacrilegiously slaughters the cattle of Helios, he is absent, engaging in prayer. He neither partakes in the sacrilegious act nor indulges in the subsequent feast. This distinction is emblematic of Odysseus's intrinsic self-discipline, contrasted with the impulsive nature of his crew, highlighting his unique moral fiber. Gregory Crane, in 1998, observes,
Odysseus stands out distinctly against the backdrop of his crew's shortcomings, exemplifying the virtues they lack.
Similarly, in Exodus, a stark contrast emerges between Moses and the Israelites. When Moses ascends the mountain, enveloped in a divine cloud for a prolonged 40-day encounter with Yahweh, the Israelites below are depicted as being in awe and fearful. Robert Bernard Alter underscores this portrayal, emphasizing the profound divide between the prophet and his followers. Moses, before his ascent, assures the Israelites, affirming God's intention to test their faith. Yet, akin to Odysseus' crew, the Israelites falter in this test. As a consequence of these failures, divine retribution ensues. In the Odyssey, following their departure from Thrinakia, Zeus wrecks their ship with a bolt of lightning, sparing only Odysseus. In contrast, the punishment in Exodus is meted out through human agency. In a chilling episode, Moses, acting upon divine instructions, commands the Levites to execute those involved in the sacrilegious act.
Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, put your sword on your side, each of you. Go back and forth from the gate to gate throughout the camp, and each of you kill your brother, your friend, and your neighbor. The Levites did as Moses commanded, resulting in the death of about 3,000 people. Exodus 32.
This act in Exodus mirrors a later episode in the Odyssey, wherein divine justice is executed by a mortal, specifically on Ithaca. Here, it's Odysseus who enacts divine retribution upon the suitors, reprimanding them for offending Athena. An in-depth analysis of these moments of catastrophic retribution is deferred to chapter 13 of Dr. Loudon's book. While both Aaron and Eurylochus played roles in rebellions, their outcomes differed significantly. Aaron, despite his prominent role in the revolt, was not held fully accountable like Eurylochus. He remained the priest of Israel after surviving the turmoil. When confronted by Moses, Aaron minimized his involvement, attributing the creation of the golden calf to the people's misdeeds, simply asserting that he cast their gold into the fire and the calf emerged. Although Moses seems to partly fault Aaron, noting the people's unruliness and Aaron's contribution to it, Aaron reemerges in the narrative only in Exodus 32:35, where it's mentioned that the Lord chastised those who, through Aaron, crafted the calf. Biblical scholars have postulated various reasons for Aaron's contrasting portrayal. William H.C. Propp suggests that Aaron's depiction in the Exodus, both in chapter 32 and prior sections, mirrors subsequent conflicts in Israel's history.
Subsequent generations seem to be the target audience for the rebellion stories in Exodus 32, which seem to champion allegiance to a theocratic authority, symbolizing Moses and Yahweh.
Furthermore, Aaron's representation elucidates the origins of the priesthood and its link with the Levites, extensively elaborated upon in Exodus 28 through 29. Historical analysis indicates long-standing disagreements over the rightful priestly authority in Israel. In subsequent eras, legitimacy was granted only to those who could trace their lineage to Aaron. Thus, the Exodus 32 narrative provides foundational support for Aaron's survival. Additionally, scholars recognize the connection between Exodus 32 and the reign of Jeroboam I, who created gold calves for religious purposes. Hence, Aaron's involvement in crafting a golden calf may reflect the writer's views on Jeroboam's actions. Propp speculates that an earlier rendition of the story might have placed more blame on Aaron, drawing parallels with Eurylochus in the Odyssey. He hypothesizes a more comprehensive account of the gold calf story, which could imply that some of Aaron's Levite followers were purged. Genesis changed the earlier myth. The resemblances between the characters and the overarching narratives of the Odyssey and the biblical texts suggest that the Old Testament writers might have significantly adapted the traditional form of the myth they received. This adaptation is evident in the distinct representation of the divine council mediating Yahweh's anger. While the structure is reminiscent of the specific subtype of divine council where predominant sky deity pacifies a lesser deity's wrath, the Exodus authors innovate by positioning Moses as the primary deity figure and Yahweh as the subordinate, angered God. When examining the Odyssey, specifically Book 12, it's challenging to pin it down historically, save for its allusion to a Greek temple. Consequently, the Odyssey might represent a more classical rendition of this mythological archetype, seemingly less driven by religious controversies. Even though the Odyssey doesn't use the Thrinakia incident to push a religious conflict narrative, it still molds this narrative within the broader scope of the Argonautic myth. As explored in Dr. Loudon's chapter 6 of his book, this influence pervades books 6 through 12 in the Odyssey. For instance, Helios, infuriated by an incorrect ritual, parallels the figure of the disgruntled father-in-law Aeetes from the Argonautica. You can compare him with Laban in Genesis 29 through 31. Circe, guiding Odysseus on handling her formidable father, strongly mirrors Medea. Therefore, the Odyssey may have adapted the mythological framework discussed here to align with the dominant theme of the Argonautic myth. Multiple narratives in the Book of Numbers echo the mythic structure found in Exodus 32, wherein the people rebel against divine authority and their leader. These stories also bear thematic similarities to the events on Thrinakia and instances of Odysseus's crew's insubordination. Specifically, Numbers 11 equates rebellion with the act of eating, especially meat. As the Israelites express dissatisfaction, God's wrath manifests, with fire erupting at the camp's edge. Moses' intervention quells this fire, reminiscent of his role in Exodus 32, albeit without the golden calf's presence. Subsequent complaints from the Israelites regarding their diet lead to God providing them with an excessive amount of quail, which, when consumed, result in a divine-inflicted plague. This narrative mirrors elements of the rebellions in Exodus 32 and Thrinakia. Numbers 14 provides a rationale for the Israelites' prolonged journey from Egypt to Canaan, spanning 40 years. After hearing about Canaan's formidable inhabitants, the Israelites lament their situation, incurring God's wrath. God decrees that those who have opposed him will never reach Canaan. This delay in reaching their destination mirrors the delays faced by Odysseus and his crew, primarily due to divine anger. In Numbers 16, Moses' leadership faces direct opposition from Korah and 250 individuals who accuse Moses and Aaron of elevating themselves. Divine intervention results in the earth engulfing Korah's household and fire annihilating the 250 dissenters. Further blame placed on Moses and Aaron leads to a deadly plague, only halted by their intervention. This episode parallels the Odyssey when a crew member criticizes Odysseus' share, resulting in the storm winds that blow them off course. Both narratives predict that many followers will not achieve their end's goal. Moreover, the conclusion of Number 16, featuring a wrathful deity causing mass mortality, aligns with Zeus's and Poseidon's actions in the Odyssey. Lastly, Numbers 21, 4 through 7 delivers a concise reflection of the Exodus 32 motif. The Israelites grumble about hunger and impending death, which elicits a divine response of venomous serpents causing numerous fatalities. As with the previous narratives, Moses' intervention brings relief. This short passage encapsulates the recurring themes of rebellion, divine ire, calamity, and Moses' mediating role. Argonauts of the Desert. Philip Wagenbaum's Greek influence. In a previous episode on the origin of Abraham, we examined the Greek Argonautica myth with a concise breakdown of the Phrixus myth and an integral observation highlighted in the 10th step. Here's the story. Athamas, the Boeotian king, weds Nephele, a cloud deity crafted in Hera's likeness by Zeus. The couple produces twin offspring, Phrixus and Helle. Athamas later forsakes Nephili in favor of Ino. Ino harbors malice towards her stepchildren and conspires their demise at the hands of their own progenitor. Ino manipulates messengers to convince King Athamas that Phrixus's sacrifice at Mount Lephistion was mandated by the Delphic oracle to alleviate a prevailing famine. On the verge of the tragic act, a divine intervention, either by Zeus or Nephili, presents a golden winged ram, whisking both children to safety. Heli's unfortunate plunge mid-flight gives rise to the naming of the Hellespont. Phrixus safely reaches Colchis, modern-day Georgia, aboard the ram. In deep reverence, Phrixus offers the savior ram to Zeus and commemorates the act by placing its golden fleece upon an oak. An often overlooked facet, yet of paramount importance, is the myth's introduction to the Argonauts saga, who subsequently venture to Colchis to reclaim the illustrious golden fleece. Drawing parallels with Genesis 22's account of Isaac's binding, God challenges Abraham's fidelity, mandating him to offer his cherished son atop Mount Moriah. Abraham obliges, tying down his son. Divine intervention by an angel halts the ritual in its tracks. A ram entangled in a bush becomes Abraham's alternate sacrifice. However, a nuanced distinction emerges. The Hellenic tale witnesses the ram's demise, followed by the display of its fleece on a tree. Contrarily, the biblical narrative portrays the ram's initial ensnarement, followed by its sacrifice. This deviation raises speculation over the tale's potential shared origin, derivative nature, or mere coincidental similarities. A deeper exploration into their respective narrative contexts, the Argonautic epic and the biblical recount, will provide further clarity. Both dads were deeply faithful and ready to follow a divine command without question. Just as things looked grim, a magical ram appeared to save the day. In Isaac's story, the command came directly to his father. In Phrixus's, the command was for him. This ram got tangled in some bushes or trees before it was sacrificed for Isaac, but after it saved Phrixus. And the ram was sacrificed to spare Isaac's life and as a thank you for saving Phrixus. What's fascinating is how these story parts could easily be mixed and matched to make new tales. So a big question emerges. Are these stories just eerily similar by chance? Or did one story inspire the other? One detail that stands out is the ram in the bushes. It's unique enough to make us really ponder if there's a connection between the two stories. Now here's something to consider. While some might find it a bit controversial, many scholars believe parts of the Old Testament were written pretty late in history. Considering how closely Jewish and Greek cultures were during this period, it's possible they influenced each other's stories. Interestingly, both these tales of narrow escapes from sacrifice start bigger stories that share themes. 1. Both have divine promises about land inheritance. 2. Both speak of special chosen people. 3. They mention a 4-generation wait time before the land's acquired. 4. A leader who's a bit hesitant due to a stutter helps the people. 5. Both tales have unexpected delays due to human mistakes. 6. The stories include desert journeys with sacred items. 7. Along the way, they get divine messages or guidance. These tales are more than just thrilling beginnings. They're foundation stones for the larger stories. Both narratives frequently circle back to these tales, reminding the reader of the divine promises and how everything began. The Bible isn't just about the descendants of Abraham getting a piece of land called Canaan. Philip Wagenbaum points out how similar the Bible stories are to what Plato wrote. For starters, both talk about a big flood that changed the world and was followed by a time when patriarchs ruled. They mention the growth of cities, how kings came to be, the birth of laws, and even describe an ideal world. Surprisingly, the Bible's laws often sound a lot like Plato's ideas. Both stress having a central religious power. They emphasize the importance of pure blood, especially for religious leaders. They aren't fans of things like same-sex relationships, witchcraft, or magic. Both have rules about inheriting property, setting up boundary markers, and where slaves can come from. Both divide the ideal state into 12 parts, each given to a different tribe or group. They warn that kings can get caught up in their own desires, which could make them cruel rulers. Think of the mistakes made by David and Solomon in the Bible. Wagenbaum uses a special way of analyzing stories, first introduced by Claude Levi-Strauss, to look at the Bible. His findings are vast, and this is just a peek. One notable comparison is between the near sacrifices of Phrixus and Isaac in their stories. The tale of Phrixus sets the stage for the adventures of Jason and the Argonauts, which explain the origins of a Greek settlement in North Africa. The tales of Argonauts and the Bible simplified. Both rich in drama and destiny. One is about the Argonauts, an adventurous group from ancient Greece. Their leader, Jason, belongs to a family line that once tried, but failed, to sacrifice someone named Phrixus. To calm down an angry god named Zeus, the Argonauts go on a quest to find a golden fleece, basically the shiny skin of the ram that once saved Phrixus. While on this quest, an Argonaut gets some soil from the sea god's son, which is like a future land ownership certificate. This chunk of land will later become Cyrene, but there's a catch. If the soil was kept safe, his descendants would move there soon. But since it was lost at sea, they'd wait many generations, settling somewhere else first. What's interesting, the order of events is flipped in a familiar Bible story. Abraham is first told his descendants will get land. Only after this does he nearly sacrifice his son Isaac. Fast forward in the Argonaut story, and a guy named Battus, a descendant of the Argonauts, gets a divine order to lead his people to Cyrene. Battus tries to wiggle out of this, saying he's not brave and has a speech issue, but destiny won't let him off the hook. He ends up leading his people for 40 years. This reminds many of the biblical Moses. Moses, too, hesitated because of his speech problem, and then led his people for 40 years. So what's the takeaway? It's not just that there's a passing resemblance between Phrixus and Isaac. It's more profound. The whole narrative structure of these stories seem to echo each other. There's a curious interplay where events in one tale mirror those in another, but sometimes in a reversed order. Some say this isn't just coincidence. Given how stories traveled and evolved in ancient times, there's a chance these tales influenced each other in intriguing ways. Here's an excerpt from an article from Dr. Wagenbaum, From Plato to Moses, Genesis, Kings, and Platonic Epic.
The cycle of Abraham shows similarities to the epic of the Argonauts. Abraham almost sacrificed his son Isaac to Yahweh, but an angel stopped him at the last moment. Instead of his son, Abraham sacrificed a ram, which he found stuck in a thicket by its horns. Yahweh then renewed the promise that Abraham's descendants would inherit the land of Canaan, Genesis 22. Quite similarly, Athamas, king of Boeotia, almost sacrificed his son Phrixus to Zeus. But a winged golden ram took Phrixus on its back and brought him safe to Colchis. And there Phrixus sacrificed it to Zeus and hung its golden fleece on an oak tree. See Herodotus, Apollonius of Rhodes, Apollodorus' Library, Aeginus's Fables. One generation later, Jason and the Argonauts set sail to Colchis to bring the golden fleece back to Greece. On the way back, while the Argonauts were stranded on the coast of Libya, Euphemus receives a promise by the god Triton that his descendants would inherit the land of Cyrene. Generations later, Battus, a descendant of Euphemus, consulted the oracle of Delphi about his stutter. The voice of the god Apollo ordered him to take the descendants of Euphemus to the promised land of Cyrene. Although Battus first protested that he did not feel up to this task and that he stuttered, he eventually led his people to Cyrene and ruled over them for 40 years. See Pindar, Pythian, Herodotus, Apollonius of Rhodes, Argonautica.
Dr. Wagenbaum has a fascinating theory. He suggests that there are similarities between the story of Moses and Jethro's daughter in the Bible, and the myth of Heracles and Atlas's daughters from Greek mythology. Let's dive into these intriguing connections in a way everyone can understand.
The priest of Midian had 7 daughters. They came to draw water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. But some shepherds came and drove them away. Moses got up, came to their defense, and watered their flock. When they returned to their father Reuel, he said, "How is it that you have come back so soon today?" They said, "An Egyptian helped us against the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered the flock." He said to his daughters, "Where is he? Why did you leave the man? Invite him to break bread." Moses agreed to stay with the man, and he gave Moses his daughter Zipporah in marriage. Exodus 2:16-21. The Pelasgians were settled down under Hymesis, and setting off thence, they were doing this injustice. Namely, indeed, their daughters went constantly for water to Aneachronis, because there were not during that time yet for them, and not for all the other Greek household servants. And whenever they went, the Pelasgians, through the agency of insolence and belittling, were doing violence to them. Herodotus, Book 6. In the country known as Hesperitus, there were 2 brothers whose fame was known abroad, Hesperus and Atlas. These brothers possessed flocks of sheep which excelled in beauty and were in color of a golden yellow, this being the reason why the poets, in speaking of these sheep as Mele, called them golden Mele. Now Hesperus begat a daughter named Hesperus, whom he gave in marriage to his brother, and after whom the land was given the name Hesperitus. And Atlas begat by her 7 daughters, who were named after their father, Atlantides, and after their mother, Hesperides. And since these Atlantides excelled in beauty and chastity, Busiris, the king of the Egyptians, the account says, was seized with the desire to get the maidens into his power. And consequently, he dispatched pirates by sea with orders to seize the girls and deliver them into his hands. Meanwhile, the pirates had seized the girls while they were playing in a certain garden and carried them off, and fleeing swiftly to their ships, had sailed away with them. Heracles came upon the pirates as they were taking their meal on a certain strand, and learning from the maids what had taken place, he slew the pirates to a man and brought the girls back to Atlas, their father. And in return, Atlas was so grateful to Heracles for his kindly deed that he not only gladly gave him such assistance as his labor called for, but he also instructed him quite freely in the knowledge of astrology. Diodorus Siculus.
In the book of Exodus, there's an interesting story where Moses helps 7 daughters of a respected man at a well. This tale has elements that remind us of stories from Greek mythology, especially those involving the hero Heracles. Just like Moses helped the 7 daughters, Heracles had an adventure where he saved the 7 daughters of Atlas. It's as if the writer of Exodus combined 2 classic motifs, one about maidens at a fountain and the other about the daughters of Atlas. Pretty interesting observation, wouldn't you say? Moses and Hesiod. M.L. West has noticed something interesting. Both an ancient Greek poem called Theogony and the biblical story of Moses share a cool theme. In both stories, a shepherd is up on a mountain when he meets a god. This god gives him some wise words and hands over a special staff. It's like finding similar scenes in 2 different movies.
And one day they taught Hesiod glorious songs while he was shepherding his lambs under holy Helicon. And this word first the goddesses said to me, "The muses of Olympus, daughters of Zeus, who holds the aegis, shepherds of the wilderness, wretched things of shame, mere bellies. We know how to speak many false things as though they were true, but we know when we will to utter true things. So said the ready-voiced daughters of great Zeus, and they plucked and gave me a rod, a shoot of sturdy laurel, a marvelous thing, and breathed into me a divine voice to celebrate things that shall be and things there were aforetime. And they bade me sing of the race of the blessed gods that are eternally, but ever to sing of themselves, both first and last." Hesiod, Theogony. Moses was keeping the flock of his father-in-law and Jethro, the priest of Midian. He led his flock beyond the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the bush. He looked, and the bush was blazing, yet it was not consumed. Exodus 3, 1-2.
Moses and Battus, the stuttering rulers. Abraham's narrative is underpinned by a promise. that his lineage will inhabit Canaan. Interestingly, this bears semblance to the Argonauts story. Specifically, the Binding of Isaac episode might have its roots in the tale of Phrixus and the Golden Fleece. Drawing from the Argonauts legend, Euphemus was foretold that his progeny would initially settle in Thera, followed by the foundation of Cyrene in Libya. Apollonius of Rhodes in his Argonautica culminates with this very prophecy, seemingly nodding to Herodotus. The historian in turn provides two interpretations of this story, from the perspective of the Therians and Cyrenians. Vesilius proposes an intriguing hypothesis. Such narrative duality might have influenced the biblical author to employ a similar approach of parallel narratives.
Brought from his city a hecatomb, and there followed him both others of his fellow citizens, and in particular Battus, the son of Polymnestus, being in birth a Euphemid of the Myni. Then to Grinus, the king of the Therians, who was consulting the oracle about the matters, Pythia proclaimed that he should found a city in Libya. And he replied by saying, I, for my part, O Lord, am too old by now and heavy to raise myself. Bid you then one of these younger men to do that. At the same time, he said that and appointed to Battus. Then so much, but afterwards, having gone away, they maintained a lack of taking account of the oracle, because they neither knew Libya, nor dared to an obscure matter to dispatch off a colony. Herodotus, Book 4. So thereafter, having taken up Phronime, Polymnestus, being an esteemed man among the Therians, kept her as a concubine. Then time going around, there was born out to him a son, hesitant in speech and lisping, to whom as a name was given, Battus. For when that one had become a man, he went to Delphi about his voice, and to him, when he was speaking his question, Pythia proclaimed this, Battus, you came for voice. Lord Phoebus, Apollo, to sheep-rearing Libya sends you a founder. Just as if she should say, with the use of the Greek tongue, O Basilai, king, you came for voice. And he replied with this, O Lord, I came to you. Consult the oracle about my voice, and you make me other proclamations of impossible things. As you bid, colonize Libya. With what power? With what kind of band? Although he said that, he could not persuade him to make him other proclamations, and when she was prophesying after the same fashion as previously, Battus left her behind in the midst and was gone to Thera. Herodotus, Book 4. But Moses said to the Lord, O my Lord, I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor even now, that you have spoken to your servant, but I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. Exodus 4:10.
In the book of Exodus, there seems to be a blending of two tales from Herodotus. Here, a man is divinely chosen to establish a new settlement, a notion rooted in a promise made to his forefather, while one account depicts this man feeling too elderly and requesting the deity to assign someone else, much like Grinus. The other portrays him citing a speech difficulty akin to Battus, expressing feelings of inadequacy. A striking similarity exists in the leadership duration. Both Battus and Moses reigned for 40 years. Drawing parallels further, just as the Argonauts embarked on sea voyages in quest of the fabled Golden Fleece, the Israelites traversed deserts in pursuit of a spiritual treasure, the divine law. This juxtaposition presents the Israelites as desert counterparts to the Argonauts. However, the Israelites' objective isn't just to establish a mere settlement like Euphemus's descendants. Instead, they aim to create a utopian society, reminiscent of Plato's ideal state in his laws. Interestingly, the blueprint for this state would be revealed to Moses during their desert sojourns. The Exodus and Euripides as Helen. Dr. Wagenbaum makes an interesting observation by suggesting Herodotus provides a narrative that contradicts the conventional story of Helen's infidelity. In this version, Helen was never taken to Troy by Paris. Instead, she was safeguarded by King Proteus of Egypt. Later, Menelaus, her husband, rediscovered her in Egypt and, finding her honor untouched, took her back to Sparta. This narrative parallels the biblical account of Sarah and Abraham in Egypt. Egyptian officials brought Sarah to Pharaoh. However, following a series of plagues, Sarah was returned to Abram, and they were both evicted from Egypt. An intriguing connection can be found in Herodotus 2:119.
And Menelaus, having come to Egypt and having sailed up to Memphis, told the truth of these matters, and not only found great entertainment, but also received Helen unhurt, and all his own wealth besides. Then, however, after he had been thus dealt with, Menelaus showed himself ungrateful to the Egyptians. For when he set forth to sail away, contrary winds detained him. And as this condition of things lasted long, he devised an impious deed, for he took 2 children of natives and made sacrifice of them. After this, when it was known that he had done so, he became abhorred, and being pursued, he escaped and got away in his ships to Libya. But whither he went besides after this, the Egyptians were not able to tell. Of these things they said that they found out part by inquiries, and the rest, namely that which happened in their own land, they related from sure and certain knowledge.
The French Hellenist and expert in Philo of Alexandria, Jacques Cazot, believes that the story of Abram and Sarah in Egypt is like a mini version of the Exodus story. Here's the gist. Abram goes to Egypt, gets into a spat with the Pharaoh. Egypt faces a bunch of bad events, like plagues, and Abram is told to go home. This story hints at what will later happen to Abram's family in another part of the Bible, specifically in the first 15 chapters of Exodus. But there's also a twist. This story might remind some of the tale of Helen and Menelaus. In this case, the Pharaoh keeps the wife, Helen, while treating her husband, Menelaus, really well, even giving him presents. But the story leaves out the parts where the Pharaoh might have dishonored Helen, or when Menelaus was scared for his life. Also, Menelaus did something really dark. He sacrificed Egyptian kids, which reminds us of another part of the Bible, where the firstborn children are killed. Building on this same story, a playwright named Euripides added his own spin in his play called Helen. In this version, Helen was looked after by King Proteus, but after the king died, his son, Theoclymenus, fell for Helen. Even though Helen was already married, he wanted to marry her, but Helen wasn't having any of it and decided to stay near Proteus's grave for protection.
Helen. Now, as long as Proteus gazed upon yon glorious sun, I was safe from marriage. But when o'er him the dark grave closed, the dead man's son was eager for my hand. But I, from regard to my former husband, am throwing myself down in suppliant wise before his tomb of Proteus, praying him to guard my husband's honor, that though through Hellas I bear a name dishonored, at least my body here may not incur disgrace. Euripides, Helen.
After coming back from Troy, Menelaus ends up on the shores of Egypt. He hears that his wife is nearby, so he finds her and they reunite. Together they make a plan to escape Egypt, all the while fearing that the local king might try to harm Menelaus because of his feelings for her.
Helen speaks. Escape and fly with all thy speed from this land. Thou wilt be slain by him whose house this is. Menelaus. What have I done to merit such a fate? Helen. Thou hast arrived unexpectedly to thwart my marriage. Menelaus. What? Is some man bent on wedding my wife? Helen. Aye, and on heaping those insults on me which I have hitherto endured. Menelaus. Is he some private prince or ruler of this land? Helen. The son of Proteus, king of the country. Of course thou knowest then all about my marriage. Menelaus. I do, but whether thou hast escaped thy lover, I know not. Helen. Be well assured I have kept my body chaste. Helen. 780 to 95.
Helen and Menelaus come up with a clever plan to get out of Egypt. Menelaus acts like a Greek soldier, making up a story that their ship was wrecked and that Menelaus sadly didn't survive. Believing Helen to be now single, Theoclymenus thinks he has a chance to marry her. The couple then asks to perform a special ritual by the sea to honor the dead Menelaus, as is the Greek tradition. Theoclymenus, excited at the thought of marrying Helen, quickly agrees. The play takes a humorous twist as the pharaoh tries to show respect for Greek traditions, but it's clear he's mainly thinking about marrying Helen. In a funny moment, Menelaus cheekily asks the pharaoh for all sorts of items for the ritual, including a ship and weapons, hinting at his warrior reputation. Theoclymenus gets a bit anxious about it all.
Theoclymenus, how far from the shore does the ship put out? Menelaus, so far that the foam in her wake can scarce be seen from the strand. Theo, why so? Wherefore doth Hellas observe this custom? Menelaus, that the billow may not cast up again our expiatory offerings. Theo, Phoenician rowers will soon cover the distance. Menelaus, 'twill be well done and gratifying to Menelaus too. Theo, canst thou not perform these rites well enough without Helen? Menelaus, this task belongs to mother, wife, or children. Theo, 'tis her task then, according to thee, to bury her husband. Menelaus, to be sure, piety demands that the dead be not robbed of their due. Helen, 1265 to 80.
On the ship, Menelaus and his crew overpower the sailors and make a daring escape from Egypt. When Theoclymenus hears of this, he's furious and wants to chase them down. But suddenly, Helen's brothers, Castor and Pollux, show up. They tell Theoclymenus that higher powers wanted Menelaus and Helen to get away, that he should avoid doing something wrong. This part of the play, where they make a dramatic exit from Egypt, reminds us of other famous escapes, like the one in the Bible where the Israelites leave Egypt. Similarly, the story where the Pharaoh falls for a married woman who eventually goes back to her husband can be compared to a couple of the tales from the Bible. There's one about Abram and Sarah in Egypt, and another about a king named Abimelech. One cool detail in the play, Castor and Pollux step in to tell Theoclymenus that he's about to make a big mistake with Helen. This is a lot like the part in the Bible when God appears in a dream to warn Abimelech about Sarah being a married woman. It's interesting how these ancient stories can have so many similarities.
Dioscuri, restrain those bursts of rage that hurry thee to undue lengths. Theoclymenus, king of this country, we are the twin sons of Zeus that call to thee by name, whom Leda bore one day, with Helen too, who hath fled from thy palace, for thou art wroth for marriage never destined for thee. Long, long ago had we our sisters saved, seeing that Zeus had made us gods. But we were too weak for destiny, as well as the deities, who willed these things to be. Helen, 1650 to 60.
While Greek stories don't talk about Abraham pretending his wife is his sister, there's a fascinating similarity between the tale of Menelaus and Helen running from Egypt and the biblical Exodus story. Here's the gist. Moses tries to fool Pharaoh by asking to take a 3-day journey to make a special offering to God. Even though Pharaoh isn't too keen on the idea, he faces a series of terrible events or plagues. First, water turns to blood, then frogs overrun the land. Pharaoh's magicians copy these tricks so he's not fazed, but then gnats and flies invade, making Pharaoh briefly give in, only to change his mind later. More disasters follow, from sick livestock to painful boils and even a hellstorm. Through all this back and forth, the Egyptian people start getting worried about the powerful God of Israel. At some points, Pharaoh seems to agree to let the Israelites go, but adds conditions. After even more troubles, including swarms of locusts and complete darkness, Pharaoh nearly gives in, but when Moses insists on taking their animals with them, Pharaoh hesitates again. The last straw is the tragic death of all Egyptian firstborns. Finally, Pharaoh gives in. Now, the fun part is that Moses' negotiation tactics are a lot like what Menelaus does in the play Helen by Euripides. Both have sneaky plans behind their request. Just like Menelaus wants to escape under the guise of a distant sacrifice, Moses seems to be playing a similar game. In the play, when asked why they need to go so far for the sacrifice, Menelaus says it's because the waves might bring some of it back to shore. Moses, on the other hand, points out differences in their customs to justify his request. And just like Menelaus wants Helen with him, Moses insists everyone should be allowed to leave Egypt, not just the men. Interestingly, both stories even have a bit about who should provide the animals for the sacrifices. And amidst all this, there's a touch of humor, as Pharaoh's own people get exacerbated with him, begging him to let the Israelites leave. The trouble at Elephantine. Moses once said something that's pretty intriguing.
Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, "Go sacrifice to your God within the land." But Moses said, "It would not be right to do so, for the sacrifices that we offer to the Lord our God are offensive to the Egyptians. If we offer in the sight of the Egyptians sacrifices that are offensive to them, will they not stone us?" Exodus 8:25-26.
Interestingly, there's an ancient document that supports this sentiment of Egyptians getting upset over Judean sacrifices. It's called the Elephantine Papyri. Around 500 BCE, Judeans made offerings that included rams, which upset the Egyptians because they worshipped Khnum, a ram god. This tension got so bad that the Egyptian priest, with some backing from their Persian overlords, burnt down the Judean temple dedicated to Yahweh. We know about this event from a letter where the Judeans ask for money to rebuild.
Your servant Yadaniah, son of Gomorrah, the name Mazi, son of Nathan, the name Shemaiah, son of Haggai, the name Hoshea, son of Yatum, and the name Hoshea, son of Yatun, 5 men from Senia, who reside in Elephantine the fortress, speak so. If our Lord wishes it, the sanctuary of Yahweh our God will be built in Elephantine the fortress, as it was before, and neither slaughter of rams, oxen, nor he-goats will be offered. Only incense and oblation will be offered. May the Lord look into this.
Here's an extra tidbit. The Judeans in Elephantine apparently didn't follow the Bible's guidelines strictly. Even though they worshipped Yahweh, they had their own temple and celebrated Passover in a way that's different from its biblical origin. This clash with Egyptian beliefs is reflected in Moses' words about how their practices would be seen as disrespectful to Egyptians. Basically, a dispute from around 500 BC is hinting at a much older story, perhaps because readers from the Hellenistic period would recognize the reference. Fun fact, Moses' name is never mentioned by any evidence we have from Elephantine, Egypt. Splitting the Red Sea. Remember how the tale of Joseph reminded some of Odysseus' make-believe journey to Egypt? Odysseus, in his tale, talks about how he went to Egypt after the famous Trojan War. Although he instructed his crew not to harm the locals, they didn't listen. They attacked the Egyptian men and kidnapped their women and kids. As you can guess, this angered the Egyptians.
The alarm was soon carried to the city, and when they heard the war cry, the people came at daybreak, till the plain was filled with horsemen and foot soldiers, and with the gleam of armor. Then Zeus spread panic among my men, and they would no longer face the enemy, for they found themselves surrounded. The Egyptians killed many of us, and took the rest alive to do forced labor for them. Odyssey, Book 14.
In the biblical story, Pharaoh gears up to chase the Israelites with his mighty army.
So he had his chariot made ready, and took his army with him. He took 600 picked chariots, and all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued the Israelites, who were going out boldly. The Egyptians pursued them, the Pharaoh's horses and chariots, his chariot drivers and his army. They overtook them, camped by the sea, by Pihorth, in front of Baal Zephon. As Pharaoh drew near, the Israelites looked back, and there were the Egyptians advancing on them. In great fear, the Israelites cried out to the Lord. Exodus 14, 6-10.
Then, in a jaw-dropping moment, Moses waves his hand, causing the Red Sea to split in two. The Israelites hurry across, with the sea acting like solid walls on either side. But when the Egyptians try to follow, Moses waves his hands again, the sea comes crashing back down, drowning the Egyptians. Funny enough, there's a pretty similar story mentioned by the ancient historian Herodotus.
When 3 months had gone by while Artabazos was besieging the town, there came to be a great ebb of the sea backwards, which lasted for a long time, and the barbarians, seeing that shallow water had been produced, endeavored to get by into the peninsula of Paline. But when they had passed through 2/5 parts of the distance, and yet 3/5 remained, which they must pass through before they were in the Paline, then there came upon them a great flood tide of the sea, higher than ever before, as the natives natives of the place say, though, high tides come often. So those of them who could not swim perished, and those who could were slain by the men of Potadia, who put out to them in boats. The cause of the high tide and flood, and of that which befell the Persians, was this, as the Potadians say, namely that these same Persians who perished by means of the sea had committed impiety towards the temple of Poseidon and his image in the suburb of their town. And in saying that this was the cause, in my opinion, they say well. The survivors of his army, Artabazos, led away to Thessaly to join Mardonius, Herodotus, Book 8.
The Bible's author blended together Odysseus' adventures in Egypt and a story by Herodotus about waters that briefly pulled back, all to enrich the Exodus tale, which was also influenced by a play called Helen by Euripides. On top of all this, they sprinkled in some ideas from the philosopher Plato. It's like a mixtape of ancient stories and thoughts. The Exodus and Plato's Cave Allegory, a scholarly interpretation. In The Republic, Book 7, Plato, channeling Socrates, delineates a profound allegory where individuals have been bound in a subterranean cavern for their entire existence. Their perceptions are confined to the cave's interior wall, upon which the mere silhouettes of external realities are cast. Intriguingly, when one of these captives is liberated and exposed to the genuine external world, the sheer brilliance of truth becomes almost blinding. Gradually, this individual discerns that the realities within the cave were mere representations of the actual world outside. The solar radiance symbolizes the idea of the good, expressing compassion for his peers who misconstrue the shadows for divine entities. Socrates argues that the enlightened one should re-enter the cave to emancipate his peers. Nevertheless, this altruistic act might be met with derision or even aggression from those still ensnared by ignorance. This narrative epitomizes Plato's theory of forms, suggesting our tangible world is but a shadow of a more profound, intangible reality. This superior reality, however, is elusive, accessible solely to philosophers who fathom the quintessential idea of the good, symbolically representing the supreme deity as further elaborated in Plato's Timaeus. There's an interesting parallelism between the Platonic cave allegory and the Exodus narrative. The Israelites, thriving in numbers, are enslaved by a new pharaoh. Moses, eluding this subjugation, seeks refuge in Midian. It is here that he receives a divine revelation instructing him to emancipate the Israelites and guide them to the promised land. However, this newly established community parallels Plato's ideal city, founded upon exemplary legislation. The insight of the biblical author is evident in the closeness of the cave's prisoners with the Israelites, illustrating a transition from illusion to an enlightened, divinely ordained polity. This metaphorical city is not merely a geopolitical entity, but embodies the collective soul of Israel, emancipated from the tyrannical clutches of Pharaoh to embrace divine providence. This concept of resistance to enlightenment is mirrored in the Exodus when the Israelites display reluctance in their journey. Their initial grievances indicate a preference for Egyptian servitude over potential death in the wilderness. Subsequent complaints signify their discontent and even potential mutiny against Moses. Plato's narrative foreshadows the tragic demise of Socrates, condemned by his Athenian contemporaries. Such parallels suggest that the biblical text subtly integrates Platonic philosophy, particularly evident upon inspecting the Pentateuch's legislative sections. The Genesis prologue exhibits traces of multiple Platonic dialogues, including Timaeus, Phaedo, Symposium, and Statesman. With access to the complete Platonic corpus, the biblical narrative stresses laws over the Republic, allegorically retracing the Argonauts' expedition, or in the quest for the Golden Fleece, transmutes into a pursuit of divine legislation. A deeper exploration of these divine laws offer profound insights. I hope you've already had your fill of Greek explorations with the Moses myth, but the next dish we'll serve has 10 surprising portions. Egyptian 10 Plagues. As children, we learned stories such as Noah's flood and his ark, about the Exodus and the 10 plagues of Egypt. At that age, before we have learnt the difference between possible and impossible, plausible and implausible, we can be forgiven for thinking they were reasonable and true. But they are arguably incredibly implausible, theologically nonsensical, and perhaps even impossible. Evidence of both Noah's flood and the 10 plagues is thin on the ground. We are left having to evaluate probabilities and all too often resort to motivated reasoning. We believe things because we want or need to believe them rather than being justified in believing them based on sound evidence. The maxim, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, is a good guide to help us evaluate different claims. The more outrageous the claim is that is being made, the better the evidence we require if we are going to believe it. The claims of the Exodus accounts found in the Hebrew Bible are extraordinary claims, especially those concerning the 10 plagues of Egypt. It seems we are unjustified in believing the extraordinary stories of the 10 plagues of Egypt. There's no evidence that they took place other than the claims inside the Bible. They are philosophically nonsensical. They make Yahweh look like a moral monster. At the time, the Pharaoh was refusing to let Moses' people go to escape from bondage. The problem is, it looks like it isn't Pharaoh doing the refusing.
Then the Lord said to Moses, "See, I have made you as God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be a prophet. As for you, you shall speak all that I command you, and your brother Aaron shall speak to Pharaoh, that he let the sons of Israel go out of his hand. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, so that I may multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. When Pharaoh does not listen to you, I will lay my hand on Egypt and bring out my armies, my people, the sons of Israel, from the land of Egypt by great judgments. Then the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I extend my hand over Egypt and bring out the sons of Israel from their midst." Exodus 7.
God admits that he would harden Pharaoh's heart so that the power of Yahweh would be shown to the Egyptians and his signs and wonders would be evident across the land of Egypt. What are these wonders that the all-loving God brought about on the people, animals, and ecosystems of Egypt? It depends on how you define wonder. It depends on what you mean by all-loving. Here are the 10 quite terrible plagues. All the rivers and streams throughout Egypt were turned to blood. Frogs ran rampant throughout the land, from border to border. All the land of Egypt was infested with lice or gnats. Egypt and the houses of Egyptians were attacked by swarms of flies. Diseases were meted out upon horses, asses, camels, oxen, and sheep. All Egyptian livestock died. Boils were inflicted upon man and beast alike. Egypt had a devastating hailstorm. The pitiful remaining crops were further decimated by a massive plague of locusts. 3 days of thick darkness consumed the firstborn of every family and beast in the land of Egypt died. At first sight, these events appear horrendous. Is this really the behavior of an all-loving God? There were millions of Egyptians living the length and breadth of Egypt who had nothing to do with the Hebrews, who had likely never met one, who had their crops destroyed, their animals diseased and covered in boils, who had their firstborns die, and those of their livestock. The life of these people was a determined misery, and these influences were out of their control, and even the control of the Pharaoh. Instead, they were in the hands of an all-powerful, all-loving God. And this God could have simply and very easily, in all his power, appeared to the Pharaoh and made him say yes. God was punishing all Egyptians, their children, and their animals. But were all these people and animals equally responsible for the decision to enslave the Hebrews? Even a 2-year-old firstborn toddler? A cow? God punishes all these people and animals instead of hardening Pharaoh's heart to simply say yes. Using these people and animals instrumentally as tools is something that doesn't fit with the usual morality set out by religious believers. Using people as a means to an end is arguably a part of secular utilitarian morality. Here, Yahweh does it in abundance. One simple word would have averted all this pain and suffering. The course of the lives of those Egyptians, however, was forever changed, and they were punished for the transgression of one single person, the Pharaoh. But the Pharaoh was himself controlled by God. His will hardened, so he has no other option but to say no. These events, of course, have all the signs of a myth, especially given there is no reasonable scientific evidence to suggest that these events happened in the way the Bible details, if at all. But the claims are perhaps disconfirmed by what we know about the Egyptians following these incredible signs and wonders that showed God's supreme power. You see, the simple fact is that no Egyptian seems to have ever even known about Yahweh, let alone believed in this supremely powerful, plague-delivering God for a good millennium after the events supposedly took place. God himself explains why he did what he did.
Then the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord.
Except the Egyptians didn't know that he was Lord. The earliest evidence of a Jewish community or Jewish belief in Egypt comes from the Elephantine papyri, which detail a garrison of Jewish soldiers stationed at a frontier post. And even with these papyri, the evidence is that they held to a Babylonian-style polytheism, not what we now understand as Orthodox Judaism. This was in 400 BCE, almost 1,000 years after the time of Moses. And then we hear of Judaism in the 3rd century BCE with waves of Jews moving in. There were concerns of Jewish immigration as opposed to large-scale deconversion from Egyptian religion to Judaism. In other words, we have no evidence of the plagues ever taking place. God is implicated as morally culpable for them, and there is disconfirming evidence that they happened at all. This is important since they are arguably one of the most famous elements of the story of Moses. In any other religion, these events would clearly be seen as mythological. So why did Judaism and Christianity get a free pass? So where do these plagues really come from, if not history? If they are mythical, what was their symbolic value? And why 10 instead of 3 or 3,000? One interesting suggestion is that there is a reverse creation of the world, as the plagues represent the order of creation in the Genesis account. Note that at the beginning of the Exodus story, the Israelites were fulfilling the commandment of God to be fruitful and multiply. But then Pharaoh is working against this commandment, including the death to all male Hebrew babies. If Pharaoh is going to work against the God-given commandments of creation, then Egypt will be uncreated. Here we find striking parallels between the Exodus plagues, the acts of Pharaoh, and the creation accounts of Genesis 1 through 2. First, we note that there are 10 plagues, and God speaks 10 times in the priestly creation account in Genesis 1. Second, 7 times is the phrase, "You will know that I am Yahweh," used, splitting the 10 plagues into groups. The number 7 also recalls the 7 days of creation. We are pointed towards reading the 7 in the plague narrative as destruction and recreation when we turn to the 10 Commandments, specifically the version found in Deuteronomy 5:15.
You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand, outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day.
Notice that the Sabbath as a day of rest is not because of the day that God rested after creating the world, but because God brought the Israelites out of Egypt. It is also with the last plague that the important festival of Passover is situated. There seems to be a strong connection then between the acts of God at creation, his acts against Egypt, and the commandments. And this may help as an interpretive key for the 10 plagues. Lastly, we find that the number of plagues was not 10, but 7 in Psalms 105 and 78. And their lists of plagues differ, so it seems the author of Exodus is boosting the number from 7 to 10, but retaining a structure of 7s. And so, the first plague is a sign against the first sin of the Pharaoh, the death of Egyptian males. The Nile is the lifeline of the nation, and turning it to blood is a pretty straightforward way of speaking of the blood on the Pharaoh's hands. Then came the frogs. This may show the original divide between land and sea is breaking down. The amphibious creature is no longer merely a water animal, but now coming out of the Nile and infesting the land. The primordial ordering of the place of animals is slipping away. On to the third plague with gnats. Here, the gnats specifically are transformed from the dust of the ground after Moses had struck the land. Note in particular, the gnats don't merely come out of the ground, but dust transforms into insects. The dust of the land becoming a plague is a straightforward reversal of life of animals, and especially humans, who were created from dust. Then comes the flies as the fourth plague. You might think if everyone is already covered in gnats, there won't be much room for flies as well. However, the flies are also said to fill the land. They seem to have fruitfully multiplied, but to the detriments to the Egyptians. God had said in Genesis 1:22 to want flying creatures multiply in the land, and so here they are. These 3 plagues also form an interesting triad. Frogs, gnats, and flies represent water, land, and sky. All is filled with destruction for the Egyptians. The next plague, pestilence, was inflicted not on people, but only field animals. This finds itself reversing Genesis 2:18 through 20, wherein animals are created for the benefit of humans. Well, that benefit is now dying around the Egyptians. All the while, the Israelites are avoiding the punishments meted out by Yahweh. The 6th plague, that of boils, is directly at humans, and it may be best understood as making the Egyptians impure. This does not seem to obviously parallel the Genesis account, but it does make the Egyptians no longer special and holy. The introduction of the plague also has some creation imagery as Moses takes up dust and throws it into the air to infect the Egyptians with boils. Once again, dust and anti-creation are combined. When we turn to the 7th and 8th plagues, hail and locusts, they are the destruction of vegetation. As the animals have been killed off, then the plants would be the next part of the original creation to be undone. Exodus 10:15 states that after these plagues,
nothing green was left of tree or grass of the field in all the land of Egypt.
Again, a powerful reversal of Genesis 1:12.
The land brought forth vegetation, seed bearing fruit with seed in it.
If we are following the reverse of creation so far, then we are back to the original things made by God. Light as separate from darkness, and so the 9th plague is darkness in all the land. For 3 days, the original order of day and night is gone. In fact, darkness was even more severe, as the Egyptians could not even see each other while the Israelites had their own lights. Not only was the sun gone, but light itself was no longer in the land for the Egyptians. This was a powerful return to the beginning state of the universe, when darkness was over the face of the deep. Last but not least, the 10th plague has only left to undo the terrible commands of Pharaoh, as now it is Egyptian males who are put to death, reversing the destruction towards the Israelite male infants. This final desolation against Egypt not only established the Passover celebration, but it finally breaks the will of the Pharaoh to let the Israelites go from bondage. Pharaoh and his nation have been devastated by poetic justice, but this is not the justice of a God that we'd expect with Enlightenment virtues. This cruel destruction of homes and humans, cattle and commoners, plants and people is above and beyond anything we would call a proportionate response. All the more so when God hardened Pharaoh's heart so that God had the excuse to keep the punishments coming for the sake of theology. It is probably better that this part of the story didn't happen. Not all myths are happy ones, but a terrible myth is better than a terrible punishment. These punishments were meted out because Pharaoh would not, or could not, be convinced by Moses and Aaron to let the Israelites go. If only God had given them some potent signs before unleashing cosmic terrors on the land. Oh, but didn't God teach Moses a few magic tricks before approaching the Pharaoh? Snake mythology. Picture this. Moses and Aaron are in Egypt trying to convince Pharaoh to let their people go. To prove they mean business, Aaron throws down his staff. Poof, it turns into a snake. Sounds like a cool magic trick, right? But then Pharaoh's own magicians do the same thing. Still, in a surprising twist, Aaron's snake staff eats the others. Now, if you're scratching your head thinking, what's the snake staff's magic? It helps to know a bit about ancient Egyptian culture. It also signals that we are dealing with mythology. For those who've dived into Egyptian history, the snake staff isn't just a random magical item. Ancient Egyptian art is full of these serpent staffs. Gods like Thoth, Nehipku, and Heka are often shown holding them. But why snakes? Well, in Egypt, creatures like snakes, crocodiles, and scorpions were seen as protective symbols against harmful animals. But snakes weren't just about protection. In Egyptian mythology, they had many roles and were linked to several gods and goddesses like Apophis, Hathor, and Isis, to name a few. So when Aaron and the Pharaoh's magicians had a snake staff showdown, it wasn't just about who had the better trick. It was a deep cultural and spiritual challenge, rooted in beliefs that went back centuries. Was the snake staff scene just a cultural reflection of an old Egyptian magic trick where people trained snakes to act stiff as a rod? There may be evidence to support this idea. We will continue showing the snake mythology because this scene could fit into the broader myth where the bronze serpent in the wilderness gets a scene. The serpent staff in the wilderness may have mythological associations with Egypt, but let's explore a few other ideas. In the old days, like ancient Greece old, there was this god called Asclepius, who was all about healing. Picture him with a staff and a snake slithering around it. Fast forward a bit, and the Romans had a similar figure named Asclepiapus, with the same snake staff setup. Today, this symbol has become an international shorthand for medicine. Now there's another similar looking symbol, a staff with not one but two snakes, plus a pair of wings at the top. You might see this on ambulances. This one belongs to Hermes in Greece and Mercury in Rome. While it's often mixed up with our first symbol and called a caduceus, it's technically the Hermes Mercury one. Hermes wasn't into medicine like Asclepius. Instead, he was the go-to god for delivering messages and guiding souls to the afterlife. So when you see this on an ambulance, it's less about the medicine and more about speedy service and the journey of life. It's fascinating how symbols from thousands of years ago still show up in our modern world, isn't it? The stories they tell connect us with ancient civilizations and remind us of our shared human journey. Within the biblical framework, serpents often depicted as multi-headed sea monsters play a significant role, embodying primordial forces that are ultimately subdued by the divine. These creatures, reminiscent of primordial antagonists, resonate with broader ancient Near Eastern traditions, wherein deities engage in epic cosmic battles against agents of chaos, especially those emerging from watery depths. A notable divergence exists. While neighboring cultures frequently conceptualize the cosmos as a battleground between inherent evil and order, the biblical narrative leans toward a worldview where the cosmos intrinsically reflects divine goodness. Yet the biblical tradition does not stand isolated. It dialogues and integrates motifs familiar to its ancient audience, as evident in verses such as Isaiah 27:1, Isaiah 51:9, and Psalm 74:13-14, among others. Serpents, while sometimes symbols of fertility and prosperity in the ancient Near East, frequently manifest as adversaries conquered by deities, notably storm gods. Ugaritic literature, a vital corpus from the ancient Levantine city of Ugarit, offers categories of divine beings, benevolent deities, often anthropomorphic and associated with tamed animals, and their destructive counterparts, typically linked with wild creatures and monstrous forms, including serpents. Artifacts from the early Bronze Age, particularly old Anatolian and old Syrian seals, frequently depict storm deities triumphing over serpent adversaries. Additionally, in Canaanite mythology, figures like the goddess Anat and the god Baal confront multi-headed serpents, such as Lotan, an entity analogous to the biblical Leviathan. A compelling parallel can be drawn between the description in Isaiah 27:1 and an Ugaritic passage detailing the defeat of the serpent Leighton. The destruction of this chaos agent leads to cosmic repercussions. In sum, the motif of divine triumph over chaotic serpents transcends cultural boundaries, serving as a testament to shared themes and narratives in the ancient Near East. Snakes are found everywhere, and knowing exactly which mythology influenced the serpent motif in the Moses story will depend on what one highlights the most. I think the geographical setting of Egypt should allow the Egyptian mythology to have primary influence on the Moses myth, but we know that these earlier ancient Near Eastern mythologies influenced the Greek mythology. So if these authors were influenced with the serpent staff from the Greek Asclepius, it wouldn't shock me one bit. The moral of this story, friends, is that it is mythology and not history. But let's take a closer look at the lawgivers in the ancient world. Laying down the law. Where do laws come from? Today, we understand them coming about through a political process of legislation and ruling by judges. But if you were a king in antiquity, how did you convince someone of your authority, let alone righteousness? Claims of a greater power giving you the right to make laws would go a long way. Even today, many theists will claim that morality can only exist by founding all laws and morals in the commandments of the deity. In the ancient Near East, it wasn't all that different. The quintessential example of a king showcasing their fitness to legislate is the Babylonian king Hammurabi. His famous code, composed and etched into stone by 1750 BCE, stands today in the Louvre Museum in Paris, an ancient witness to the king's claims to divine right. Atop this stele is an image of Hammurabi, the king and the sun god Shamash. Shamash was not just there to be radiant, as he was also the god of law and justice. In this relief, Shamash is passing along signs of rulership to Hammurabi. In the epilogue of the inscription below this relief, it says,
"The king who ruleth among the kings of the cities am I. My words are well considered. There is no wisdom unlike unto mine. By the command of Shamash, the great judge of heaven and earth, let righteousness go forth in the land. Hammurabi, the king of righteousness, on whom Shamash has conferred right or law am I. My words are well considered." My deeds are not equaled, to bring low those that were high, to humble the proud, to expel insolence.
Among the prescriptions in this code, some sound just a little bit biblical.
If an ox be a goring ox, and it is shown that he is a gorer, and he do not bind his horns or fasten the oxen up, and the ox gore a freeborn man and kill him, the owner shall pay 1/2 a mina in money.
Compare that to Exodus 21:29 through 30.
If, however, the bull has had the habit of goring and the owner has been warned but has not kept it penned up, and it kills a man or woman, the bull is to be stoned, and its owner is also to be put to death. However, if payment is demanded, the owner may redeem his life by the payment of whatever is demanded.
Pretty similar, though the biblical injunction seems harsher than the Babylonian version. Nonetheless, it doesn't take a Yahweh to tell someone how to write up a law about an animal out of control. Even more starkly similar is Code 196 compared to Exodus 21:23 through 25.
If a man put out the eye of another man, his eye shall be put out. But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise.
While there may not be a strong case of genetic connection between these law codes, the similarities do suggest there were common ideas floating around in antiquity. And no, the biblical laws are not older, not by a long shot. After all, the Code of Hammurabi was written centuries before the alleged time of the Exodus. And we have the actual inscription itself, not the story of why the original laws of God were smashed and lost, composed perhaps centuries later. Still, so we know before any Hebrew writer put stylus to clay, the idea that the gods provided the laws was well established, and the same sorts of laws were used in these legal codes written over centuries. Centuries later, the need to at least claim a divine source for the laws was expected. In Plato's unfinished dialogue, the aptly named Laws has its characters make plenty of claims of grandiose origins to the laws of various Greek peoples. The Cretans said they got their laws from Zeus, who was born on that island. The Spartans got their laws from the Oracle of Delphi, an oracle in communion with Apollo. In the works of Plato, the Athenians say their laws were revealed by their goddess of wisdom, Athena. Other law codes and inscriptions by the Greeks and Romans would all claim at least the seal of approval by the gods. If anything, someone claiming that the laws were due to the laws of nature and the rights of men and women would have been a stranger in a strange land. There is no mystery in saying that someone received laws for a god, even if it were a myth. So there is nothing strange for the laws of the Hebrew Bible to be claimed as of divine origin, even if they are not any more likely to have been God-given than the laws of Athens, Crete, and Babylon. But if you wanted to talk to the gods directly and get the law from them, how would you do it? Where would you go? Well, fortunately, it was well known where the gods lived. Up there, above, often at the top of a mountain. Famously in Greece, there was Mount Olympus, where Zeus and his fellow deities resided. But plenty of other mythologies had a council of gods living at the top of a tall mountain. Closer to the Holy Land was Mount Zaphon, along the modern Syrian-Turkish border. Here, the Ugaritic pantheon lived and conducted business. What is interesting is that the location of the Ugaritic gods was not some mystery to the Jews, because the prophet Isaiah knows this place and its importance. In his prophecy against some unnamed and boastful Babylonian king, Isaiah says the king wants to climb up Mount Zaphon and be above the gods.
You said to yourself, I will ascend to heaven. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mount of assembly and the heights of Zaphon. I will ascend to the tops of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. Isaiah 14.
So plenty of Jews knew that the place to find the assembly of gods was up a high mountain. Is there any mystery then that if Moses wanted to go and visit God, he would need to ascend a tall mountain? Just like a Greek would have to climb Mount Olympus, or a man from Ugarit would have to climb Mount Zaphon. And lest we forget, the mountain of God was a place Israelites visited all the time in Jerusalem, Mount Zion. If we look to the Jewish prophetic literature, we find another place for visiting the divine realm, and at the top of a mountain. In the vision, the prophet Ezekiel, as recorded in Ezekiel 40:2-4.
In visions of God, he took me to the land of Israel and set me on a very high mountain, on whose south side were some buildings that looked like a city. He took me there, and I saw a man whose appearance was like bronze, who was standing in the gateway with a linen cord and a measuring rod in his hand. The man said to me, "Son of man, look carefully and listen closely and pay attention to everything I'm about to show you, for that is why you have been brought here. Tell the people of Israel everything you see."
Ezekiel then gets a collection of rules to follow for the proper building of a temple. Later in Ezekiel 43:2, God is seen.
"I saw the glory of God of Israel coming from the east. His voice was like the roar of rushing waters, and the land was radiant with his glory."
Here again, we have the ever-radiant sun-like deity, visitations at the top of a mountain, and the delivery of instructions for mortals to follow. When we come to Moses the lawgiver, then the imagery of a righteous man receiving a set of legal codes from a god was not extraordinary. Going up a mountain to chat with the deity was also understandable, though only the worthy could ascend to the divine realm and return. We should also remember that when Moses returned from his mountaintop chat with God in Exodus 34, carrying the 2 tablets of commandments, his face was glowing. Encounters with the divine are special affairs, and often deities are radiant, but we also should note that the specific god of righteousness in Babylonian myth was the sun god, and even Yahweh could get in on the sunny action, since Malachi 4:2 calls God the Son of Righteousness. This shining radiance of God may also be hinted at by the location of God's mountain, depending on which story you are reading. The place that Moses received God's commandments was called either Mount Sinai or Mount Horeb. While it is strange that the Bible isn't consistent with the name of this holy place, the meaning of these places may provide another interesting clue to the creativity of the biblical authors. The name Horeb comes from a root word meaning a dry place, but the name is potentially derived from the word har, to mean glowing or burning. Sinai may also allow for some interesting wordplay. In Hebrew, Sinai is similar sounding to Sinai, the name of a kind of bush. The burning bush was first encountered on Mount Horeb, according to Exodus 3, a burning Sinai on the mountain of burning, Horeb, which is otherwise called Sinai. The artistry is wonderful, is it not? Combining tropes of divine legal codes, radiant mountaintop gods, and some wordplay, and we truly have here a good book. But one will be hard-pressed to find the locations of these mountains. While we know the exact position of the summits of Olympus and Zaphon, the place of Mount Sinai has been suggested anywhere from Saudi Arabia to Syria. If you think the mountain has to obviously be in the modern Sinai Peninsula, you will need to know the peninsula gets its name from one of the alleged places of the mountain, not vice versa. This is just one more example of dogma trying to remake reality. Fact is, there probably wasn't a burning bush talking to Moses, because there probably wasn't a Moses at all. Did Moses write the Torah and about his own death? Now I hear you saying, of course we know Moses existed and did all sorts of amazing things because he wrote the Torah. Do you really doubt a person existed if they wrote a book about their life and accomplishments? And indeed, the tradition that Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible was well established by the time of Christianity. In John 5:46, Jesus says,
"If you believed Moses, you would believe me, for he wrote about me."
But modern scholarship doubts there's a single author to this collection of books, and the evidence is considerable. But for now, let's assume for the sake of argument that Moses was the author or editor of the Torah. If that were true, then there will be some rather strange occurrences in this book. One oddity is that Moses likes to talk about himself a lot in the third person. Instead of saying, "I said to Pharaoh, let my people go," Exodus 5:1 reads,
"Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, 'Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go.'"
If Moses wrote this, then why is he writing like Moses is another person than the narrator? Do we think this was a normal habit for Moses? Did he normally sit at the dinner table and say, "Moses would like hummus with Moses's matzah"? Not likely. Additionally, Moses must have lacked any sense of irony if he wrote this.
Now Moses was a very humble man, more humble than anyone else on the face of the earth.
Amazing if Moses could see God and be filled with wisdom, but he couldn't couldn't see the absurdity claiming to be the best at being humble. There are additional signs that the person writing the book of Deuteronomy places themselves in the Holy Land. For example, Moses is giving a speech to the Israelites while on the other side of the Jordan River in Deuteronomy 1:1. Moses would never cross over the river into Palestine. So writing about Moses on the other side of or beyond the Jordan is written from the perspective of someone not beyond the Jordan. In other words, someone writing inside of Palestine. Some biblical translations hide this little detail, and perhaps they must because of the problems it causes. But the words are Baver HaYarden, meaning in the region beyond the Jordan. That's how it was understood by the translators of the Hebrew into Greek, how it was translated by Jerome into Latin, and how it was translated into German by Martin Luther. Such a clue indicates that the author of this book isn't Moses. Perhaps the most obvious problem is how Moses writes about his own death.
And Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in Moab, as the Lord had said. He buried him in Moab, in the valley opposite of Beth Peor. But to this day, no one knows where his grave is. Moses was 120 years old when he died, yet his eyes were not weak, nor his strength gone. The Israelites grieved for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days until the time of weeping and mourning was over. Deuteronomy 34.
Wouldn't you agree that it's pretty hard to write about one's own death? And the funeral that happened after, and no one knows where he was buried, quote, to this day, end quote. Doesn't that suggest a long time has passed? And if you think this was prophecy, then why did Moses not know where he was buried? This snippet of text is clearly written by someone not even pretending to be Moses, and composed many years after the alleged time of the great leader. Even evangelicals will concede that Moses didn't write this portion of the Torah, suggesting that Joshua filled in the final gaps. So that means Moses did write the Pentateuch, except where he didn't? Yeah, that's the ticket. Let's look at this without the Moses tinted glasses. If this were any other text, and it showed signs that it had parts that could not have been written by the person tradition alleges wrote it, we wouldn't make excuses for that tradition. Unless there is actual positive evidence that Moses wrote anything, then supposing he wrote everything minus the last part of Deuteronomy is dogma, not data. Pile this on top of the additional negative evidence, and we can only have one conclusion. Whoever wrote the Pentateuch, it probably wasn't Moses. Heck, it probably wasn't even a single composition. But let's leave the documentary hypothesis for another time. We can't go into all the evidence against Mosaic authorship today. Besides, we have a bigger problem: an Exodus without a Moses. Exodus myth, a growing cultural memory. The origins of the tradition that the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt and then rescued is still debated by scholars, even when ignoring the fundamentalist claiming every jot and tittle of the Bible is 100% history. However, we will explore one approach to understanding the story of the Exodus, not by reading the story in its current form, but what impact the tradition had on Jews through the centuries. In other words, let's trace out the cultural memory of the Exodus tradition and see how it changes over time. You might be surprised to see what and who is and is not in the story. When it comes to tracking down that history, we need datable sources, and here we can potentially rely on the works attributed to the prophets of ancient Israel and Judah. We do have to be careful of the work of the quill or stylus of a later editor, but the prophets of the time before and during the Babylonian exile can help us see what was central to the psyche of people in Palestine. Among the oldest of the prophets in the Hebrew Bible, there is Amos from the northern kingdom of Israel. Several passages seem to know of an Exodus tradition, but one verse is particularly interesting here. In Amos 9:7, he said,
"Are you not like the Cushites to me, O people of Israel, says the Lord? Did I not bring Israel up from the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Caphtor, and the Arameans from Kir?"
Wait. The God of Israel, Isaac and Jacob, rescued not just the Israelites, but also the Philistines and Arameans? These are the same Philistines that will be causing trouble for the judges and first kings of Israel. And God also saved them from bondage? It's almost as if there wasn't all that special of a relationship between God and his chosen people. But when were these people brought up? The Bible doesn't provide much in the way of clues, but modern archaeology has explored a time when the Philistines and Arameans came to prominence, and it was at the end of the Bronze Age. In fact, the catalyst seems to be the Bronze Age collapse, when the great civilizations of 2nd millennium BCE faded out, some disappearing forever. The only country to mostly survive the collapse and the marauding sea peoples of this time was Egypt. Yet, Egypt was then so weak it lost its holdings in Palestine, allowing the people to become free. The Philistines were the descendants of some of those very sea peoples, as they were allowed to live in the region of modern-day Gaza. The Arameans emerged after the decline of the Middle Assyrian Empire at around the same time. And we know from an Egyptian stele a century before the Bronze Age collapse, there was a people group called Israel in northern Palestine, and the Egyptian army controlled them up until the Egyptian empire crumbled with the rest of the ancient Near East. So it was not because of divine intervention, but general regional instability that these people groups began to throw off the yoke of great powers. Perhaps then, the germ of the Exodus sprouted, not from the splitting of the Red Sea, but land left behind by the faltering ancient Near Eastern powers. If we turn to a contemporary Israelite prophet, Hosea, he also knows of the Exodus tradition. He doesn't say anything about Philistines as part of the rescue package, and instead he focuses on the specialness of Israel to God. However, neither Hosea nor Amos, as best as we can tell, know of the most spectacular parts of the Exodus story, and at best, there are hints of a time in the wilderness. Most astounding, neither prophet names the leader of the Jews out of Egypt. Look, and you will not find the name of Moses. Hosea is, at best, coy when he said in 12:13 that the Israelites were brought out of Egypt by a prophet. Does he not know who it was that was called by God? Strange, is it not? But let's keep going. If we turn to contemporary prophets in the southern kingdom of Judah, we find that the great Isaiah and Micah say nothing. Indeed, when scholars subtract away some likely interpolations, there's nothing of an Exodus or a Moses at all. Here is how Bible scholar Niels Peter Lemke describes things.
All this goes to show that neither of the two Judean prophets, that is, Micah and Isaiah, from the close of the 8th century, refer to the traditions of the Exodus. If they were somehow familiar with these traditions, it is fair to say that they were of no importance either to them or to their audience. It should also be noted that the fora of these two figures were not identical, as it is well known that Isaiah was active in Jerusalem, where he apparently had access to the highest figures in Israelite society, while Micah was active in this Judean province. Thus, it would be reasonable to claim that the Pentateuchal tradition were foreign to the Judean horizon in the 8th century.
We will eventually see the Exodus tradition come down from the north to the south. After the kingdom of Israel was destroyed by the Assyrians, and a descendant of those northern tribes would carry the Exodus to the Judean prophetic tradition. This we can see with Jeremiah, the only Judean prophet before the Babylonian exile to show any knowledge that the Jews were enslaved by Egypt. Jeremiah uses Hosea as an influence, if not a source, and unfortunately other things that might expand beyond Hosea are plausibly interpolated by someone at a later date. What parts we can be more confident that Jeremiah said or wrote do not include signs and wonders that helped them escape Egypt, nor is there anything about a divinely appointed leader. There's a bit of a description of Israel's time in the wilderness, but it lacks golden calves and 40 years of suffering. In fact, Jeremiah 2:2-3 says, Israel was a loving bride that dutifully followed God and remained holy. In other words, the sojourn through the desert before coming to the promised land was a good time for the Jewish people. It's almost as if Jeremiah didn't have a copy of the Pentateuch to read. And once again, Moses is not to be found in Jeremiah. The only verse, Jeremiah 15:1, would include his name, but this is likely part of a larger interpolation by someone writing later. That means when the Babylonians came and destroyed the Temple of Solomon in 587 BCE, none of the prophets of God cared to mention Moses, and only a minority even knew of an Exodus story at all. The cultural memory was not widely shared until the story of Exodus made its way into a time when an exodus was prayed for. During the Babylonian exile, the prophet Ezekiel carried on this tradition, and we can see some significant evolution. For starters, the time in the wilderness wasn't so pleasant anymore. The commandments of God were not followed, and this is why the descendants of Jacob were living in exile.
I will bring you into the wilderness of the nations, and there, face to face, I will execute judgment upon you, as I judged your ancestors in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So I will judge you, declares the sovereign Lord. I will take note of you as you pass under my rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. I will purge you of those who revolt and rebel against me. Although I will bring them out of the land where they are living, yet they will not enter the land of Israel. Then you will know that I am the Lord. Then you will know that I am the Lord when I bring you into the land of Israel, the land I had sworn with uplifted hand to give to your ancestors. Ezekiel 20.
Now, we are starting to see the wilderness tradition become familiar. As in the biblical story, there was a long period of idolatry and suffering, and because the Israelites did not follow the covenant as instructed, they were punished and eventually banished into a new wilderness, the nations. Then, and only after sufficient punishment, would Israel be restored. Therefore, Ezekiel is giving a story of hope to a people who lost their land to an outside power. But once again, Moses is not to be found. Is he hiding behind a rock the whole time? Let's move on to one more prophet for now, Isaiah. Wait, didn't we already cover him? Well, we did cover the original Isaiah, but the book bearing his name was added to by two other writers at a much later time, along with additional edits to the first part of Isaiah's prophecies. The second part of Isaiah, called Deutero-Isaiah, comprises chapters 40 through 55 of a modern English Bible, and it was written at the tail end of the Babylonian exile. It is here we can see the Exodus tradition become spectacular. Let's take a look at Isaiah 45, 16 to 21.
This is what the Lord says, He who made a way through the sea, a path through the mighty waters, who drew out the chariots and horses, the army and reinforcements together, and they lay there, never to rise again, extinguished, snuffed out like a wick. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Now I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. The wild animals honor me, the jackals and the owls, because I provide water in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland to give drink to my people, my chosen, the people I formed for myself, that they may proclaim my praise.
All right, this is starting to look like the familiar story of the armies of Egypt drowned in the Red Sea. It may not be exactly quoting from Exodus 14 and 15, but the gist seems to be there, plus some extra animal-friendly touches. But there's another animal lurking in the waters, and God is going to pull it up. The sea beast shows up later in Isaiah 51, 9 through 10.
Awake, awake. Put on strength, O arm of the Lord. Awake as in the days of old, the generations of long ago. Was it not you who cut Rahab into pieces, who pierced the dragon? Was it not you who dried up the sea, the waters of the great deep, who made the depths of the sea a way for the redeemed to cross over?
There is salvation for those that crossed over the dried up sea. But what was that again? A dragon called Rahab? Now, we truly have found the myth of the Exodus, if there ever was one, and the connection between this text and Exodus 15 are actually stronger than what was in Isaiah 45. God dried up the deep waters, Exodus 15:8, making a road for the redeemed, Exodus 15:13, to pass through, Exodus 15:16. The language of Isaiah 51 really does match the Song of the Sea in the Exodus story. But where's the dragon? When did the TV channel change from watching the 10 Commandments to Godzilla, or perhaps Pacific Rim? We have already entered into another myth altogether, the myth of creation by combat, as was believed and told for millennia throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. Often it was a storm god who defeated a sea monster, and by splitting the creature apart, the halves of the world, sky and ground, were created. And it is often a god with storm powers that fights the water dragon. In Ugarit, the dragon Lotan was defeated by Baal. In Babylon, the sea monster Tiamat was killed by Marduk using a net and a strong wind. So God fighting the sea or a sea creature isn't that unexpected, given the stories told in those days. We can actually see God fighting the good fight against sea monsters in Habakkuk 3, 8 through 11, 13b to 15, and in Psalm 77, 17 through 20. In other places, the nations are symbolized by these sea dragons, which God also defeats. This is explicitly the case in Ezekiel 29, 1 through 4, when prophesying against Egypt. In other words, the imagery of God winning the battle that created the world is now imported into God saving his chosen people, helped along by establishing the nations as sea dragons to be defeated. And thus, the imagery of how God defeats sea monsters comes into the Exodus tradition. God defeated these monsters with weapons and wind, just like Marduk. So the Exodus tradition grows, and now it has achieved universe-making proportions in terms of its imagery. And still, even this late into the writings of the prophet, there's no Moses. As we venture further still into the post-exilic prophets, Moses is not mentioned by Zechariah, Joel, Obadiah, Haggai, or the oldest parts of the books of Daniel in Aramaic. Only in the youngest layer of Isaiah, called Third or Tritio Isaiah, Malachi and the Hebrew parts of Daniel do mention Moses. Finally, he gets the call out he deserved for centuries. Collectively, the prophets have talked about David, Joseph, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob dozens of times, but not a peep about the savior of the Jewish people. This is confounding if Moses has been a central figure in Judaism from the beginning. But as we saw above, not all the prophets even knew or cared about the Exodus, especially the oldest prophets from Judah, and they show no memory of the saving acts of Moses. Where Jews not having Passover cedars, with the children complaining about having matzah instead of risen bread, and having to have it all explained by their grandfathers why they ate bitter herbs? The whole point was to recall the story of Moses and the Exodus, and yet this important ritual seems to have not existed to keep such a memory alive. If there was no such memory of Moses in the distant past, then where did he come from? Let us return to Egypt, because the answers might still remain there. Where did Moses come from? Let's take a moment to sum up the many observations we have made so far in this documentary. The story of Moses, as found in the first books of the Holy Bible, show many signs of myth-making. While no good evidence is to be found backing up the fantastic narratives found in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, we found the biography of Moses was actively emulating the stories of many other legendary figures, especially those from Rome and Greece, as well as the story of the Akkadian king Sargon. The plagues, the burning bush, the parting of the Red Sea, all of these parts of the Exodus tradition not only fail to fit historical reality, but they can be put side by side with other mythical traditions. We also found that the tradition of the Exodus, as described by the Jewish prophets, grew and grew over the centuries, but it did not include a man named Moses until the post-exilic period. We also left a mystery to be explained, the name of Moses. As we noted before, the narrative of how Moses got his name made little sense, either in terms of narrative nor in terms of grammar. Other proposals for the origins of his name have been suggested for a long time, even going back to the time of Philo of Alexandria. Modern scholars suggest the best candidates for his name are not in Hebrew, but in Egyptian. This is perhaps the kernel of historicity to the Moses figure. If the Exodus was based on some cultural memory from great antiquity, and someone with an Egyptian name was a part of the freeing of some people from the land of the Nile, then that would explain why Moses has an Egyptian name. It is the one bit of memory left over from the past. But here we find significant controversy, and a new way forward will be considered here. So strap in for some cutting-edge knowledge. So if Moses had an Egyptian name, what might it have been? The most common proposals look to the names of pharaohs from about the same time the Exodus was alleged to have happened. Looking at times like Ahmose, Tutmos, and Ramnos, which is related to the famous Ramesses, one sees the root term Mose. This root term comes from an Egyptian verb that can mean to be born or created, so that Ahmose means something like the moon is born. Some Egyptians were known just simply by this root word. You could find civil servants named Mose during the time of the Exodus. However, Egyptologists have pointed out that there are two serious problems with this proposal. First, Moses is not how to pronounce the name of the Hebrew liberator. Instead, his name is pronounced as Moshe. Notice the sh sound in his name. That is not found in the names of Ahmose or Ramesses, which have an s sound. Perhaps there was some sort of mishearing of the name, but in Exodus 1:11, the name Ramesses is spelled with the s sound. The letter Semic instead of with the sh sound, with the letter shin, and that is not all. In the time of Ahmose and Ramesses, the vowels of their names were pronounced differently. The root verb in their names would have been pronounced as Mesi, not Mose, let alone Moshe, but there would be a change in the vowels of this word centuries later during and after the Persian era. So if Moses' name came from the proposed Egyptian verb, his name can be no earlier than about 500 BCE, almost a full millennium after the time of the Exodus. In summary, the Egyptologist Thomas Schneider recently stated,
Given this situation on the linguistic evidence, the conclusion is all but inescapable that the name Moses is not likely of Egyptian origin, which means yet another subtraction in the history of subtractions in Moses scholarship.
So if the Hebrew name of Moses makes no sense and the proposed Egyptian root of his name doesn't work, what are we to do? Perhaps we need to look at another source for Moses' origins, including the Egyptian stories of Moses the colonist as recorded by Hecataeus of Abdera. As we noted earlier, the folklore he relates appears to be independent of anything in the biblical tradition, and it was a product of Hellenized Egyptians trying to make sense of the cultures of the world in a way that made Egyptian culture superior to the rest. In their story, Moses was not a Hebrew, but an Egyptian. And he was a courageous figure who helped expand Egyptian power in Palestine. If this bit of folklore was independent of anything in the Bible, as it seems to be, then that also means the name Moses had to mean something to those storytellers in Egypt, and it had to be in a way without knowing about the biblical Moses. In other words, the name Moses must have such functional meaning to an Egyptian audience, not unlike how Abraham is supposed to be meaningful to a Jewish audience. Abraham allegedly means father of the many nations, Genesis 17:5. So what function could the name Moses have to an Egyptian? Already, we found that the original proposal for Moses' name from an Egyptian verb did not work. So what does? Let's step back and look at what Moses does in the narrative from Hecataeus of Abdera. The version of Moses he describes is a leader of not just a colony, but of an army. He goes into a new land and he sets up laws, both civil and religious. Is there a term for someone that journeys into a place and both legal and martial characteristics? Indeed, there's a common verb for that. In the Coptic script, which descends from Older Egyptian, there is the verb that means to go, to journey, and it can mean journey. The word is Moshe. And that's how you pronounce it, Moshe. Yes, that is almost identical to the Hebrew pronunciation of Moses. The Egyptian verb Moshe is also used in describing laws, both civil and cosmic. The original root of Moshe in more ancient Egyptian is also the same as the root for an army. So Moshe works to describe someone who journeys to a new place, makes laws, and leads an army. We also have another clue that the name Moses was originally Egyptian because of the way it was spelled by Manetho. Yes, we'll unravel the mysteries of Moses through spelling conventions. And you thought spelling bees were useless? Remember, Manetho was an Egyptian priest. And when he wrote in Greek, he used an Egyptian style to transliterate words into Greek. As classicists have noted, Manetho and other Egyptians will spell names with a combination of letters, unlike that found in Greek words, and names in particular. Spelling words with an omega and upsilon, Manetho spells the names of several pharaohs with this vowel combination, and he also does this for the name Moses. In other words, Manetho thinks the name is Egyptian and is spelling it like an Egyptian would. It's not something a Jewish writer would have done, and we will come back to look at the Moses in the Bible again soon. The spelling Moses is also worth highlighting because the ending of Moses is spelled with a long E sound, using the Greek letter eta. However, Manetho normally ended the names of pharaohs and others with an I sound, using the letter iota. Why the long E? Well, that may be because the root term behind Moshe has another letter in it that cannot be spelled in Greek, the letter an. An ancient Egyptian term for journey, it ends with the letter an. This matters because when Manetho writes the names of pharaohs whose names ended with an an, such as Khafre, then Manetho uses the long E, Khephares. The evidence all seems to indicate that the name of Moses in Manetho is an Egyptian name, and it comes from an Egyptian verb that describes what Moses does in the story from Hecataeus. Are we suggesting that Moses was an Egyptian invention of the Hellenistic era? Perhaps so, but that would mean the authors of the Torah added in Moses in the Hellenistic era, much later than what most biblical scholars would think. Is there evidence that the story of the Exodus knows this Egyptian Moses? In fact, there are some compelling reasons to think there is. Let's notice the spelling of Moses in Greek again. The way Manetho did this was in an Egyptian style rather than Greek or Hebraic. And yet, the Greek translation of the Bible spells Moses the way Manetho, the Egyptian, did. They don't spell other names this way. So this looks odd and indicates a genetic connection between Manetho and the Greek Bible. There are also signs that the Hebrew of Exodus was influenced by Greek sources, as was noticed decades ago by the Egyptologist John Gwynne Griffiths. The spelling of the town named after Ramesses was influenced by Greek vowel practices. And when Griffiths looked for a comparative example, he cited good old Manetho. That's not all. In biblical studies, Thomas Romer sees an editor of the Exodus story responding to Manetho's tale of the leper army under Osiris-Seth, also called Moses. He notes that in Exodus 4, God teaches Moses a magic trick wherein Moses can turn his hand leprous and back to normal. Allegedly, this was to help convince Pharaoh to let the Hebrews go, along with the staff that turned into a serpent and the ability to turn the Nile blood red. Well, Moses did the staff and water tricks, but not the hand trick. So there's just a weird addition of this leprous hand trick for no reason. Or on the other hand, as Romer suggests, this is in response to the story of the lepers and their similarly diseased leader, Osiris-Seth, Moses. But here in this biblical inclusion, Moses only temporarily has leprosy, and it vanishes on command. If the Exodus tale is responding to the legend from Manetho, then we can make sense of this otherwise blind motif. Speaking of blind motifs, let's return to how Moses got his name in Hebrew. As we noted, the narrative does not make sense of how he would have gotten a Hebrew name from an Egyptian princess. And even if it were, his name would have been Mashu instead of Moshe. However, if the first Jewish people to hear the name Moses heard it from an Egyptian, and the Egyptian name was simply the verb or noun Moshe, then we can explain the name rather well. In fact, it explains why Moses was given a swim in the Nile from a young age. The Hebrew verb that the author of Exodus 2 suggests is the root of Moses' name is masha, a rare verb that only shows up in 2 places in the rest of the Hebrew Bible, 2 Samuel 22:17, Psalms 18:16. And these are actually copies of each other. In this psalm, or story of David, the heroic future king of Israel speaks of how he was saved by God. Here's the verse from 2 Samuel 22 in context.
The Lord thundered from heaven. The voice of the Most High resounded. He shot his arrows and scattered the enemy. With great bolts of lightning, he routed them. The valleys of the sea were exposed, and the foundations of the earth laid bare. At the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of breath from his nostrils, he reached down from on high and took hold of me. He drew me out of deep waters. He rescued me from my powerful enemy, from my foes who were too strong for me.
Notice here that the waters David is pulled from are not the waters of the Nile or any river in particular. Instead, the deep waters are the seas of primordial chaos, and God defeated that chaos using his storm powers. This looks a lot like the same thing God does in the Exodus tradition in Isaiah 51, 9-10, as well as Exodus 15. In other words, this isn't a baby in a basket. This is something more mythical. Now we can imagine what the first Hebrew listener of the name Moses would have thought. They hear this name or something pronounced similar to it by an Egyptian, and that Jewish member of the audience knows the Psalm of David. Would they not then interpret the similar sounding Egyptian name in light of the Hebrew word and its literary context? This seems more plausible, and it would then provide the reason Moses was said to have been a water-drawn baby. If the hypothesis we propose here is true, then we can understand how Moses got his name and how it instigated the story of his legendary birth narrative. And if our hypothesis is true, then the name Moses is a Hellenistic invention from Egyptian folklore. We can thus trace not only many plausible thematic and legendary influences on the story of Moses, but we can create a genealogy of the myth of Moses. And so Moses disappears from even a kernel of historical reality, but in its stead, we have found what might be the real Moses, a product of the desires and hopes of many peoples. When he was thought up by the Egyptians, this was an attempt to say that Egyptian culture was more wonderful and influential than the powers that can now control it. When the Jewish neighbors of Egypt learned of Moses, he was transformed into the great savior of the Jewish people, combining him into a long-standing tradition of freedom from Egyptian slavery. The influence of Moses would be incredible, as he then became a deified figure in some sorts of Judaism, and Jesus would then become the new Moses in the Christian movement. While he might have always been a myth, this only shows the power of story, and we hope you have enjoyed the story we have put together for you today. The Afterlife of Moses. Even if there was never a historical Moses figure, he has nonetheless had an amazing effect on culture. Perhaps then the story of Moses should end with him getting a wonderful afterlife. According to Deuteronomy 34, Moses was buried in a secret place, apparently after God had personally shoveled his gravesite. But for many Jews and Christians later, this was not good enough. No. Moses needed to achieve a heavenly reward.
On his advancing thence towards the place where he was destined to disappear, they all followed him, bathed in tears. Thereupon Moses, by a signal of his hand, bade those in the distance to remain still, while word of mouth he exhorted those near to him not to make his passing a tearful one by following him. And they, deciding to gratify him in this also, to wit, to leave him to depart according to his own desire, held back, weeping with one another. Only the elders escorted him, with Eleazar the high priest and Joshua the general. But when he arrived on the mountain called Abaris, a lofty eminence situate over against Jericho, and affording to those on its summit a wide view beneath of the best of the land of the Canaanites, he dismissed the elders. And while he bade farewell to Eleazar and to Joshua, and was yet communing with them, a cloud of a sudden descended upon him, and he disappeared in a ravine. But he has written of himself in the sacred book that he died, for fear lest they should venture to say that by reason of his surpassing virtue he had gone back to the deity.
Having Moses taken up in a cloud might make one think of the ascension of Jesus. But the examples Josephus might actually have in mind are from Greco-Roman culture, for it was said that the founding figures of Rome, both Aeneas and Romulus, had similar heavenly ascents. Of Aeneas,
but the body of Aeneas could nowhere be found, and some conjectured that he had been translated to the god.
And of Romulus.
The more mythical writers say that as he was holding an assembly in the camp, darkness descended upon him from a clear sky, and he disappeared, and they believe that he was caught up by his father Ares.
From birth to life to death and even into the afterlife, the story of Moses is a tapestry of myths and legends. There's so much diversity in the elements of this story that we must be impressed beyond the need to claim any of it happened. Conclusion. My friends, our journey following the footsteps of Moses has led us through ancient legends and lively imaginations. Like tracing a meandering river, we navigated many twists and turns in the development of this captivating character. We dove into the deep waters of myth, where Moses floated like Sargon before him. We wandered through the wilderness, finding traces of Moses in heroic patterns from lands afar. Through Canaanite whispers, we heard echoes of the Exodus and tales of gods defeating dragons. We climbed the Greek mountaintops and saw the shining walls. From the prophets' evolving songs, we learned that Moses was but a late arrival to the Exodus tradition. And peering behind the veil of his name, we glimpsed the light of an Egyptian inspiration. Though Moses may never have existed, his message resonates throughout the ages. Origins of Moses, and indeed the entirety of his legend, is as fictitious as the Promised Land itself. But in our inability to grasp the historical Moses, we have unveiled the context that gave rise to his myth. So as Moses gazed upon a land he could never enter, we too must look to the horizon beyond historicity. Our journey now is guided by the hands of critical thinking, leading us away from dogma and towards brilliant insight. By uncovering the legendary layers, we uncover new possibilities for what the timeless tale of Exodus represents. What matters is not the veracity of the myth, but the victory over our narrow bonds to literalism. The Promised Land awaits, but it cannot be defined by dogmas and boundaries. Now it is for us to finish what the myth started, to bring radical freedom and unprecedented questions, to challenge comforting assumptions. Now it is for us to sing the song of open minds. Let my people think. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel. Help support us by joining our Patreon, YouTube memberships. Also, be sure to check out the links in the description, because this documentary was co-produced with Dr. Aaron Adair and Jonathan M.S. Pierce. We hope you enjoyed. Help support us to keep doing what we're doing. Subscribe to our channels, follow us, and never forget, we are MythVision.